Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through, and whilst Rops finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist, and now electronic is gonna pat the stat very nicely with an A.
Two teams already make their mark, and it's time to print 2 more sets of tickets to the LAN finals. OG make it through by destroying Big on the final map in a 13-1 scoreline, and then Heroic put their foot down against FNATIC as well. Who's going to populate the rest of the podium? That's a question we're about to answer. It's going to be Waldady and MNJ on the analyst desk for you in the final 2 games, and of course our colleagues, the Eternal Jay and Ted, on the casting table. Josh, let's hear it. Opening thoughts, what do you got for me?
I'm excited, right? We talked towards the tail end of yesterday about how the bottom end of this bracket is potential central. I was going to say that. I was like, it kind of rhymes. It doesn't really rhyme. It sounds weird.
Potential central. I mean, it's kind of
central, man.
Yeah, I like it.
There's some underdogs down here. It feels like the bracket's a little bit top heavy, and there's a real chance that one of these teams could make it and make it far. MongolZ have really impressed me so far this tournament. They're actually yet to drop a map. Now, admittedly, 3 of those maps of the 4 that they won were 13-11s, so it's not like they've not been challenged. They've come desperately close. We can see that right there, a 2-0 against Cloud9 and a 2-0 against FNATIC, 2 of the better teams within this tournament. So, yeah, these guys have breezed through. They've looked hot in the process. On the other side of things, Imperial have had a rougher ride to get here, but that's why they're seeded against each other. I really think that that MongolZ have they're my guys on this end of the bracket, teed up to make it to that grand finals, I feel. But you know, there's still a lot more for them to do. On that note regarding Imperial, obviously they had a bit of a rough opening game against Ninjas in Pajamas, but we knew that that was a slight off performance from them. They then were able to topple Legacy, and then in that rematch against NIP that we covered was yeah, you know, as expected. They did very well and got it done in 2 bites. So a team that have taken a little bit of time to warm to this tournament, I feel. We had that interview with Try, didn't we? He talked about jet lag being a factor, and these guys just being a little bit slow to come out the gates. But now they seem fired up, and I'm excited to see how they can perform today.
And, you know, we're going to get a chance to talk about Imperial, but right now I want to look at the MongolZ because there are so many storylines about this team, right? The MongolZ, they have had a microscope on them because realistically speaking, right, the big narrative around them is the fact that they haven't really won anything since their performance at Compass. And the questions that are being asked about these guys right now is, are they slipping behind? And, you know, they've got some pressure within the Asian region as well. If we're talking about just like the general scene within Asia, they're supposed to be the favorites of the region, but then you also remember that FlyQuest are becoming part of the conversation as well after winning Challenger Atlanta. And when was the last time that MongolZ had a decisive victory against a team who also wasn't slipping? Like, we can see they won against Big recently, but even Big has had some issues, and they aren't looking for it. They aren't looking like a team that's quite well held together. If anything, that's a squad that's running on the fumes of Crimbo often, right? And if we look at sort of the individuals, Blitz was always touted as the superstar brainiac fragging IGL, and even though it's really hard to take shots at him because he's still at the top of the scoreboard most of the time, it's not his form of the more glorious days of the MongolZ. Now, for him specifically, is that him being held back by his team, or is it the fact that his slight drop-off in performance is contributing to sort of the issues that they've been having? I think it goes both ways, and I think while we're talking about sort of their relevance within the scene, we talk about the global stage, right? The conversation around them was always that, hey, their practice is limited because they're mostly getting reps in Asia, and they haven't hit their ceiling yet. They haven't hit their ceiling yet. No. They're finally getting all that practice, right? They were able to win Compass. They were able to sort of get all these wonderful practice partners. And now it kind of feels like they've hit a bit of a ceiling. A bracket like the top 8 of Thunderpick, as stacked as it may be, should be an easy affair for the Mongols simply because of how far they are above the rest, especially when you're playing on the bottom side of the bracket.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, you talk about that ceiling that they'd hit within Asia. They're not even playing within these Asian tournaments anymore. Everything this year has been those bigger events. They've kind of breached that barrier. And yeah, you're right. I mean, amazing performance in Compass earlier on in the year. 910 actually got the MVP for that one. The man on the AWP, who's definitely one to watch out for today, rocks incredible ratings and can really, really have a major impact on the server. They also did pretty good at Sky Esports. That was towards the tail end of July. They came second. They lost to 3D Max, who are a team that they could face up against here in the playoffs as well. But you're right. Other than that, it's kind of been middle of the road. They've had some decent results, but nothing stand out. And it does feel like they have hit that ceiling a little bit. But you have got to remember, this is a very young team with very young players. So while short term, it does feel like they've hit that ceiling. When you then factor in that like Mazzino is 17, and in fact, the entire roster is just very, very young, right? Full of 17, 18-year-olds. There is still a chance to raise that roof and raise that ceiling over the next couple of years as these players continue to develop, because individually they absolutely haven't hit their ceiling.
Of course not. There's definitely room for the Mongols to improve. However, what we're looking at right now is their competition against Imperial, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of parallels that we're going to be looking at when we look at the roster of Imperial. They've shown that even though they've looked pretty fantastic, right, they have had inconsistent performances, right? We saw 2 different versions of them against NIP, and part of that might be jet lag or whatever, but all of that can kind of be brushed away as copium because you recognize that, you know, other teams might also be in that instance. And realistically, they should never have a floor, even with jet lag, even with all the contingencies, that is losing to an NIP that barely has a hold on their roster, even if Wrinkle and Rez are formidable opponents.
Yeah, especially considering they were playing with the stand-in as well, right? And the last-minute one at that. You are right. It isn't really an excuse. And whilst I think that I sympathise, I absolutely sympathise with the tight schedule of some of these professional players and these travel days that, you know, it's not like you get a week to settle in and get your time zones aligned and things like that. It can be pretty taxing. It is something that many teams within this tournament have had to deal with. And yeah, definitely not an excuse for that loss against NIP. But these guys have looked very good. Obviously, Try's been absolutely fantastic. We had that interview with him the other day where he sort of gave us a little bit of insight and just seemed, I mean, I said afterwards that he seemed a bit tired, right? But a true professional, kept it humble, and you know, we didn't really get too much insight from him as to how confident they're feeling moving on. It was just about sort of getting it over the line against NIP and getting out of groups. I think that was somewhat of an achievement in itself. But yeah, I think it's very safe to say that they are the underdogs coming into this game. They need to make sure they give us their absolute best if they want any chance of extending their run further.
Of course, extending your run is going to require your individuals to start to step up. And, you know, there are multiple dynamics that we can look at, but this is the head-to-head that we've got going for you. Josh, I know that you wanted to sort of look at the dynamic between Decenty and Senzu, because they are often sort of the stars that can hold this team together. I think Decenty especially, he's had a very big step up recently. Like, you know, if Phelps was having a drop off, if Noah is having some issues, Decenty has, surprisingly enough, quickly stepped up to take the reins to protect them from any teams that might have solid firepower.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to compare these two riflers because I think they're on a very similar caliber, and I think that they are both very impactful pieces of the team. After I requested this head-to-head, right, you made an interesting point of comparing perhaps the two IGLs, and I think you're absolutely right. I think that dynamic between Vinny and Blitz is a real stark one, right? Blitz is that fragging IGL. He puts up the big numbers. Vinny isn't that. And that could be a big disparity on the server today. It's not as bad as playing 4v5, but
of course.
Yeah, it's it can make a big difference, and especially when you're talking about a close game. But there's lots of head-to-heads. There's lots of parallels to be drawn with these both teams. Both sides have got fantastic AWPers as well. Another one that we could have highlighted was 9-10 and Try. Absolutely unbelievable on the big green, and both the stars of their own respective rosters. So all of these pieces need to be firing today. I think the biggest point here is that both of these teams have these solid players that really make or break games, and if anyone goes missing, I think that could really be the deciding factor in this match.
Of course, especially if you look at the dynamic between like 9-10 and Try, right? Because Try has shown that he can be very inconsistent. Now, part of that was obviously due to the jet lag that he described in his opening matchup against NIP, but they were able to come back into it. And Try, when he's in form, right, he does look like an unbeatable operator. It was the case when he was playing back in Nueva he was just a lights-out performer, but you've got to remember that he has a very formidable opponent in the form of 9-10. 9-10, however, has also looked a bit inconsistent. Problem is, we can't exactly have the same yardstick for these players, because I do feel like 9-10 is thrusted into like the higher echelons of CS a little bit more often than Imperial. I'm not going to say that they have completely different types of oppositions, no, but 9-10 does often have to tread in deeper waters. Now, of course, what those waters are going to be, or is it going to be a swamp? Is it going to be, well, I can't think of any more bodies of water, except maybe lake, because we casted M80 the other day. We're going to be deciding the waters right here. Dustu, Mirage, Inferno. How are we feeling about this, Josh?
So, I actually, in my notes, did a little what I think the veto will be, and I was bang on, right? That doesn't happen too often, especially not with the third map as well. And the reason for that, sometimes it's super clear cut, but the reason for that actually goes a little bit deeper into this game, right? Now, Imperial's permaban is always ancient. That is a map that MongolZ have liked to pick into so far this tournament, so that's a little bit of a curveball for them. When it comes to Dust 2, Imperial have picked it twice so far, and they've won both times. So no doubt that they're comfortable going into Dust 2, especially here in this tournament this weekend. You can draw data from previous tournaments and against other South American teams and stuff, but I think the most important thing is how they feel on it right now, and right now they feel good on it. The problem is that MongolZ have had Dust 2 in their 2 matches that they've played so far. Of the 4 maps, 2 of them were Dust 2. They didn't pick either. It was picked against them, and they won it both times. So MongolZ have proved that they're a really big threat on Dust 2, even though it's not one that they're picking into. So I thought maybe that would be a deterrent for Imperial, and maybe they'd try something else, which is why I kind of put Dust 2, and then I put a question mark next to it, because I wasn't 100% there. MongolZ picking Mirage is no surprise at all. They picked it against FNATIC. They won it. It wasn't super comfortable. It was 13-11, but still, they looked very, very good there, and it is one that just generally they've been fantastic on. They have like an 80% win rate on it or something. They're fantastic there on Mirage, so no doubt about that choice. And also, when we saw Imperial on it against NIP the other day, they lost. I mean, it went to double OT. It was a close game, but I don't think that you can compare NIP to the MongolZ at all at the moment. I think MongolZ are just a step above. And then when it comes to Inferno as that decider, to be honest, it could have been any one of those final 3. But yeah, it just sort of makes sense as a decent middle ground for both sides if it comes down to it. But with how things are teed up with map 1 and 2, I actually wouldn't be surprised if we saw a MongolZ 2-0 here. I think Imperial are going to have to fight really hard if they want to deny that.
Absolutely, and what I'm looking at, right, is like I totally empathize with you when you say that you this is a very difficult veto to figure out, especially because you have to consider that both of these teams are very comfortable with exploring within their map pool, right? Even though like MongolZ go for that nuke ban, right, when they have the chance to ban the second map, they would also not entirely shy away from it if push came to shove, right? This is a team that, because they only ban out Vertigo and everything else is fair game, you could essentially see this team go for punish picks of the and the sword. And they've actually found a pretty reasonable parallel when you look at a team like Imperial, because Imperial can also do the exact same thing. Yes, they instantly get rid of their permabans, Ancient and Vertigo, not the question, right? But everything else that is on the table, you can negotiate about it. We could have seen a world where even Nuke could have been played. We could have seen a world where, you know, Anubis could have even been part of the conversation. Now, obviously, that's a little bit of a stretch, because I think both teams, even though they've tried to float it, they haven't exactly had the best results on it. And MongolZ even, like, they have a fairly big sample size that when they've tried to, like, bite on that map, they generally just bite off more than they can chew. Even if some of their results have been, you know, reasonably close enough where they wouldn't be entirely afraid of it. Inferno, of course, being the decider, that's something we haven't really touched upon. And this is where the conversation you said about, the point you made about MongolZ potentially getting a 2-0 kind of gets thrown into a bit of turmoil, because this is where I start to think that a 2-0 finish might actually be the best case scenario for MongolZ, because if we go to the third map, I think with how uncomfortable Inferno is and all the little timings that you need to be perfect on, I really do heavily favor teams that are going to have a pretty big sample size on it. Like, you look at the MongolZ, yes, they've won most of their games, but you put a microscope on it, you realize they've only played 6 of them, right? Yeah. And, you know, their wins are pretty impressive. They've won against Eternal Fire, and Eternal Fire is actually looking pretty good. As of late, especially. So I'm not really sure where we're going to be, what we're going to be in for when we look at Inferno, Josh.
I mean, there is another slight layer to it in that Imperial did actually play Inferno the other day against Legacy, and it was the one map that they lost. They lost it 13-11, so I don't think they're going to be feeling super confident coming into it. The majority of the matches they've played there as well have been against other South American teams. The only win that they've had recently here on this map outside of South America was against MongolZ, to be fair, in overtime back in Pro League at the start of last month. But you know, that's why it was a bit of a question mark. It absolutely could have been Nuke. It absolutely could have been Anubis. When it comes to those picks, again, Anubis would have been a bold one, but I was really keeping an open mind to the idea that maybe Imperial would pick Nuke, purely on the basis of how good MongolZ have looked on Dust 2 so far this tournament, even though they haven't played it all too much in history. Yeah, I thought that could maybe be a deterrent. And as the underdog, sometimes you do have to sort of throw a bit of a spanner in the works. If MongolZ are expecting to play Dust 2 and preparing to play Dust 2 as well, remember, these guys went 2-0, so they got an extra day off. For Imperial, they haven't had as much prep time because they've had more playing time and more teams to prep for as well, having that extra match. So if MongolZ are kind of teeing up, looking at their opponents from yesterday's, obviously they didn't find out they were playing Imperial until last night, but yeah, once they sort of got that opponent, if they're looking at the veto and saying, yeah, they're probably going to pick into Dust 2, then they can start working on their Dust 2. So yeah, it could have been a good opportunity for a little bit of a punish pick and maybe throw the MongolZ off a little bit. And that's something that we actually talked to Noxay about last night as well, didn't we? When I mentioned, you know, why did you go for that choice? He said, well, you know, we need to keep things fresh. We need to keep them on their toes, throw that little spanner in the works and keep them guessing. And it worked well for them. So I don't know. I don't know what's in store for us here, but I think it's going to be a MongolZ victory. I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
You know what? I wouldn't be too surprised either, and that's why that was my prediction personally, but I cannot wait to see whether or not it is going to go the other way around. I feel like Imperial are a very formidable opponent, so are the MongolZ. We'll see how the clash ends up going, but of course it's not going to be us covering that action. It'll be the Eternal J and Ted. We'll be on the other side waiting with the analysis. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Faraz. Yes, let's get into our final couple of matches of the online portion of the Thunderpick World Championship. 2 more land spots up for grabs. Certainly, I do have to concur with the notion that the MongolZ right now are the more formidable of the 2 teams that we're going to have to face up on here. But look, Ted, I've been very impressed with South America over the course of this group stage, and Imperial is one of the key teams that has impressed me one of the utmost times alongside BESTIA, who will also be in action later today. So I wouldn't count them out of completely any of these maps here.
No, and I don't think it's a crazy extrapolation to be making if you say that one of the South American teams is going to be able to pleasantly surprise us tonight, right? Because on paper, you're looking at both those matchups that we have left, and you're looking at the MongolZ and 3D Max probably as the gatekeepers of that entire space, and I think this was a pretty good point that Obviously, Haze and Trap made throughout the last best of 3. You're looking at 3D Max, you're looking at the MongolZ. Those are probably the 2 teams that you have to be able to beat if you want to make it into big tournaments, right? If you wanna test yourselves and know that you're ready for that big competition. The thing is, when you're playing against the MongolZ side that has played into 11 international LAN events so far this year and has been playing really well, and they have been taking the majority of even the tier 1 teams down that are not on the top of their game. Whenever they're a little bit shaky, then the MongolZ are coming in and you know they can steal this one away. And then 3D Max has been an fundamentally just extremely solid team in the last couple of months. You just know both Imperial and probably BESTIA are going to be in for a pretty tough battle.
Yeah, look, I mean, these are 2 of the 4 squads that me and Dweg at the start of the week said would be our top 4 for the LAN environment.
Sure.
So MongolZ and 3D Max, I mean, they are, again, coming in as heavy favourites in these 2 best of 3s, which is why you have to kind of predict MongolZ by default. Again, top 10 team on HLTV for good reason. Imperial still look to work their way up into this international space, and if they can shock the MongolZ today, that certainly would be a statement to send into the semi-final LAN itself. But for now, we jump into their key opportunity to make it to the top 4 as the Pistol of Dust 2 goes live.
Not a lot of Yuto on the side of Imperial. That's the first thing you're going to notice here on the T side. Pistol. On the other side, though, Techno just jiggling in towards the B tons. Smoke in hand. He's ready to deploy that as soon as he sees someone. But as of right now, if you're looking at Imperial, it kind of looks like a short play. You don't really have the Yuto to go out middle and fight too much. You're just slowing it down, waiting to see if the CTs are going to give you something and actually making their way back with the bomb and towards B. But they're running into a stack and Techno with the smoke.
That utility in hand, the first contact instantly block off the entryway towards the bomb site. Got 2 players backed up to the bomb site defensive. He sees that pistol. Daggers a little bit, falls back, and eventually he's going to go for the directive fight instead with the Julies in hand. You'll see so many players around that corner, and Phelps and Co will overwhelm. Senzu into that line, getting no way with a decent headshot, and Blitz can also chime in from Car. Now they're aware of the 2 CT defenders, and Senzu might be low HP, but he's still fragging here. Blitz gets his piece of the pie as Phelps will drop, and Vinny's in a 1 versus 4. The lurk out towards the A bomb site must have been heard of the drop-off, and either way, even if you can isolate 1 kill, it's still 3 more to recover, and a pistol round, and he just can't seem to win.
Yeah, this one is just going to be nearly impossible to bring back, and Mizinho's going to make sure of it. Pistol round going in favor of the MongolZ, and early on we're seeing a double kill coming out of Blitz. He's actually been probably the most impressive player so far of the MongolZ in this event, right? We're looking at the 2 best of 3s. The MongolZ have probably been the most comfortable team across the entire group stage, across the entire online stage of the Thunderpick World Championship. A 2-0 win over Cloud9, a 2-0 win over FNATIC. Yes, a couple closer maps in there. 3 13-11s, by the way, overall across those 4 maps, but still, it's just 2 0s. They're still making it work. And Blitz, as of right now, is the 2nd highest rated player on the T side in the entire event. After TheMongolZ, of course, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later on. And then the 4th overall highest rated player in the event. And he is the in-game leader, by the way. He's probably not supposed to be the one. I mean, he's always been a really hard-hitting IGL, right? He's not that type of a guy that's going to be isolated and just fully supportive of his teammates. But so far in the Thunderpick, he's been playing really well. And yeah, I mean, Imperial going into this one, they will need a lot of firepower if they want to deal with the MongolZ. The thing is as well, you know the MongolZ are going to be bringing in a lot of confidence going into this game as well, right? They well realize that they are the favorites.
They'll realize what they have to gain with this series victory. Again, a spot at LAN up for grabs, and then almost an expectation that the MongolZ in this kind of matchup would make it through. Top of their group, as you would expect as well. Just a lot of confidence posted by them. You're right about the captain firepower put up by Blitz and everything. Individuals here on the MongolZ side have, of course, lined up their first round with particular ease. Imperial wait a little bit to get involved in their map pick here of Dust 2 because the ecos shouldn't be really tested all that much.
No, absolutely not. I mean, this is the type of round that you're expecting the MongolZ to be able to win fairly swiftly. Blitz, even going for the Julies, by the way, but this is a good teammate being spotted right there. He dropped over at M4. He's playing the Jewel Berettas without armor. Techno needs to be careful, though. I mean, he is all alone in towards B as of right now. Sensu's going to be the quickest rotation, but after not spotting anything towards middle, he has to start making his way back.
There it is, Mo down, 2 kills for the SMG, 3 for the M4. Effective stuff, as expected, for the MongolZ side. Now here come the guns available for Imperial here. Rifles aplenty to get back involved in this matchup and to start things off on Dust 2, which I will say that if there is going to be a map that the Imperial side are going to take, it probably has to be Dust 2.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it, right? Going into this game, I mean, Dust 2 has been overall probably the best map if you're looking at the veto for Imperial. We saw it yesterday against NIP, dropping only 2 rounds, besting Legacy in a 13-8 fashion, taking wins over teams like the Red Canids, really close games against teams like Complexity. In IM Rio, yes, it was a loss that they conceded against Cole, but still an incredibly close one. During EPL, they were able to take down both Mouse and Big on this map. This is where you probably get the best out of Imperial, and a really interesting conversation to be having early on. Obviously, we had a similar one yesterday with Tri, but how instrumental do you think he will be for them? Because he kind of went missing in the opening matchup for Imperial against NIP. They lost it, but ever since, Tri has been outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, just even using Dust 2 as a jumping off point, right? He was the highest rated player in that NIP series for the Imperial side. So it's a lot of confidence he's posted later on as the tournament has progressed. And even then, impactful moments have been considered by him over the course of other matches as well. 9-10, landing Descenti first and foremost here on the MongolZ side. As unfortunately, no one's allowed to have any sort of impact back. No Way does get a couple of picks on the AK, however. Trying to turn the situation around, but all alone up here towards top of Long. Tries backed up with the Galil towards Spawn. Maybe about to run into Techno. Knives are pulled out. SMG from range. Oh, he gets a perfect headshot. And that drops the bomb, leaves it in pretty much an impossible clutch now for No Way.
Yeah, it has to be a 1v3 ace clutch here for No Way, and this is so smart from Techno. He gets the kill, gets tagged down low, realizes I've got an MP9, that AK is out of range, I can't possibly risk it to just push and try and go for the rifle. I'm just gonna let him have all the space in the world. He's got a 1 versus 3, he is the one that needs to be paranoid about every single angle around the map. It's kind of like one of those moments where you give him almost too much for his liking, and now he doesn't know what to do with it. He's gonna try and push in towards that B-bomb side, but even if he's able to somehow find a kill onto Techno, I mean, looking at the minimap, 9-10 is in position to rotate really quickly in towards B.
He's watching that mid fight as well, so No Way chances to rotate back in towards short and try and establish himself on the A-bomb site are pretty minimal in all. Very few options. He'll try the B play, and Techno is low HP in this exchange, but again posted up towards this front corner. And half HP still means that if he checks the wrong play at the wrong time, if he looks out to the open bomb site rather than to this corner position, then Techno will still be able to get the kill. No Way does check it. Smoke towards the door. Oh, 9-10 unscoped. No Way allowed a chance to plant or tap the bomb at the very least. 9-10 is going to get forced back for it. A second tap will come through. The HEs will return back. No Way going to swing into the AWP position, but in the end will not take that fight. Third time's the charm, and 9-10 is going to try and bait him to miss on the timer. In the end, the Molotov's going to force him up and out into the open. Flash is catching him blinded, and there really is so little movement he can maneuver with. AWP does get caught for damage, but 9-10 USB is good for the kill.
This is absolutely perfectly played by 9-10, right? I mean, no way does give himself the best chance he could, right? He isolates the fight with the first player, finds the kill onto Techno, gets a bomb plan out of it, so at least you're gonna get that bonus money. But it's an instrumental round from 9-10. First of all, that opening kill was sick. Techno winning that fight onto the AK of Try. Probably shouldn't be, but he still finds it. And then he just did his absolute best to know that he's got No Way contained, but not offer him any fights whatsoever. It's a nice attempt from the youngster, but MongolZ with a perfect start. A bit of a half-buy will come through, and to be fair, I'm a fan of it. A lot of teams would probably go for the instant reinvestment on the back of getting the bomb plan, getting 3 kills, but you know you can still do a lot of damage with the upgraded pistols and the Scout and the Galil, and you will have the full investment with the AVP in the next.
And already that Scout has caught the tag on 9-10, so the starting advantage does sit with Imperial here, even if they haven't got the opening kill. Ooh. And they do find that as well. No Way's Deagle straight up towards mid. 9-10 couldn't contest all of the mid presence, and Senzi starts taking damage from beyond this smoke. No Way trying to dish out some damage alongside Descenti here. Taps burst blind beyond those smokes, giving Phelps the information he needs to get Senzu, and suddenly this has gone from a damaging round to a potentially winnable one here for Imperial.
This is so difficult right now to make a decision, right? I mean, the only reason that you're going to see Blitz go back is because they didn't see anyone trying to push through that mid-smoke, but it's still going to be to the back of your mind. And Imperial, this is not a round that originally they should have been winning. This is not a bad nade on top of No Way, but it's still a 5 versus 3. MongolZ will need a massive multi-kill if they want to steal this one away. Thankfully for them, Imperial don't have an abundance of util, but they still have 1 flash and a couple smokes to use going for that short play.
Another good HE for Blitz, chunking away at Descenti's HP bar. This means 4 out of 5 players are tagged for Imperial. Going to be weakened when they make their way into this A-bomb site. The long flank of Vinny may catch one player off guard. Another HE from Blitz. Still not able to get the kills, but it weakens them again for the AK Mazina to strike for 2. Looking for the triples and all 30 seconds remaining. The long player is marked off by Blitz. Very wonderfully done there for him. And Mazina will find Phelps in the meantime. Try alone, 1 versus 3. What could have been a winnable round for Imperial, unfortunately, goes right down the drain. MongolZ continue the streak.
It's a fantastic recovery as well. It's the MongolZ just giving us a really good example of the fact that they are a pretty composed team. Even though they're really young, even though they're not a European squad, the amount of international LANs they've played so far this year is making them look like a really well-drilled team, right? Even though it's 3v5, you slow it down, you recognize that's not a forest fight, it's just a half fight. They're not going to have a lot of utility. We're still going to have the advantage when it comes down to the weaponry as well. And that utility damage was instrumental. The MongolZ so far, the second best team when it comes down to utility usage in general, whether it be the damage or the flash assists in that entire event. You're looking at 30 util damage nearly per round for them, which is a great number, by the way. It's something like 29.1. Yeah, eyes on those HEs dropped into our CT. Imperial are going to have a really tough time outplaying the MongolZ when it comes down to the timing of those.
Trying to get ahead of the curve here. Blitz is going to find Phelps towards the longhouse fight. Good opening again for the Mongolian squad. A double orb set up in for Senzu and Mazina as well. Trizorb is going to find the first frag on Senzu to return fire on that 4 versus 4. That does leave Technical a little bit isolated here towards the B bomb site. His teammate's going to fight back from CT spawn, or he's going to go massive, and he almost does. The Senti trades him, holds down the bomb site as a result here. 3 on 3. No one going to challenge mid, so MongolZ to set up for the retake.
This is not going to be an easy one, though. Blitz is already low on HP. You don't have a single smoke. You have a Molotov, an HE, and a flash. If you don't get a kill early on, I mean, a safe could be an option here as well.
Oh, Mazina is pushing in the smoke. A lot of coverage of that smoke. Thanks to the CT anti-smokes, and they get those 2 kills in quick. Trying on towards backlines. Blitz got to pick up an AK and try and fight back from a little bit harder cover. Flashbang turning, try back at a position. He misses a shot, and Blitz will swing for the triple. Very fast turnaround there for the MongolZ.
This is already looking terrifying, by the way. This is the MongolZ just playing every single situation textbook wise, and that's the conversation that me and you had before we jumped onto broadcast, right? And I told you I didn't know what to expect out of today. The one thing I'm hoping for, we're gonna see Counter-Strike that makes a lot more sense. So far the MongolZ have not been doing anything superficial. They haven't been doing anything extra. They've just been doing everything that they should, right? Playing the percentages. And as we said, a 3 versus 3 retake onto the B bomb side. You probably have to initiate the first contact before the T's get comfortable in post plans. So the moment that you hear that tap of the bomb, you know you gotta be going. But you didn't really make a lot of noise, right? You're waiting for your players to get up close in person, on the edges of the smokes, then the flashes go over, then they go out. It just limits the time that Imperial are going to have to react. And that early tactical timeout, this is a really worrying sign. The MongolZ are showing great level of comfort right now. Imperial, what, 10 kills in 5 rounds? And this is across all 5 players.
None of those 10 kills have equated to a round itself, which is the most important number Imperial currently lack in. 5-0 for the MongolZ on the CT side. And again, just in case you're joining us, this is Imperial's own map pick. Need to get something going soon enough to contest this against the MongolZ.
Bottom line is, they could find themselves in a pretty sticky situation unless they start winning rounds ASAP.
Summed it up pretty nicely. Double orbs remain for the MongolZ side. Cannot get brought in by Try on Imperial, who did land a pretty decent opening pick towards mid. Then do it to suffer towards that, but not on this particular occasion. Norway's going to take that mid aggression again and start pressing up towards this short take. Good Molotov timing there from the CT side. I'm just going to block him from actually getting up to the stairs angle.
Yeah, it's minute 15. You haven't seen anything. You don't have eyes on middle. Nothing's happening on B. Nothing's happening on long. You just deploy that Molotov, keep them at bay for a little bit longer. And as of right now, Imperial are trying to play that slow default that actually worked out really nicely yesterday against NAP, but MongolZ are just not giving them anything. And that's going to be another HE that's not directly on the money, but still does a little bit of chip damage.
Well, 2 more as well towards spawn for Blitz. They're going to put one out towards the mid doorways, and good for Imperial to counteract that, aware that they must have dropped some of those HEs into the spawn angle, and will just opt to let Blitz waste them away. So not as effective in this round as it was in previous ones. They start walking mid to be 30 seconds on the clock. A resmoke comes down towards spawn just to make sure that angle is covered. Another HE still available for Blitz. Opens it up. Burst fire from range will get a kill, and Techno is caught with his back turn. Senzu on the back of Plat. Engagements coming in towards the tunnels. 15 seconds on the clock for the bombs to get planted.
Oh.
Good flick on Phelps with the Senti. Very fast trade back, and Try will get the bomb down.
This is probably going to be even more difficult than the previous one. No smokes to isolate in towards the doors and the window, though, and Decenty, it's all on him. If he wins that fight, then it's on. But Mizinho, so quick on the trigger, and now they're going to go for the retake.
Try posted open in the bomb site. Vinny's going to have to protect him here from the exact same position that the AWP fell to the CT side. Orbs in on Blitz. Mizinho tagged. 9-10. Got to do a lot of heavy lifting because Mizinho is down quick. Flashes will come forward to the CT side. 9-10 is going to evade them. Start moving on to site, but they're running out of time here. Blitz is caught by Try. 9-10 needs to try and back off and save his weapon. He will take one more player out of the round. Maybe even look for the hunt on Try. Actually get him as well.
That's great.
And recover an AK. So it does become expensive for Imperial. However, at last, they've broken a cycle. They have their first round.
Yeah, I mean, you get that round, and it feels like this is going to be, at least for the first couple rounds, what could work out here for Imperial, right? Really, really slow, makes it difficult to read, and then going in for a B finish. This is what we saw yesterday as well on multiple occasions, and it makes it really difficult to read unless the CTs get aggressive in towards long, in towards short, in towards the B extremities, because they don't really know if it's going to be a B split. They don't really know if it's going to be a short exit towards the end there. Still great effort by the MongolZ. I mean, you get all 5 kills. The money on Imperial is not great. They just won a round, and they're going to be going into this one with 3 Galils, a Scout, and a MAC-10.
To show exactly how expensive that round can get, and Mizinho's going to punish him for it. Phelps on 8, no way. The MAC-10 dropped first and foremost, and really just within the first 15 or seconds of the round. MongolZ extremely effective with punishing Imperial's attemptive setups, basically, just to take any sort of map control away from them. It somehow faces resistance, whether it be through nades, whether it be through directive engagements. MongolZ always seem to find an answer.
Yeah, they do, right? It just doesn't feel like they're giving Imperial anything. They're not ready to give them. Just how they will. Decenty, though. That's a massive pickup in towards middle. That's going to draw a line between the defenses, and it's going to isolate Techno. It might make them a little bit more nervous, but it's not really going to help if you keep losing players in towards long.
Spray through from Mizinho onto that smoke. Try's going to get right back to another automatic weapon. Swap up from the Scout and Try fight from range all alone here towards long. A smoke comes down to the CT side. Just ensure that there's no real active pressure there from the T bases, even if it doesn't cover off all of long. Meanwhile, fights from Decenti, fighting on towards the bomb site. It doesn't get even that much damage on Techno. Mizinho found Try in the meantime, so this player back at spawn. Phelps, 8 HP, got tagged up so early in the round and won't be able to have much of a round left to begin with. 6 for the MongolZ. Minimums hit on the CT side, and they've made it look really easy.
They really are, right? It feels so simple. It doesn't even feel like the rounds are close. I mean, you're thinking about the rounds that Imperial have been able to make a little bit competitive. It's, first of all, the retake that MongolZ made work on the B-bomb side. That was because Try was able to sneak out middle and find a kill. That seems to be the only thing that is working out. This round, No Way did it. Gets a kill, or Decenty did it, sorry. Gets a kill. Doesn't find anything more than that, though, even though it was a really important kill, and they actually isolated the B player. We had that conversation yesterday. Imperial is that type of a team that is just going to spread around and go for a fight simultaneously, and most of the time, the majority of the time, the individuals know how to react based on what's going on the other side of the map from their teammates, right? But the problem is, when you're just losing those fights, even if you occasionally win one of them, when the reactions from the MongolZ are so good, when the individuals are playing with so much confidence, when they're looking so sharp, I mean, the fact that you're making contact doesn't really open any space on the other side of the map if you're just losing fights.
Imperial just continue to struggle to get those fights. Decenti trying to fire blind with that Deagle. It's one of 4 pistols brought back from this round. Of course, Phelps saved the Galil from the previous one, and the money troubles continuing from Imperial. We're going to start to see more rounds going the way of the MongolZ side. Try is caught by Senzu in from mid. A good strike, good kill, good start once again for the CT side.
Yep. A nice one to Yuto as well. 2 smokes, 3 flashes left. You've just lost Decenty as well in towards middle. They're just being picked apart everywhere they go.
Every single round. 2 to the good on the man advantage. Almost 3 with Phelps is tagged down towards 4 HP. Does get Senzu at least with 1 trading frag, but a little bit more needs to be taken if Imperial want to stand a chance of making this round happen. The rifle was dropped in spawn, so no way and Vinny cannot pick it up.
No Molotov for Goose as well. You can't force Mizzino out of position, and Diop is going to be in a great spot to take first point of contact.
Yeah, 9-10 starts leaning forward. They actually managed to overwhelm Mizzino anyway. 9-10 with a shot back on No Way, but the plant is on site.
Okay.
And Phelps is going to get blitzed to a 2 versus 2. 4 points of health still for the man. 9-10. Waiting for someone to prop out from the bomb site. He must be able to plant it for sure or plant it behind big box. That much is information that is going to be known here to MongolZ.
It's all on Phelps. If he goes down too early, though, Techno coming in from CT spawn, and Vinny's just tucked behind the bomb side. It's just so claustrophobic, and there goes the kill. And now they've spotted him. Now they know exactly where Vinny is. It has to be the in-game leader. Tech9, first headshot acquired. That's a really snappy shot. And it's just 1 more to find, but 9-10 denies. Plenty of time for the defuse. Imperial come really close, but it's another one on the CT side. Imperial just can't catch a break.
Yeah, what an impactful steal that could have been for the Imperial side and all. And they played it as best as they could, but that HP difference really caught up to them. Phelps fell so quickly on shore, and the last man on site, I mean, he was on like, I think a similar number to what 9-10 was on.
Yeah.
Remember that USP was good enough to get the quick kill in, and it's just those early round shenanigans, those early round setbacks. Didn't keep it all held together. See again how 9-10 got it from Vinny's perspective.
You finally get a good timing. You finally catch a timing because 9-10 was not ready. Ideally, when you have that CT side set up in towards the A-bomb side, you'd want 9-10 to get the first point of contact, even if he misses the shot, and then the rifle from Goose can swing, right? They were able to isolate the Goose rifle. 9-10 missed the timing. He still got a kill, but it doesn't really make a difference when you lose your player on the bomb side. So this is that type of a round where we can say Imperial were actually able to catch the MongolZ off guard a little bit, and they still lose it.
Half advantage guaranteed by the MongolZ. Imperial back up on their weapon buys. They've at least caught the economy down to a point where they could try and push MongolZ to a couple of ecos and force buys. Need to win a round to actually set that up in the first place. Fling opportunity available for Imperial, but they haven't shown me enough to indicate that they're going to make it work for them. Descenti has caught Techno, so that's a bit more of an encouraging sign. The AWP of 9-10 is seen too. Damn near caught No Way with the bomb on his back. Plunge right in towards Try, who does catch him a little bit too aggressive there in mid. 2-man advantage for Imperial this time.
Yeah, now they're going to be a little bit more invested to try and support middle. This is opening up the possibility of a B play once again. You know Senzu's going to be all alone.
Molly's to suppress. Phelps going to start to push forward to that smoke. The footsteps were heard, so you know that he's out here somewhere. Literally get caught on the reload, and Phelps can turn. Zeno helps out Senzu, keeps him in play. And Descenti is watching for that doorway entrance, starting to creep forward. The HGs on Senzu will not help the situation. Zeno will need to come in and provide support, or they're going to have to call in a save.
I mean, ideally, you'd want to call a save. Thing is, Senzu just can't get out of here, right? He's trapped. And Mizzino's thinking about a way to actually help him out, but best thing you can do is just stick around. Worst part is they know they have him locked in. Decenti now spots him out. Senzu actually walks back. Decenti might not be ready for this. It's all about the damage as well. The T's don't really have enough money as well to afford losing too many members. Thankfully, No Way is there to collect the kills. So, yeah, Imperial finally get one on the board. Because of how close some of those rounds have been, the MongolZ are going to be struggling financially. So, this one round, this could be the way back here for the Brazilians.
Like I said, the opportunity could open up with a reset, and they found their round win to just get that. The AWP staying in will provide a little bit of weapon possibility for the MongolZ side, but it is first stage loss bonus because of the number of rounds they've run in a row. You can see the drop weapons. They can get another M4 from Marcel from Mizzino, but Senzu's on a Deagle. Techno's only going with USP and Kevlar. Eventually goes up to 5-7 as well. So it's definitely not the most ideal situation for the MongolZ side. Imperial will both find themselves in with a third and a fourth. Already damage done to Phelps early.
This is still terrifying, though. The B play is probably their best option. What happens if Techno wins one fight, though? And I don't think No Way really wants to find out.
5-7. Baits in the AWP shot. I don't know if he saw No Way from that position. Senzu revealed. Descenti with the kill. Blitz starts swinging in with the M4, but Descenti can deal with it very quickly. The drop rifle dealt with. Orb of 9-10 coming in towards mid, going to be challenged onto Descenti, and actually Descenti loses that fight, so there's one pick back. But there's not much to make a difference here. They're starting to press on towards the A-bomb site. 2 players from long. Mazzino held back behind smokes to try and deal with him. No way's ready for 9-10 to push forward towards his mid door again. He does do so. Oh, almost gets baited by the AK. Eventually that kill comes forward. Techno's 5-7, also known about, and going to be isolated and dealt with. Now towards the site defensive of Mazzino. He gets overwhelmed by Phelps. There's no further threat in the MongolZ here.
Yeah, fantastic impact there from No Way and Decenty, right? We praised him for the amount of times that they were able to actually walk out of middle, get a couple opening kills this time. Decenty locking down the first 2 fights. 9-10 does everything that he could under those circumstances. If he has that kill onto No Way, that would have been a crazy round until the end. But Imperial finally showing some teeth here. Might have taken them a little bit too long to get back into this one. And actually, a fun little fact. If you're talking about the MongolZ and their games against Brazilian teams, they are currently on a 2 best-of-3 losing streak against Brazilian teams, both of them against Spain. The last Brazilian team they were able to beat was Legacy, and that was at the Copenhagen Major. So it's been a long time.
Well, MongolZ still hold the lead here against Imperial in this matchup.
Yeah, you know what's the thing? I honestly believe Brazilian teams have a good matchup against the MongolZ, even though the MongolZ play fundamentally good Counter-Strike, which a lot of the times could, I guess, punish you for being a little bit more wild. The fact that Imperial is a little bit harder to predict, the fact that they're going to be taking a lot more space, they're going to be going for a lot more fights. Yeah. If you're the MongolZ, you're spending time in Europe, you're playing international events, you're trying to learn how to play proper Counter-Strike, right? Play the percentages, make the safe calls. Even if you had good individuals, try and be on par with some of the best teams in the world. And then a wild Imperial comes into the mix, and they're just running around. Phelps is pushing smokes. Decenty and No Way are walking out middle on timings. And at times, it could become a pretty difficult beast to tame, if you know what I mean.
We've seen that wildness over the course of the week, so it's a fair point to make. Imperial are only one team that's brought that wild factor to the server. Orps in against the M4s of the CT side. 9-10 going to strike first of his M4 kill on Vinny and try set in with his teammates coming in towards the tunnels. HG's to open the smoke. A player at lower. The Senzu might find a flank. The Molotovs on Techno. They're going to extend towards that corner. Yes, they will. They'll spam him, but he'll get away alive.
Yeah, a little bit lucky there. He would have died with a Molotov, a flash in hand as well. That wouldn't have been perfect, but they were still containing them, and they haven't really spotted Senzu. He's getting a lot of information. He knows he's got at least 1 or 2 players contained in towards the tunnels.
Got no support towards mid, so he almost got caught on timing there. Finds No Way. Descenti evades the spray, gets the kill back, and maintains that man advantage. It doesn't extend for the MongolZ side, but they're still ahead by a player. Techno and 9-10 are low here, however. If they get found out, then they could be falling rather quickly here. You notice that both players are on the mid to be defensive. Mazzino in AK barrel. Phelps is going to shoulder bait it. Second engagement not quite landing. Third one sees him dropping out towards the pit.
Yeah, now he can call for support. He's got plenty of veto as well. That lower push does find so much information. Mazzino's actually going to play ahead of the smoke. Phelps is going to have no idea this is a possibility. Mazzino is just playing such confident Counter-Strike. That's a big find from Try, but still, I mean, you probably gotta go B. You're still not gonna be feeling safe about it. You know Techno's still there.
An half HP as well to defend against. Hiding behind the big box. Flashbangs coming in against him. Sensi checking position. Techno's overwhelmed. And the plant can be secured. Orp have tried seeing one player beyond the smoke and lines up the adjustment towards Blitz. It's all on Mazzino now, quickly making his way in from the tunnels. Descenti's there to cut him off with a triple in the round, and Imperial will recover 5 at the turn of the half.
Okay, now we can start getting fired up. Now we have a game on our hands. At least after the first couple rounds, it just felt like the MongolZ were going to run over Imperial, right? But you're looking at the recovery. I mean, that was a 7-1 lead in favor of the MongolZ, and Imperial is still able to get 5 rounds towards the end. And big up to Decenty for the good form. We had a conversation about him yesterday. He's been the young man to watch in that Imperial team alongside Try, probably. So far this event, great impact being shown by both of them. And we talked about the exponential, but still pretty logical and pretty gradual growth that we've seen in Decenty's level of play. He just looks like a much more complete player than when you, I don't know, compared with his performances from 1 year ago. And this is how you know that this guy's got a high ceiling. He didn't just come into the big scene spike up, have a massive tournament, and then go absolutely silent. No, he's been gradually just becoming better and better. And you can tell he's not uncomfortable playing against some of the better teams, right? Even if, for example, the wild plays of Phelps are not going to work against well-drilled top 10 teams. For decency, it doesn't seem to be making a difference.
Well, he's one of the top impact difference makers right now for Imperial in this map. Without his efforts, I don't think they would have recovered those 5. That's important to their campaign, because at one point it was looking particularly easy for the Mongols. Imperial to recover what was a 7-1 at one point is all important to their CT side now as they move over to in the second half of their map pick. And again, Imperial, very important map pick to win over the Mongolian camp. Julie set in on Phelps and Descenti on the defensive line. Descenti is the man towards the B site.
Both teams, by the looks of things, just playing those default pistols, by the way, just spread around, waiting to see if the CTs are going to throw something at them. And Phelps is, in a way, throwing something at them. Aggressive positioning towards lower. The sense to clear him out, though. That's the big question. Absolutely clears him out. He rocked his world. Stunning shot. Descenti and Vinny moving up. Julie seeing Glock taking a frag back for Techno, trying to double up. No, Vinny takes it right back, swaps up to the Julies. Recovers them from Descenti's casualty, because that could have been both set to Julie's being taken out. Now he holds inside of the tunnels here. Will the Mongols look around this corner? Sendu certainly feels like he wants to. Vinny going to take a directive fight, and Sendu's going to overwhelm him. The B site is completely collapsed, and Blitz is there to cut rotations in from mid. They may well be coming out from CT spawn. A player to extend towards long, but yeah, I think you're right. Just hold on to the Kevlar and the utility as you can. It's absolutely pointless. Yeah, and the worst part about all of this, Imperial didn't have a bad setup. With Phelps' position, the moment that he gets challenged and killed, you're just thinking, okay, they had a default. They were starting to walk away in towards lower and probably up short. That's why you see the double push. Always, also, the moment that you lose that mid player, you're always going to look for a reaction somewhere on the map, because your forces are divided pretty much, right? You have those 2 B players that are isolated. They have no one to support them towards middle. So if they wait out for long enough, they could get split on. So they need to push tunnels. It's just by design. Absolutely perfectly played by the Mongols.
Even look to take these last couple of players out. No Way will not carry his Kevlar into the next round. So that's a little bit of investment that they won't be able to relieve in the force buy if they so choose to do so. Might make those force buy particulars probably unviable for Imperial now. Especially on the CT side with no catch bonuses. The Mongols establish 9 on their board. That's what they're looking for in the eco, and the 4-round deficit to ensue to really put the pressure on the Imperial side when their first set of rifles come out here.
Yeah, we should be looking at 9 for sure. And an interesting angle, by the way, going into this game. Those are actually the 2 best pistol round teams in the event so far. The Mongols have won 87.5% of their pistols, and they've never lost a conversion, by the way, after winning the pistol round. Now the percentage is going to be even higher because they've picked above here. Imperial, a little bit lower than that, but still, usually quite good when it comes down to the pistols. So far, completely shut, completely denied.
Easy pickings for them. Mac 10 of Blitz looking for his payday. Doesn't quite get all of it, but that's more than fine. A Mac 10 loss to the T side will not be too much of a massive concern. Imperial, again, hunting for the weapon buys, hunting for the rifle invest, and trying to get that rifle invest into success, because at this point, you start looking at the outset of where you could be at if you're the Mongols and realize that 11-5 could be our next rifle round scoreline. And for Imperial, the comeback at that position, very, very tough to ask for here. They've got all their automatics, M4s across the board.
Yep, early fight in towards long, flashes go high. Yuto should be able to keep 9-10 at bay. He still does manage to get a little bit of chip damage inflicted onto Phelps. Interestingly enough, if you're Imperial right now, you're just playing to be able to get that AVP in the hands of Tri. You gotta buy him enough time. DCT, Senzu had his nades out, and DCT will capitalize, gets a double.
5-on-3 established. He doesn't quite get caught by Blitz. He was looking like he may have been done. He falls back away from the upper tunnels and in towards the B bomb site. Mongols cannot seem to give chase. I protect that bomb as well there from Blitz. Imperial just hunker down, knowing they don't have to make any further pushes against the T side, who will form up for that B execution.
Decent is just awful to play against. Finds that double, spots out the bomb, jiggles with them all. So quick switch. Actually, he will go down because of it. Comes back to bite him. Thankfully, Vinny was there to support, but now he's going to be all alone, and it's a 1v1 between the IGLs. If Blitz gets that kill, this is the B bomb side secured here, and the MongolZ might have a shot, but Vinny just playing this one perfectly with the off-angle Blitz. Completely oblivious to it. There's just Mizzino left. A 1v4. It's all about the damage. First kill found. Not going to be ready for the second player in towards CT, and that will be Phelps securing the round for Imperial. So, first things first, you get a buy round on the CT side. You finally make it look a little bit more comfortable. And guess what? Who's the hero again? It's Decenty.
Yeah. Just the man of the hour, it seems, for the Imperial side. Highlighting him earlier about his development over the last year within this roster, and that development has shown up several times over the course of this competition, and now here we are. He's the difference maker. 12 on the board, top fragger for the CT side. The insertion so quickly into the lower tunnels again. He found so much success with it in the previous round. Is he going to find success this time as well, or will he get punished by the T's? They're putting smokes down for an early execution. He's about to come in for a retake. Vinny, you're right. AK in his hands. He's going to get caught off so quickly. The Senti will move, realize no one's here towards tunnels, but needs a trading frag to give his teammates a chance to retake, and Blitz offers it up.
Yeah, this one kill was going to make them go for the retake. It's still not going to be an easy one, but at least they have an abundance of util to work with.
Good HE, keep the Senti low, but two nades come back from Phelps and try against Mizzino. 9-10, going to get forced out by another incendiary of the CT basis. The Senti well known about back there towards the tunnels. A deeper smoke starts coming in to try block off open sight vision. Senzu gets the kill on Noway. 9-10, there's not nowhere to look, and Senzu continues to suppress. We're down to 2 men on the Imperial side. Less than half the timer remains, and they need that backup. They need the Senti to come and make a play, because Try's getting spammed down. Senzu through that smoke has got himself a triple. They know exactly where the Senti is. He's got to run away with the AK, because the MongolZ have responded in kind.
This is just a B play on Dust 2 in a nutshell, by the way. You're on the T side. You get a 4v4 post plant. It's even a 3v4 in the end. You have 2 smokes and a Molotov. The CTs have full belts of utility. They get a kill with a double HE. They have the Molotovs. They have the flashes. Imperial playing perfectly. 2 smokes in towards the door and 1 Molotov window. And they just can't get in. Senzu's just standing on the other side of the smoke, spamming them down. They just can't get in the bomb side. Decenty does so much work there. That's the reason Vinny had no further support as well. You just feel a lot safer when you have Decenty in towards lower. But what can you really do about this one? I mean, it was straight up impossible for Imperial to even think about retaking that bomb side.
Bottlenecked, and the MongolZ just kept spraying through on that position. Senzu now up to top frag, 17 kills on his board. MongolZ continuing to pressurize the Imperial camp, who are taking the conservative approach to the economy game here. 1 AK save for Decenty, and SMG brought in by Phelps, but it's all to protect for the max loss bonus by Vinny. Revealing himself with that USP, but a pistol on a solo defensive on the B bomb site needs to get a miracle out of this. There's no backup on the way. 19 HP, found so quick. Decenty is quickly to rotate back. He can't land the headshot he requires, and he's going to get caught again through the smoke. That's the 4th kill Senzu's got for that exact same position, that exact same angle, and that exact same doorway. 5 on 2.
Can Senzu just chill out a little bit? That's too much, man. He just found a triple in the previous round in the same way, and now he's found another one. 9-10 double on the AVP. This is looking great for the MongolZ right now. B play just couldn't hold on. And if you're Imperial, you would have ideally wanted to go for a force buy in the previous one, but not on Dust 2. As we said, you just want to give Try one opportunity. Give him at least 1 buy round where he has the AVP on Dust 2. I mean, Dust 2 is supposed to be an Oper's paradise. Try is going to get 1 shot at having the big green to turn that entire game around, essentially.
For a guy you said was quiet earlier on in the tournament, has had his moments still.
He hasn't had chances here. I'm not even going to fault him. He's been completely isolated from the game. He had, if you can think about the first half, he actually had 2 moments where he was able to just walk out of middle and get an opening kill, right? So impact-wise, Try has actually done everything that he could have, but the MongolZ have not been given him any chances.
Up on the AWP, one of the 2 bottom fraggers of the Imperial side. Maybe this is the weapon to turn it all around for him. The boost of 9-10 in from Suicide will try and spot for Try, but he's focused on that short access. They're coming in towards tunnels real quick as a result. The Orpa could get caught. He does find 9-10, but look at how fast Blitz shuts him right back down.
This is just good coordination, right? The swing comes out of middle. I mean, 9-10 goes down, but they're just so quick down the lower tunnels. Now letting the Orpa get out of position, and Decenty once again might have to be the difference maker. First kill secured. Has to be careful not to get refragged though, and nothing he can do about it. And now Phelps is in a whole lot of trouble. Blitz with a double kill out of nowhere.
No Way taking the pick back. Blitz down. Mizzino caught next. Techno runs into No Way and gives them No Way into the bomb site. A triple for the man. An Imperial, a miracle moment, a hero when they needed one.
Yeah, that's right. You can say that one again. They really need a hero. And it's been the rifles. It's been Decenty. It's been No Way. Blitz with a phenomenal play. Just not ready for No Way to be that close, up close and personal, getting 1-2 and a third. 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1. This is the strength of Imperial, but it's still such a long way to go. At least we're starting to see some of that early try impact. That's twice in a row he's been able to take down 9-10.
Frag up for Try. Another opening start for him to try and generate that extra impact on the AWP. Neutralized by the Mongols, but finally getting a chance to strike back through the smoke here at the Longhouse. Norway is going to win out HP advantage over Mizzino as well. Molotovs to ensure that Techno can't peek ahead of the position. He will get forced right out. So Mongols resisted a lot by the Imperial side, and they're pushing in for extra map control. Descenti on the boost, finding Senzu. Mongols are down to 3.
I mean, you're already thinking about a safety for the Mongols, by the way. The question is if Imperial are going to let you, and if Imperial are actually going to give you a way back. Decenty, that could be a bit of an over-aggression here.
Low HP, but still finds Blitz. Double up not quite secured. But with that 1-for-1 trade in that particular exchange, it means that ultimately they still stand at a 2-man advantage here for Imperial. So Mongols not going to continue their pace back into the tunnels. If they got that kill clean without losing a man, then maybe you could see them pressing onto the B side, but they have seemingly decided for the save.
Yeah, you go for the play if you get the kill without Decenty finding anything. The moment that he gets this one, you know you're just calling it off. And this is a really important one for Imperial, by the way. I'll say, I mean, even though the Mongols will be able to hold on to the AVP and the AK and a little bit of Uto, Imperial are quite happy with it. Try and remember the last time Imperial were able to win a full-on 5v round with 4 people surviving. I think that might be the first time, by the way, come to think of it.
I mean,
it's such a clean round.
I can tell you for certain that the majority of the rounds have been struggles to the point where it has been an expensive game for Imperial. The Mongols conceding one back may indeed set them up for a decent economical advantage here for the CT side. And especially as well, the notion that the next round that you lose to Mongols is going to be the map point round. Something that the Brazilians will need to fend off from this point on.
Yeah, especially in the grand scheme of things going into the series, as we said multiple times. You don't win this round, or this map, sorry, if you're Imperial. You're probably in no man's land going into that second one as well. You just rely on the Mongols to be able to... I mean, not... Even if it's not fully dominate Mirage, because it's still a good map for the Brazilians, still play a good enough game of Counter-Strike to be able to get the win. Especially if you look at the teams that the Mongols have lost to on Mirage. I mean, the most recent one was Eternal Fire, and the only one in the last couple of months as well. Some of the best in the world struggle on that map against them. And if you're Imperial, you want to have that extra bit of insurance going into Mirage, knowing that you have those 2 in the back. Now you're finally showing a little bit of potential for that to happen. It's not a done deal yet, but especially if you're able to convert this round, the Mongols are going to be stuck with no money to work with. So you could be looking at 10 rounds on the board for Imperial. This is the way back.
Yeah, they have forced the issue to keep the economy state in line. Great nade from Try. Oh, landing
perfect.
Right at the feet of 9-10 and Mizzino. Less than 50, almost 40 in the case of Mizzino here. Folks start coming out towards the elbow and short positions. Incendiary from Try is going to land just between the 2 smokes. Try and suppress HEs. Are going to try and get engrossed in. Try, good shot. Mizzino down. 3 players remaining. 2 left with Phelps' kill. The jump up from Techno does allow a returning frag on that AK's part, and Phelps is going to get pushed out of the bomb site with the CT smoke. So the plant can be secured. Mongols have been given that much breathing room, But 2-man advantage from Imperial here. They're going to need to start trading soon enough on the T-side basis, and they might be going in quick for this retake. Flash in already. AK from range. Taken down. Techno. Phelps has got that kill. 9-10. Cannot hit the shot on the player on the site. Phelps, wonderful shooting. Triple from him. And Imperial continue up to 9.
All right, now we're starting to see some of the individual prowess coming from the individuals of Imperial, and that's the reason that we were praising them so much, by the way, the last couple of days, right? It just feels like every single time Imperial starts struggling from a team point of view, then there's going to be someone coming in massively. And Try, this is another opening kill. This is what, 3? Only on the CT side. You combine it with 2 on the T side. This is 5 opening kills from the AVP of Try. He's been playing a great game. I know the numbers might not show it. I know Imperial still might be in a disadvantage. He might not be the top fragger in the server. Impact-wise, those 11 kills of Try have opened up the game for Imperial so much.
Yeah, definitely. Tacticals in from the Mongols now because they're starting to get threatened a bit more. Even with the bomb plant bonus, they're not available for the full-blown investment. You did see 1 AK out from them, but do they want to commit to that hero weapon?
I just realized that, by the way, Argentine Counter-Strike so far has been superior in the Thunderpick.
Yeah.
I mean, we have Try, who's been having... By the way, interestingly enough, this is his best event of the year. That's not an open qualifier so far. And then you're looking at Thomason, you're looking at Bestia. It's not only Brazil, man. And look at that nade. You absolute thief. You just stole away all the HP. Look at Senzu. Poor him. He hasn't seen anything. He's already down to 23.
Gotta go push ahead of that fire as well. Deagle trying to fight from range. Mongol trying to pick up the pace, and Senzu is quick to go down. They force the issue here. MongolZ Descenti with another decent pick. Phelps is just as blind as the T side to that flashbang, and Nowhere comes in with bonus support. 9-10 Deagle with a strike back. Phelps unable to connect a good spray. Now both T side players have rifles. Vinny's isolated. 1 and transfers back to the second. Maintain some confidence on Imperial. 3 players hold their lives, and MongolZ again, they force sport in that round. So as Imperial get up to number 10, they, without the bomb plant bonus, can't afford to buy again.
Yeah, this is slipping right through their fingers, right? And as you pointed out, that was the full investment. They got everything that they could in this round. And it wasn't much, but you still used all the dollars in the bank accounts. And it's just multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill from Imperial. Again, impact from Try early on. Utility perfectly placed from Imperial. And Vinny with a double to close it out is just... multi-kills for everyone. It's No Way, it's Phelps, it's Try, it's Decency, it's Vinny. Imperial are just playing some really solid CS on the CT side here. And it just feels like his day and night when you compare it to the first 8 rounds of the first half here. And the first couple rounds as well of the second. I mean, let's not forget, this is Imperial that has lost both pistol rounds and the conversions. In an MR12, we know how important that is. Don't make me read out the percentages from yesterday again. Imperial, if they're able to steal away this map, I know it's their map pick, but still, it would be quite impressive considering how well things started for the MongolZ, both on their CT and the T side.
Yeah, Imperial have played from the back foot this entire time. So that could all be about to change here. Even the MongolZ in this investment, it is kind of heavy-handed. Down to $1,000 for Senzu. 1,200 for 3 of the other players. 45 seconds for the hit to come through, and they've established themselves up in mid in the tunnels, but not pushed in to engage the Imperial side. When they do go for that hit, you know it's got to be fast-paced, and a perfect smoke there from Vinny at the right moment. So this mid to B player is going to distract him enough to turn away from the bomb carrier and his backup at the right moments. The AK spray, Manic will come up good against 9-10. Get forced on a reload, got backup there at the AWP. Try seeing that bomb. Descenti with a kill from mid will fight in support. Try gets Techno, Descenti got splits, and this Deagle to Senzu is all that remains. 1v5, 1 pick found, no more than that. Imperial hold the line, hold their nerve, hold against the pistol players, and even up on the board. We're 11 apiece now on Dust 2.
Yeah, the Brazilian wall is just in the server right now on Dust 2. Look at that defense. Try with the AVP. Vinny as well. You pointed out the timing on the smoke was perfect. He goes for the spam, finds the first kill, turns around and towards middle. Good communication. They were just not caught off guard by the fact that there was pistols already out middle and storming their way into the B bomb site. This is Imperial showing some great tenacity right now.
There's a ton of work to be done. They've already put in a hard day's effort just to get this map back to winnable position. MongolZ, quick in, try into Senti, quick shots, quick returns. As Senzu and Blitz don't even get away with a HP's worth of damage against the CT side. They're extending further here. They've got bomb control and everything. AK swapped up to maybe the Senti could get flanked out from the mid players. Maybe Techno could catch him with his back turn towards that position. The AK looks to fight, and Techno takes him down.
Finally, you get that refrag. Finally, you're able to deal a decent in towards the lower tunnels, but Try is out of dodge, and this is the big problem. You're still working with a man disadvantage, and you have no idea where the AVP is going to be posted. It's been such a long time, and look at him. Started the round in towards lower. Now he's on A. Gotta be careful.
9-10 heard those USP shots and tried to see if he could punish it, but ultimately it didn't work. Timing good enough for Try. HG's at the ready for Phelps. Open the gap. Techno's turned away from it. Mizzino's not seen either, but they know that he must be somewhere towards the mid door. Second HG. Mizzino is not quite seen. Techno is. The headshot comes through. Now Vinny is pressured once again. Bats up towards the forward wall, and they're both going to make their way in from the window. Kill found. Second player adjusted for damage, but Techno gets away with a trade. Now needs to get himself 2 more for the full-blown ace in this round. And the CTs will take their time on the setup.
All alone in the clutch. Techno, a couple Molotovs to open up a little bit of space. Both CTs coming in from different positions. This could give him an opportunity.
Flashbangs in. Incendiary is close to bomb site, but not to Techno's exact position. CT's walking out. Footstep turn. Try. Shoulder baited, but in the end comes up with the kill for it. And Imperial are the ones that are now on map point. MongolZ stood at 11 for so long, but they are unable to finish the job.
Could you believe it? Could you really see Imperial win 6 rounds in a row on that CT side? And this is absolutely instrumental. Try once again with a double. And even with Techno getting that kill in towards middle, even with him finding the refrag onto the B bomb side, they just played it to perfection. Toyed with him, made him feel contained, made him feel like he is the one that needs to initiate the fights, even though he was trapped towards the back of the bomb side. 12-11 Imperial get a map point.
11-6 scoreline turning into Imperial success as Phelps and No Way strike first out towards long. Tries Orb. Could well get caught towards this corner. He does at the right moment. Peeks back in. Doesn't connect that shot though. Got short access. In from 9-10. Try has no idea. And that AK spray is just going to whiff the first burst, but get that second player. Smokes involved from both sides. The Descenti got to make his way into a tradable position. Flashbangs turned away from, and the bomb carrier, he has no idea of Descenti's war, but he's watching the right place at the right time. And it seems like Imperial are not going to be allowed this just yet. It is 12 apiece. We're going to overtime on Dust 2.
Yeah, pretend you're surprised we're going into OT, by the way. Of course we will. Its elimination series is decider. The winner of this one is going to the LAN in Berlin in just a couple of days, and the loser is going out of the event. Of course, there's going to be bonus rounds. And after all the struggles, after all those rounds that Imperial made look flawless, in the last couple, the MongolZ strike back when they needed it the most. And you can see the disappointment on Try's face as well. He's been able to bring in so much impact. Even though you're looking at the 15 kills, you're saying, well, it doesn't feel like anything more special than the kills coming out of Phelps, Vinny, or everybody else on the team. He's been so instrumental, but in this specific round, he's unable to connect onto a single shot. Unaware of 9-10 coming out of short, and that could have been the difference maker. Probably would have been.
Yeah. If only they had someone able to defend mid. If only they had someone on that short presence.
You know what's the thing? Is I think the player, I think it was Vinny rotating away from B. He might have opened the smoke on middle and not seen anyone. He might have missed the timing on 9-10. Or because of how invested they were into the long fight, you just didn't think that 9-10 could be that quick up short. And for you not to know, I think he caught a timing between the second and the third rotation there.
Regardless of the reasons why, that one difference, that one position left unaccounted for is the reason why Imperial cannot take a 13-11 and lose the opening pick in our first round of the first overtime. 9-10 taking Try. Senzu, what a shot that is. Phelps has just been fragged fantastically. And they're making their way in against No Way. His rifle back behind the smoke, hearing all sorts of footsteps around him. 9-10, low HP. No Way's caught by the pistol player. Just barely known about Techno against the Senti next. Vinny trying to stand with a triple. But Senzu's already on the bomb site. A good effort from the lone holder. But ultimately, too much for Imperial to handle.
What a wild round that is. And if you're the Mongols, by the way, Imperial just called a tactical timeout. They probably talked about a couple days. That kill is absolute filth.
Disgusting.
That is... He himself got surprised he got that, by the way. I can tell you that much for free. He didn't realize he got the kill up until someone told him or he looked at the kill feed. He didn't know. And as I was saying, the Mongols calling such a quick round and being able to completely run over Imperial. I mean, look at the reaction. Imperial are just going to bring out the double ult. They don't want to allow the Mongols to think that they can just run around the map.
And Try is going to use it to great effect. Senzu caught the Sentinels all peeking in from the mid doorway. I think he caught... No, it actually blitzed that. Gets tagged up over towards the B tunnels by Vinny's blind sprays. So a kill and a half found by Imperial in the early round.
And that's a big lockdown. Not sure if they actually realized there's a second open play as well. Decent, he didn't fire a shot, did he? It was just Try getting that opening kill, so that double ult, still pretty much an element of surprise. And Imperial, they've been able to, and I can't believe I'm saying that, drag the Mongols into a slower round, which has been the more comfortable alternative for Imperial. It should be the other way around usually, but this time it's the Brazilians that actually prefer the slower paced Counter-Strike. Especially when they have that man advantage. And the question is, where do the Mongols want to go? CT smoke comes in, baiting out the Molotov. Might walk out middle, but you don't have anyone in towards the B extremity. So do you really want to go for the B split here, or are they going to go for it without a single player in towards that B tunnels?
Flashing the way forward, the Senti peeks in, gets killed off. HG's out towards CT. Spawn Mazzino gets Phelps, and now one man stands to the defensive. Vinny, good for a damageless kill against Techno, but now has two more T-side players to deal with, and Backup needs to get out here soon. Being cut off by 9-10. Vinny caught by Mazzino, but tries Orb, lands on Blitz. 2 versus 2. You still got a mid-course player. 9-10 lands on No Way, and it's all on Try now. M4 recovered, and knowing there's a player on the bomb site itself, the flashbang turned away from Try gets more blinded by that than the T-side players. Another flash onto 9-10, swinging into check for Mazzino here. Engaged the edge shot, looking for the AWP, knows he's out towards mid, but doesn't hit the kill that he requires. The Mongols on 14.
Oh, what a big round that is from 9-10. Try has been bested him so many times, and not yet, please. We're in overtime. Come on, no one's surrendered, no one's given up, no white flags in there. We gotta ask what the case is with that one, by the way, but back to the point. 9-10 has been... He's been offering a free lecture on how you should lurk with an OP, or as an OPer with a rifle. I don't believe I'm saying that. He's been such a good lurker in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, he's been very good.
They're just not ready. Oh, didn't take the shot. Oh,
what?
no!
No, Try! He tried to turn back towards the tunnels. I guess he must have heard a footstep and panicked. Either way, it's a casualty for the Mongol side. Imperial, they had directive line on that suicide boost. Now Phelps about to get flashed in, but there's 2 T-side players around here, Bomb Carrier and Orb. If they wait too long, they might have to take the fight completely dry, and Senzu's going to win it. The utility's too late for No Way, and Senzu's running him down. The Mongols back to their sheer levels of confidence in OT, about to take 3 on the trot, 4 if you include the last round of regulation. The Senti and Vinny need miracles. Now Vinny needs a miracle, because Mazzino's taking his backup, then the FAMAS can only take the one trade. Map point for the Mongols this time.
That Imperial CT side just hit rock bottom right there. That was so difficult. That's just so unlucky. I'm not sure. Did Try not think that he would get the kill, or he thought he actually took the shot there. Turns around, doesn't get the kill. The timing of the flash play as well into war short doesn't work. Phelps goes down straight away. The flash comes in. They know where the second player is. He's got his nades out. That one just fell apart there for Imperial, and this is such a difficult one to accept. If that Imperial team was a ship on Dust 2, well, that ship is going 11,000 meters down towards the ocean bottom right now. And I'm not sure if SpongeBob is going to be the one that you want to be looking at. Not under those circumstances.
Especially considering that they were on map point first. They had 12-11.
Yeah.
They had the chance to close, and the Mongols have brought it to this overtime. And since that point, Imperial have lost control of the return. They are playing from the back foot for pretty much all of regulation, and now they play from the back foot on the second half of this overtime. On Dust 2, their own pick in this series. The Mongols to win this could lock in a very solid 2-0. That is what Imperial are playing to avoid. Senzu, so aware of the boost that's come in time and again from the T-side lines. Is going to account for that. It's mostly been the MongolZ using it though. So Imperial just charge their way in towards mid. Vinny taking early damage towards the Longhouse challenge. Blind shots. He's down to half HP. Senzu gets the sense. He saw his second player as well.
Yeah, that's just so much information. And now you know they were trying to make their way up short, but it's the double AVP. I mean, yeah, obviously Senzu gets the kill. You're going to be ready for 9-10, but it doesn't make it easier. You still have to go out A probably. Look at the reaction from the MongolZ. They're just pushing tunnels right now. They're going to get so much real estate for free. And Imperial, they're just contained to wait for that short smoke.
I'll leave Senzu posted up in the tunnels as the mid-offensive starts here from the Imperial side. And Techno will be the man to receive it. We'll dive behind the B door boxes. Flash is in, will keep him blinded, but not to see the action of the T side. The HEs will confirm that no one's out in the open. The Imperial may readjust.
Yoper is still positioning towards the tunnels though, and he's moving forward. A little bit of damage done. He's heard the steps. They're not ready for Senzu. There goes the first one, and he's even got a Molotov. This one should be over. How do you get back into this round?
I don't think you do. Down to 3, still no damage done, and now a smoke starts coming, and they have to push forward to that. They cannot afford to wait it out. The blind sprays the Techno tagging Phelps low. All 3 players are low. The taps will be easy for the M4 as he makes it a tidy triple, and the MongolZ can close in style at 16-12 in overtime. They have themselves Dust 2 on the win.
You know what that is. This is how you go from 0 to hero to a 0 once again. That is so painful from Imperial. It would have been better for them to just get 13-6, right? They had a 6-11 deficit. They win 6 in a row just to get up to a 12-11 map point. They drop it and then don't get a single round in overtime. The MongolZ, they did show that they could be a little bit shaky. They did show that they might be lacking that killer instinct every now and then, but they're still able to close it out in the end. This is an incredibly difficult one to come back into. And let's not forget, this was Imperial's map pick. And I say was because it's over.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that is a crucial thing for them to lose, not just because it was their map pick, but I'll remind everyone at home again, if you're just joining us during that overtime, 13-11 could have been the scoreline for the boys over on the Imperial side. They had the map point first. They brought it back from an 11-6 deficit to get to that position. And you truly thought that the momentum was truly with them at that point. You thought they were in a position to close, and had they closed it, then that could have been their map win, son and dusted.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like at one point, right? Try was finding all those opening kills. There was multi-kills coming out of the rifles. Vinny, Decenty, no way bringing in all the impact. But man, I feel like this is why we credit the MongolZ so much. You're going to get just so many chances against a team like the MongolZ. And if you don't capitalize on the few you're just going to get punished for it. And I can't wait to hear what our lovely analysts have to say about this map.
MongolZ might have let the ball drop for a little bit, but I feel like it should have been an Imperial score to begin with. It was their map pick. They were responsible for taking us through. However, I feel like their mettle was tested in OT. Like, all of that before that, Josh, I feel like that is completely overruled by what we saw from the MongolZ in overtime. It was just too damn comfortable.
Yeah, they really came in bursts, didn't they? They came out of the gates really hot. They had a fantastic start. Felt like Imperial were just locked out of the map completely. Then they gave us that resurgence towards the tail end of the first half. We had a decent half, 7-5. Again, we saw this MongolZ burst going into that second half. Ted made a point about how good they've been with their pistol rounds and those conversions. And in MR12, that's a huge, huge factor. But again, they slowed down a little bit. Imperial were able to snap at their heels. They even had a chance at map point. And then it was just lock back in for the MongolZ. And they were unbelievable in overtime. You're right. Those final 4 rounds, it doesn't get a lot better, to be perfectly honest. You know, a deserved victory for them, especially when you consider the fact that it's their opponent's map pick. It's pretty impressive. They're now 3-0 on Dust 2 for this weekend. And they've not picked it once.
Yeah, and you were talking about Imperial potentially wanted to go for some kind of punish pick, right? Try and play with the veto. Well, they didn't, and apparently MongolZ, they were fully ready for it. I do want to look at the replays, though, because I feel like that's going to paint a very nice picture of how back and forth that game actually was. We started off watching the MongolZ actually be pretty decisive when it came to the start, right? We saw an excellent retake towards the 4th round. We saw obviously a great pistol round. You're getting to see how quickly they were being dismantled in the eco, dismantled in the rounds beyond. And I think the one thing that is really going to jump out at us is going to be that retake from the MongolZ. And that was the underline of the story, in my opinion, that kind of showed us how the confidence was going to be looking straight out of the gate. There it is, Blitz coming out of the smoke. Tribe being forced into 1v2 and Blitz completely overshadowing them. Initially, though, the Mongols, their rounds were close enough where their money could have broken down, and that is exactly what happened when Imperial started to come back into the game. They get a couple of rounds, and even though Mongols, they keep things close still, obviously a great job by 9-10 we just saw in the replays, they're able to still sort of find the advantage based off of like the individuals, right? Imperial did manage to kind of beat them in terms of the strategic side of things later towards the first half, but I feel like the damage was already done by then. We saw a very solid resurgence from Imperial, and I think when we're talking about just the subject of the regulation points, right, I feel like Try was initially getting overwhelmed by 9-10, but the damage being dished out from 9-10 was across the entirety of the team, right? He was actually, 9-10 was picking off most of Imperial, but when you look at it the other way around, Try was specifically targeting 9-10. He was constantly finding kills on middle. He was firmly taking out the opposing Opper, and I think that's why we even went into overtime. Try stepped up in a big way, and I feel like Try and Decenty were largely responsible for Imperial even being able to come back into the game.
It's often the case, though, isn't it? Those two superstars. We now get these replays of overtime. That's an unbelievable shot from Senzu. And, yeah, whilst tried his best in some scenario, there was actually a major fumble from him in this next round here, where he, I think the boys on the commentary desk were pointing it out, scoped in, had the crosshair on the man in suicide, didn't pull the trigger, got killed from lowers. And then, yeah, I mean, this one really paints the whole picture, doesn't it? That triple kill through the smoke at the end. Senzu was your MVP, 26 and 19, 106 ADR. He was absolutely fantastic. Now, one of the things that I think is very Dust 2 specific there, that was a bit of a sore point, I feel like, was the B side, right? When the Mongols were on their CT side, it's very difficult to retake that B side without any major advantages in terms of numbers and whatnot. And they quite consistently were able to retake that B side without an issue. And the round that really, really comes to mind was that 3 versus 3 retake where Blitz and Mazzino pushed both sides of the smoke in round 5. It was absolutely awesome. They just had no respect for the space that Imperial were able to take. And when the sides switched, you know, as soon as Mongols got onto that B site, Imperial just seemed locked out of it. And I think that those couple of rounds that went awry as a result of that fact might have been the difference maker when you look at such a close scoreline at the end of the day. Now, we're taking a look at the overall scoreboard. You can see who the harder hitters are. You're absolutely right. Decenty was a huge, huge piece there in that team, but unfortunately not enough from it.
And you talked about the head-to-head when we were looking at Senzu and Decenty, right? It's very important that we look at those two pieces because they did make the biggest differences for their respective teams. But I want to stay on the scoreboard because there were other dynamics that also ended up playing out kind of the way we talked about, right? Try and 9-10, they were nipping at each other. 9-10 was delivering damage across Imperial. Try was specifically targeting 9-10. And one of the issues we thought was going to occur when we come into this game was that, hey, is Vinny going to be able to match the potential of Blitz being a fragging IGL? He did. I feel like he did a pretty fantastic job. Vinny on the B side was a force to be reckoned with. And obviously part of the reason he's on that B side as often is so that he can keep an eye on the radar and make those calls, right? He wants to be a little bit more disengaged from the action. But when the action came to him, especially because Mongols were quite comfortable trying to hit the B bomb site, he was delivering. And this is where you start to look at some of the other pieces, right? Generally, I don't really make a huge deal about frags, but No Way being absent from the server in the fashion that he was when you're looking at a game that goes to overtime, right? You can actually chalk it up to some of those skills. And I feel like impact from the rest of the team was huge, right? Like Try being able to out-op 9-10 and so many of those head-to-heads. Vinny being able to find, like, I think there were 2 different impact rounds where he finds some very difficult kills on short. He gets kills on the retake. Decenty obviously has like an all-out performance. So I really did feel like No Way was absent from the conversation in a way that he absolutely shouldn't have been. And you're looking at Imperial's own map pick right now. Things are going to get even more difficult. We were talking about how in MongolZ, they kind of have to prove that they're the better team here, right? Like they're maybe they haven't been dethroned just yet by anyone from Asia. Maybe they haven't been dethroned in like sort of the bottom end of tier 1 just yet, but there were conversations, some whispers, some rumors, right, about it. So for them to come out of Thunderpick without a scratch, that's exactly what they have to do now, Josh, and I feel like they're delivering.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see one of those stat lines that surprised me a little bit. The fact that Techno was actually on 20 kills with only 60 ADR. He had one of the lowest ADRs in the whole server. So, yeah, surprising stuff, but still putting those frags on the board. But, you know, with Dust 2 out of the way, I feel like this has got to be smooth sailing here for the Mongols, right? They look forward to that next map and say, you know what, we've done the hard part, yeah? They're not going to be super proud of how close that came, and I think how they lost some of those rounds towards the tail end of that second half. The fact that they could have lost it in regulation is going to be looming over them. I think Imperial were a formidable opponent there on Dust 2. But of course, they do have this advantage now. And moving into Mirage, a map that they're very, very comfortable on, one that Imperial haven't played all too much of recently, and their one sort of yardstick of it so far this tournament was against NIP, where they lost in double OT. I think that that's going to be quite daunting. And for the Mongols, they should be super confident here. I kind of wouldn't be surprised if this is not only a map win for them, but actually a fairly convincing one.
Yeah, if you specifically look at Mirage, right, the Mongols have been so damn good on it. Like, they have beaten the likes of ENCE in Elisa Masters, like 13-1, right? Like, yeah, they struggled a little bit against FNATIC, but you can't really look at them and not think that they aren't a top-tier Mirage team. Imperial, they've got their work cut out for them, but that work is going to be observed by us and, of course, the lovely casters. In just a moment, we'll be right back after a short break, and when we're back, we'll be watching Imperial fight an uphill battle. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rops finds one, Carragher gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an 8.
Well, Imperial stand within one map of concession here in the Thunderpick World Championship, losing out their own map pick despite the stunning efforts to bring it back from the ultimate deficit. Something tells me, Ted, that Mirage might be a little bit more of the one-sided as we head to MongolZ home turf.
I mean, it can't be helped, right? You're just giving a lot of credit to the Mongols, and deservedly so. They've been one of the best teams on the, I want to say, outskirts maybe of the tier 1 scene so far this year. Incredibly solid against some of the best teams in the world. And me and you were having a bit of a conversation after the end of map number 1, where we're taking a look at some of the teams that the Mongols have lost to on Mirage, and there hasn't been many recently, right? If you want to go back in August, all right, you can see that pain loss, but I don't think we can make too much out of it. You're looking at the results ever since. The only team that has been able to take them down on Mirage was Eternal Fire. And we know Eternal Fire is just a Mirage team, man. You can't really make too much out of it, but some of the best teams in the world have been struggling against the Mongols on Mirage. And yeah, I honestly feel like even mentally, if you're Imperial, you might feel like you've missed out on a bit of an opportunity going into this one. But with that being said, pissed around, on the go, the MongolZ, B-Pop, I like it.
Quick in, the dually set to Descenti and no way on the defensive. It's Vinny that strikes first onto Mazzino, so your start there for the CT side is good. Senzu has taken Descenti right back. Noe's got a strike towards mid on Techno 4K. Advantage stays with Imperial here, but the B bomb site has been lost. Vinny's going to turn up on Senzu, so that mid lurk, that late flank is going to be lost to them. Phelps on the corner looking for 9-10. A little bit of damage being done towards that USP. Seeing the player in the back lines, can't hit the kill shots against the likes of Blitz. 9-10 taking even more damage as Ego's falling. It's all on Blitz now. 1 versus 4. We'll take that first, but reload required. Vinny's going to tap him up twice. Another CT players moving into the back lines. Close range tries going to take the kill, and Imperial will take the pistol.
Yeah, and this is a really important one. As we said, going into this game, the mental is going to be quite important for Imperial, right? You're looking at the way that they lost those two. For those of you that are just joining in, the MongolZ did start it perfectly. They had a 7-1 lead. Imperial were able to bring it back. Then it ended up being an 11-6 score in favor of the MongolZ on the map pick of Imperial. Imperial were able to bring it all the way back to a 12-11, and then they didn't register a single round until the end of the map, right? The MongolZ were able to just snatch it right under their noses. And I feel like if you're Imperial going into this one, the fact that obviously Dust2 went the way that it did, the first couple of rounds on Mirage could be instrumental for whether the team really believes that they can bring it back. Good news is, Mirage is actually one of the better maps for Imperial as well. One of the maps that they often pick into too.
Well, the problem is, of course, the fact that it is a map that they frequently play on the domestic scene and never really any international levels of that. That being said, starting advantage, the MongolZ have turned back out these pistol players. Techno's going to get caught off guard, but Senzu so fast to return towards Try and try and extend towards Vinny. Not going to happen for him. M4 dinked down to 1, 9-10 caught to 16.
Look at Decenti.
And you're right, the wrap against the bomb carrier. This could be an easy pick on the SMG. 910's got no weaponry pulled out, and with that frag, this round will still look to turn the way of the Imperial side.
Yeah, now you know. The moment that you spot out the bomb carrier just sprinting in towards A as if nothing's happened, you just know that Mizuno probably has caught the timing and they've just switched positions with decency. So you're going to be ready for him coming out of T-spawn, coming out of top middle. That 1v1 though, it's going to be quite important. It's a lovely pickup from decency, and there goes the impact. Imperial, that one looked incredibly terrifying after the initial mid fights.
Did get a bit dicey. Him again from 9-10's perspective. 2 perfect Eagles down. Blitz sacrificing himself to enable that round to be what it was there for the Mongol side, but still not a win for the Mongols. Did take a ton of damage against Imperial, so the force buy potential might still be justified here. We're seeing a weapon passed off towards Blitz, so it's only the hero rifle in this exchange.
Yep, 9-10, a team player. The definition of it. Glock, no armor, 1 smoke, $50 in the bank account. He just wants to enable his teammates to do a little bit of damage. And to be fair, they are doing a little bit of damage, unfortunately, some of it, onto their own teammates.
3v3 as a result. Senzu's the Eagle's going to strike onto Phelps, but Descenti quick to return towards the player. So again, an expensive round for Imperial. The Mongols actually have free access to that B bomb site right now. They just have to be slow and hope that Vinny doesn't go for the quick wraps in from that short presence. The bomb can be secured, so cash bonuses will be available, but Vinny has now started to wrap back over. Going to play double duty on the bomb site and towards mid. Timing is everything for Mizuno to get on towards the bomb site, get that plant down. The M4 has missed his window, so cash will be available to the T side for the next round here. Blitz might have to concede the pick back and concede the round itself because Vinny's going to catch that kill. Attention turned away, hearing the footsteps wrapping in from CT spawn as well. This is all timing and accuracy for the lone AK of the T-sided line. Imperial now on the bomb site for Senti. Caught on the swing, but not caught for dead. Only damage done towards the man, the Mongols. I'll quite win that round.
Okay, you know what? 3 rounds Orion Mirage, 2 double kills already from Decency. This is good signs. For those of you that are just tuning in, he had a really good sequence, really good couple of rounds on Dust 2. Some might say himself and Try were probably the reason that this Dust 2 ended up being as close as it was. And Vinny coming in with some big impact as well. The Mongols at least get a bomb plan out of this. That was kind of like a must, considering that you still did bring in a slight investment. And of course, if you don't know what this is all about, the winner of this one is going to take the 3rd spot into that Berlin LAN finals in just a couple of days. So make sure you go and get yourself some tickets. It's going to be a banger event. We're going to have Dona taking interviews at an event. How exciting is that?
Yeah. Very good.
Bringing in the goofy personality to a LAN tournament. Always a good one.
Oh, seriousness out from Phelps, though. Catching on Senzu, doubling up with that M4. Vinny, 1 trade back. Advantage sits with the Imperial side. They're looking to lock in a much more confident round here on number 4. Mongols did try their hand at another heavy investment round again. And Try will get caught for dead. Advantage for the CT side still. Mongols are forced to slow things down.
It's a great reaction. Really good protocols. Right now, what Imperial are telling the MongolZ is, okay, you were thinking about going for those quick up plays. That's not going to work. We're going to be ready. We're going to be prepared. Oh, that's a little bit awkward. Yeah. Would love to see that one from the POV of Decency, but now he's given him an opportunity. Probably overextending a little bit, thinking that they were a lot closer in towards that B area than they actually were. And 9-10, Blizz, they don't have plenty of time, but 35 seconds, still good enough to actually, and will be enough to make their way in towards the bomb site. Thing is, there could be Imperial players everywhere.
Yeah. Well, they've only got 1 player to deal with per bomb site, so at least they'll know that once they clear the right angle, once they get the CT out of the way, then that will be enough. And Molotov also available towards 9-10. Putting that out towards Dark could be enough if he puts that out in that position. He's considering it. 12 seconds, Blitz making noise. Molotov sent in Palace instead. 9-10 inside the smoke, quickly cut down by No Way. Blitz needs to get this kill real quick, and he cannot do it. No Way holds his double. And that is another round for the Imperial side. Although it got very doable for MongolZ with that 3rd pick against them. I thought that Descenti may have given them the window in, may have just thrown the round, but not to be.
I mean, he did, in a way, right? On 55 seconds, you don't really need that push, and you could even tell that the MongolZ themselves were quite flabbergasted by the fact that Decency goes for that play. They're like, well, what is this fella doing? We've been here for such a long time. He just swings like that. Didn't you realize we could be back there? At the end of the day, though, it's, oh, well. No Way gets the double. Another buy coming in for the MongolZ, though.
Rebuys again for the T's, trying to break the economy state of Imperial because they've done quite a lot of damage to them. Good round win to lead to a reset, could bring back all of this deficit. Mongols know it, Imperial must be aware of the possibility. Some confidence on their board. Molly's down early, smokes are in the way for the CT side. They get 2 players ahead of it. Phelps is seen by Senzu. Spray, even spotting that second player as well. Rizino may well try and look for the man and all. No way, known to the corner. The Galil is fought upon. The bomb gets dropped by the CT side. And No Way is not traded.
He's going for more.
Techno, here's those footsteps. Spray doing damage. Blitz comes in with the flank, making his way in towards jungle via the sniper's nest. Advantage finally taken by the Mongols here.
We still have 2 more players here, though. Hasn't been spotted of try, and this could be the element of surprise, but look at him thinking about potentially going back into a B play, especially with that position of Blitz, but Vinny, aggressive in towards the B apartments. He's going to clear that part of the map out, but if Sensu's late enough, if the timing is good enough on his play, Vinny might not be ready for this.
Backed up towards the defensive and a passive angle as well. Blitz better be ready to clear this. Techno better be wary of the unchecked positions. The default plant will offer this one up to the Imperial side. Senzu is full on, gets the kill with a headshot quick. Plant secured. Finally, Mongols will break the backs of Imperial, get their first round on the board.
And by the way, this is obviously Duster and Mirage are quite different in terms of what types of maps they are, but we saw a similar round from the Mongols when they went for that B split with everyone through middle on Dust 2. And Imperial were just glued in, thinking that there's going to be an extremity player coming out. We saw a pretty similar thing here. Imperial were just so afraid that someone's going to go out of ramp, someone's going to go out of palace, there's going to be someone in towards the B apartments. They just didn't believe that the Mongols would play it with 5 people out middle, right? And the moment that they were able to get the refrags, punish that connector presence from both Phelps and No Way, it would always been a really tough one from Vinny to actually pull off all alone and towards the back of the bomb site. The Mongols finally get there first. And you know what? A lot of those rounds might have gone in favor of Imperial towards the start, but there was a couple close calls in there. Some good damage being done by the Mongols, so money-wise, Imperial are actually not the most comfortable of positions right now. Going forward, I believe they should have more than enough to go for a reinvestment here to CTs, but if they drop another round, there could be a way back here for that T side. And yeah, we're gonna see the early signs of an economy that's given up a little bit. 5-7 for Vinny. Utility's going to be a little bit light on some of those members. You need either the rifles or try with that AVP to bring in the impact.
That pistol, Vinny will be the weakened element here. The flash is in from Try will allow them to start peeking in towards Ram. That's information that will get gained up by Mizzino, but also info with the lack of presence out there for the CT side the same. No Way will be left on the defensive of that position. Mizzino will not see any further presses. The Mongols, meanwhile, have taken all of apartments control. They've been given space out towards mid. 2 players behind the stack will still play careful in that position because they may start to receive Phelps. Meanwhile, tries Orb in the apartments, trying to set Vinny up for a big moment or just to take that first kill. Seen the gun barrel of the first man, and Techno runs right into him.
You're going to be ready for Vinny on an up-close angle now, though, that you spot out Try in towards that B area. So another A play coming in. They know that there was some aggression happening in towards the ramp, as you pointed out. They heard the flash. They know because of the sound cue. Thing is, there's so many angles to clear out. This is really uncomfortable.
Blitz caught off by Phelps. Next 5-on-3 established. Oh, and a missed smoke there for Senzu, trying to get it quickly in towards mid, and the window will not be cut off. Phelps could flank, but he's focused on the site defensive now, where the T-side players are moving in. Mizzino gets that headshot. Now players over towards ramp for the next key difficulties to deal with. Descenti and No Way. Unchallenged, unknown about. Still on 100 HP, but Descenti's picked up by Mizzino very, very quickly. No Way can still deny the bomb plant right here, and indeed he can. Mizzino is found. Senzu's going to trade it quick, and it's a 2 versus 2. 9-10 is low. Needs to prioritize that plant. They can't find the bomb. Senzu, he's been picked up. The HE's towards Try. Is he going to go for the wall bang? No, he'll look for the flick on towards Senzu, and Senzu shuts him down.
And you can see the reactions on the faces of the Imperial players. They know that should have been their round, especially with No Way being in towards the round. They did with the first player in towards the extremities. They were not ready for the second. No Way gets his kill. Phelps with another shutdown. That was a 5 versus 3 for Imperial. We were just not ready for Senzu to take that initiative. We're going to check it out on the replay. This is the big difference maker. And you can't really fault Vinny, right? I mean, there's what, 10 seconds? The moment that Senzu pushes through that connector smoke to catch that short rotation off guard, Vinny is never going to be anticipating a fight being brought to him with that time being so low and the bomb yet to be planted.
Imperial now truly suffering through the economy games in the MongolZ side. Harsh eco is all that they can get out here. They'll try their pushes in towards Palace, about to be received by Mizzino here, so he's going to realize the fact that that bomb may well be contested if these pistols can overrun these two players. They're fortunate it's only USPs and they've got utility to deal with them, so Noah will get isolated. Phelps going down towards Techno, and there is no threat generated by the eco in the end.
I think we can finally chill out for a little bit. Have a relaxed conversation, yeah. How have you been today?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Nice to hear. Always keep your friends in check, guys. Always ask them how they're doing, how they're feeling, if they had a good, nice meal.
How have you been today, Dad?
Oh, thank you. I've been fantastic. The fact that I get to hear your voice for a couple more hours, almost ruined my day, but no.
Wow.
No, I'm sorry. I'm loving it. I'm loving it, Jay. Thank you for asking.
Well,
I really am.
There's at least 1,000 people in Twitch chat that agree with you, so I'll give you that much at least.
No, I don't think so. I think my voice is much more annoying than yours is. You're a lovely person. See? That's how you compliment people. Twitch chat, take notes. You rude people? No, you're not rude. We love you. I wonder if Miguel is gonna turn up, by the way. Give us another prediction as yesterday.
That was a good moment.
If he turns up and gives a prediction in chat, by the way, I want to see him on the broadcast again. He nailed it yesterday with Bestia.
They got the victory in the end, and they'll be playing later on today against 3D Max. So again, we'll be bringing you that matchup as this one will conclude. It's not about over an hour and 20 minutes from the scheduled start time. So lots to look forward to, even if we are approaching the end of the online portion of the Thunderpick World Championship. Imperial fighting not to meet their end in the tournament. Tactical pause called in for the first time in this map up because MongolZ are beginning to catch up here.
Yeah, they really are. And of course, if you're Imperial, at least you get the blessing of having a really well seasoned coach, Zach, in the coaching spot, of course. As we mentioned yesterday, he was the coach of that Immortals team that made it all the way into the PGO Krakow final. Of course, we're talking about a lineup with some pretty familiar names. We're talking about Henny, Lucas, Steel, Bolts, KNG. He's been around for a while. And I don't know if he tried to go and get that opening kill, but that worked.
Blitz taken out in an instant. Noe is trying to fight for mid-presence alongside Phelps, and Phelps will take a ton of damage, but he'll get that kill. Noe isolates 9-10. Very effective stuff. Tries off, steps onto the double, and Techno is suddenly feeling very lonely. Only took about 25 seconds for this round to end.
Yeah, and this is a great reaction. I mean, I was kidding about it, whether the coach was the one to try to go for that opening pick, but that probably was the conversation if you're Imperial, right? You recognize the fact that losing middle control and middle presence in the last couple of rounds was actually quite problematic. Even when you had those setups and aggressive plays in towards Ram, Palace, the B apartments, most of the time the MongolZ, just on the back of having full middle access, were able to find a way back into the round. So you just go in early, you challenge, you deny it, the fights go your way, try with a double Phelps, and no way with one apiece. And now it's just Techno trying to do as much damage as possible. Shouldn't be allowed more than that one kill. Maybe a second at best.
You can find Phelps, I'd put the odds on for him to win that particular fight, but he's running into Try instead, and Try has landed a hell of a round for his AWP, a guy that we highlighted over on the last map up, and for good reason. You'll be looking at him to try and make a difference in this one. I think the only reason why Imperial were able to get that comeback in the first place was because of his return to form in the second half over on Dust 2.
I mean, sometimes it's going to be quite simple. You see Try play a little bit below the level that you're expecting out of him in one series, they lose it, and then the next couple games he's playing well and they win. There's going to be an association made between the two, right?
Well, MongolZ associating a new threat on the board again for the Imperial side. Tactical brought in for the second round here. The MongolZ, their chance to talk things through. The Imperial still lead the charge, even though MongolZ able to do a little bit of catching up. The rifle base is in from both sides. The economy starting to build in from the Imperial camp. Quick in. The MongolZ is mid. Fights Phelps and Noe have mowed right through Senzu in blitz. Techno does catch Noe as he extended out towards the underpass position. Phelps is also low HP from his earlier fight. So it's a 4 versus 3 that could still fall back to evens if MongolZ find the right man.
They didn't hear the jump up in towards the window. Tries to clears it out though, and decently. This is clinical. Surgical onto that Palace player. And it's just 9-10 left. Open hand. That's really quick reaction onto decently. 3 more to find though. But never, when I say never, I mean it, never count 9-10 out of those rounds.
He only found 1 in this round. The AWP in his hands really needs to isolate each of these individual fights. Imperial spread out across their line. They're only coming in from Connector and Jungle. They've got Phelps, who was considering the wrap in towards CT, but he's backed off to the B side just in case 9-10's going for a different rotation. Time is running short on him. He needs to get that bomb down and get him a bit more breathing room if he goes towards the A site. And at this point, he's going to have to commit towards it. There's no time for a rotation from this ramp control. And they're just offering absolutely nothing on Imperial here.
He might save.
Yeah,
I think he does.
Seems like it. Money's not great. Keep the gun. And hand over number 6. Minimums hit by Imperial on the CT side of Mirage.
You know what? The discipline we've seen from Imperial so far, Mirage has been excellent. I just want to bring it out there. They haven't been offering too many extra fights. I know we had that one awkward situation with Decenty and towards Under. We can overlook that just for the sake of the point.
Well, it's just
Imperial,
one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just one situation, and it's a round that they still ended up winning, right? So we can't make too much out of it. In general, Imperial have been really good with the reactions as well. The way that they counter the mid presence, the way that they started it off anticipating the MongolZ to go for that mid presence. Obviously, the game plan was quite decent. They started with the aggression in towards the extremities. Later on, found out that it's not really going to work out. They denied the middle ones. Then they go back to having a couple players in towards mid, but still being ready for the aggression in towards the extremities. Imperial are just one step ahead of the MongolZ right now. They are showing a really good game plan.
Mongolian team, now they suffer their own economy states. Tech 9's in from Mazzino, blitzes. Galil's been HE to 3 points of health. 2 of them landing down at the underpass entrance, and the man himself has to make further concessions as this round goes on. Imperial might not have got the opening pick, but they might as well have done.
Yeah, and this is the first one that's a little bit slower from both sides. Imperial still having that presence. Phelps in towards the ladder could be a big issue, a big problem to deal with. And again, they are leaning in towards that A-bomb side, and no one's going to get up close in person and win towards the ramp. Question is, how quickly are they going to push forward? Answer is, quickly enough. Now they will know this is probably going to be a B play, and I'm not going to be surprised if we see Try starting to make his way back. And yeah, they're going to be ready for this.
Enzu found out. Phelps finds the frag. Advantage taken for the CT side officially this time. Blitz is so low. Passed off the AWP. Teammates taking the rest of the automatic weapons as appropriate. Time is short on them, and the B site is looking to be the target. Vinny finds 9-10 next. Molotovs don't land on the bomb site either. The AWP might feel a little bit of pressure unless Vinny supports him. Try will go down, but it's completely meaningless to the T side here. Blitz, no chance of making a take of the site happen. No chance of getting a bomb down. Certainly no chance of winning the clutch. It is number 7. Imperial have the half. And with that in mind, the MongolZ just... Actually, might even lose Blitz after time. No way. Peeks just in at the moment and does hold No Way. So can keep that rifle, can keep that weapon. That is at least an important thing towards the Mongolian side here, because money is still running short on them. But Imperial are starting to run away with this half.
Yeah, they are. And the one thing that I like about this so far for Imperial is that we're not seeing that scrappy gameplay of them just relying on to the individuals to go crazy. I know Vinny did pull off that insane triple coming towards B, but you can just see the thought process. The pushes have been really good. They've been going for information gathering in the middle of the round if they need to, if they don't need to, and they already have the man advantage courtesy of the early opening fights. They've been playing it safely enough. Now I say that, we're praising them. Don't drop the ball against the half-buy. This is rule number 1 of a successful Counter-Strike game. Never lose to pistols. Never works, but you can at least try.
Well, the AWP has found the opening kill, so that's a start for the MongolZ. Blitz, of course, the save weapon from the previous round, wanting to apply that to good effect here. And if they can enable a steal back from the Mongols, and it could still end up being a 5-7.5. And we saw what Imperial did from that deficit on map number 1. Given that the Mongols are our favourites in this series, you can expect them to try and look to similarly try and turn their odds against them. But it is just an opening pick, no more than that. With mid control being taken by Phelps here, you might end up seeing some aggressive fights. The Pistols will have to try and deal with 9-10. An adjustment must have been sick. He wasn't pre-aiming, Phelps. That's an AK now in the T-side hands.
And now this starts becoming quite terrifying, right? Because you spot the bomb in towards TV just holding. That doesn't give you any intel whatsoever. You don't know if they had aggressive players in towards the B apartments, if he wanted to actually cross there. You don't know if they had anyone in towards A. And Decenty is going to get tested. As of right now, he's alone. Try didn't spot that player in towards them beneath the window. And Techno, that's a lot of information.
Tries caught Senzu, Decency. Still stands alone to the bomb site with a smoke suppressing try means that they can't really see much. Techno known, close quarters, AWP. Oh my god! Jumping Tech 9s. Wings of Glory, Destiny now. Senti moving on to position, looking for contact, sees that Deagle, trying to adjust back towards Blitz, he's picked up that AWP and applied it towards the man. And now Vinny is all alone to run for the hills to hold on to that M4. Imperial, well, you said they shouldn't concede the half buy, they just did.
Yep. They really did. And that's how a game like this one could slip right through your fingertips, right? That's been such a comfortable, such a well-drilled and well-played CT side from Imperial. When you drop one against the Pistols, if the Mongols are able to get away with 5 rounds out of that T side, considering how well Imperial have been playing, this is going to be too much. At least you're going to have enough money for the reinvestment into the next one. Phelps, Try should be good enough. There's going to be an AVP in the hands of Try as well, but it's just such a big round from the Mongols. You set a blitz to get that opening kill, in-game leader with the saved dope. Gets it, puts his team in a 5v4. Then you're just waiting for Imperial to get uncomfortable. You're waiting for that mid-round aggression. Phelps gets deleted from the Deagle. We're going to check it out on the replay. That is so pristine from 9-10. And this shot was over. That was the end game. That was curtains. The moment that you see this one, you know this round is not going in favor of the Brazilians.
Start to have a look at that mental game conversation again from Imperial. I mean, we had a small little glimmer of it in the last map because of how close they were to ending it, and I didn't think it was going to be a huge factor coming into this one, but now you start to see them taking pressure and start to wonder what the mentality is like in that camp, knowing that they were looking so confident, maybe even having a 9-3 half at a certain point. I mean, you'd certainly get at minimum 8-4 with how the buy state should have led to the round successes for Imperial.
If not 9, by the way. I mean, there was a realistic possibility for 9 rounds here on the city side for Imperial. And if you end up with only 7, I mean, it's still not a bad result. It's still a lead in the halftime, but one pistol round and it's just all turned on its head. So, yeah, the Mongols with a great opportunity here. Wondering what they would go for. No way, the only one taking a bit of a financial hit in terms of the weaponry. Of course, utility department is not the best here for the CTs. No way on a FAMAS, but still should be good enough. And this time, early push in towards the ramp. Not really giving it away with a flash either.
Low to the uptake here, MongolZ.
They're going to fight middle.
HE is coming in towards the window. Will do a tiny amount of damage towards Phelps. More CT presence in towards Connector. Going to try and press. The Molotovs will keep Techno at bay. They're actually going to fight onto 9-10. Take him. Descend with a follow-up onto Senzu. Blitz gets involved. Try and Phelps respond all the same. And that's a bit more like it from Imperial. They look to close the half on a high note.
Yeah, you just disturbed the mid-round. That was a perfect call. You early push in towards the ramp. Don't see anything. Leave instantly and just re-aggress middle. And it's just Messino left, but Phelps doesn't give him a chance. It's a triple from the man to close it out. Imperial tactical timeout pays dividends. They get 8 rounds in the end of the day. And you know what? Even with the round that you drop against the Pistols, 8 rounds should be enough to put you in a good enough position. Imperial definitely showing that they have no intentions of going down without a fight. And this is what you want to be seeing, by the way. Vinny smiling, laughing, everyone being in good spirits right now. This is an Imperial team that doesn't look like a lineup that's playing not to lose. This is a team that's playing to win. And this is a team that realizes this game is not over.
And that does ease my concerns about mental game. The fact that they're looking like, you know, as you say, a squad that's playing to take the series rather than not lose it.
I mean,
that is, it might seem like such a minor thing, but it really makes a difference in terms of your mentality approach to a match.
Sure, you want to be making all the same decisions regardless of the situation, right? When you know objectively something is the right play or the right call, you want to be able to give it even when things haven't been going your way so far. And I said that a couple days ago. I honestly believe that in amongst all the teams in the world, Imperial is probably one of the top teams in terms of team atmosphere.
Yeah.
And in terms of people just not tilting, not being frustrated. Obviously, I mean, you're probably going to see it the most on Phelps' face, but then you're looking at the left-hand side, you see Vinny who's smiling even if he's losing 0-13. It definitely is good to have an IGL that doesn't get phased by the mental of it. He's just always in the moment, always focused. And that might take them to the third map here.
They're all grouping up for the pistol round, straight in towards mid. Damage done heavy to 9-10, and you can see Phelps, the most inserted player towards that CT spawn, and the wraparounds towards the sniper's nest. Jungle is clear. Player at ramp, and Mazina might become a threat. Trying to deny the bomb plant. He gets no way.
Ooh.
Tap's not successful. Try comes in to bail out the planter. Vinny is going to be allowed a second chance to put the bomb down, and Blitz moves on to position, trying to engage in the open, struggling to get that kill. Does do so, but tries found one. Senzu is going to take him on the trade. 3v2 for the MongolZ here. Descenti trying to take fights on returns, and smoke start coming in against that connected position. Jungle is still open. Phelps might have to go towards the bomb diffuser here. There is no kit in play, but fighting from range. 9-10 going to get the kill. Phelps now pressured by all three CTs, it seems. 9-10 is low HP, but he's going to hold on to this diffuse. The player at Jungle just can't seem to get it. Phelps, he gets the kill, but he will not get any more out of it. As Senzu returns the pick, the MongolZ will take the pistol.
Whew. Wipe some of that sweat off of your foreheads. That was a really close one towards the end with Phelps starting to tap away with the Glock, and with the amount of time that he was actually able to stay alive for. Mizinho probably should have been able to get a double out of this great refrac out of Tri-Spit 250, and he was able to rack a couple more there on the board, but unfortunately really well played by the MongolZ there for Imperial. Didn't really give them too many chances. Phelps did give it a good crack, but Senzu able to protect that diffuser, and Imperial obviously are going to go for the force buy on the back of that bomb being planted. 2 Galils, 2 Deagles, and a Mac 10 in the mix. Probably something a little bit quicker in towards A by the looks of it.
Eye back from Imperial. Mid smokes are all a ruse, or they will protect Phelps with that mist window. East side presence set to make their way in towards the A site. Blitz at dark. Seeing smokes coming down towards the stairs. Connect the jungle, also gets smoked off. Molotovs at dark will keep Blitz out in the open. Fast flash over, doesn't affect the FAMAS. Second one not coming in. No way it's going to get the kill for it. Blitz down and out. Advantage here for Imperial. And MongolZ are playing behind these smokes. They may as well set themselves in for the retake.
You're still ready for the mid play though. You know that this is a possibility. Mizinho getting ahead of the Yuto, able to find one. Senzu with another. 9-10, one more. And this one is just falling apart right now for the Imperial boys. Phelps finally able to find something from the back lines, but the utility has faded away. You need to find the kills.
45 seconds in a 2 versus 2. Rifles on both players here for the T-side line. Trying to get some wallbang damage in for the Ticket booth and box. The bomb is on the site, but it's been lost to them. Senzu gets on top of Ticket, gets Try. SMG from Techno doing a ton of damage towards Phelps, but all players are low in this exchange. Bomb has been recovered, and Phelps will go for the plants.
They're both leaving. They're both going to go jungle. Phelps is not going to be ready for this. He's just going to think, okay, they're playing this one safe. They're going to let me fall back. Even if he gets the first kill into the jungle player, he's never ready for both of them.
Senzu just gets the straight swing of the kill and lines him up at low HP for a triple in the round, and the MongolZ will make the retake successful.
Yeah, and that is one that they needed absolutely, by the way. If they drop this one, the MongolZ, then this is probably the map just running away from them, right? A force buy coming in from the T's. If they win this one back, you're looking at a 9-5 score, potentially 10-5, potentially even 11, because they would have had to actually force back. That's one that you needed to win, and the most terrifying part of it all, the fact that Imperial are still able to get that bomb plant. So if the Brazilians want to go for a full investment here, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad decision. You get those 3 kills. A half buy is probably a little bit more justifiable, but the MongolZ are still not out of the depths just yet. This is still a round that could do a whole lot of damage.
Pistols set in. Imperial losing Vinny already in this round. The hero, Galil of Phelps, and Mac 10 hero on No Way will be the only things that you can look at. are not going to find a chance right here. Phelps has already been tagged in his mid stance. The Tech9s are Descenti providing covering fire, but they're playing behind the smokes here on goals.
Yeah, you probably realize that you want to open up the distance a little bit. You have a 5v4. You know, it could be a half-buy, it could be a force. You've probably realized it's a half-buy by now, so there's going to be a lot of pistols. You've heard some of the Tech9s sing. You don't want to leave a lot of chances, a lot of opportunities on offer here for Imperial. You realize they're going to have the full investment going forward. You can just open up the distance. You have the O posted in towards B. Blitz just spotting that boost. Techno locked in towards connector. There should be no way for Imperial to walk into this one unless someone goes absolutely nuclear.
Techno flashed off. Gets out of the way, but Descenti gives chase to grab that M4, and Phelps has turned on Blitz in the murder hole. HE's and Mazzino will be ineffective on No Way. And they're going to face around the corner. He's not going to last long here. He's such low HP. Mac 10, back turn. Mazzino still hiding in that corner, kept away from position. Maybe he might catch a player off, swings in with support of Senzu. Descenti will take Mazzino back down. It's Senzu and 9-10, 2 versus 3 still. One player at CT spawn, getting the kill onto Descenti. 9-10 will get hard out by Phelps, knowing that you can protect from jungle, and knows that they're both coming in from the exact same angle as well. Player back there towards tree, missing the spray from Senzu. It's Try with a return, and 9-10 getting up to the M4 with a quick transfer back, but Try's playing from outside of the smoke. And the defuse kit on the man. He might hold the defuse, taps it once, trying to force the knife to come through from Try. The Deagle spams away, doing its damage. The Orpa just can't seem to pick him up. And Try, a jumping Tech9 again, comes up good for Imperial.
Oh, this is such carnage on that A-bomb side. So many things happening, so much chaos. First of all, that angle into our CT, into our ticket. They don't see Mazzino, but he doesn't see them either. And 9-10, look at that. Try just knifes him a couple times. He's down to the Deagle, switches between guns, and then Try even jump shots him in the end. It's just insult to injury right now, and that was the half-buy. Yep, this one is falling apart right now. And it's a tactical timeout coming out of Imperial. They know. They have the Mongols cornered. They have them exactly where they want them. 9-6. In favor of Imperial, forced by coming out of the Mongols. I don't think they have money to bring out a single rifle. That was just a half-buy for Imperial. It wasn't even a force.
Yeah, they got massive value out of that round. Set themselves back on track.
You can feel your predictions being safe, can't you?
Yeah, I can. That's why I'm a little bit excited over here.
Those 3 maps. Those damn 3 maps. Well,
I'm not even looking for Imperial to win. I just needed to go to 3 maps for MongolZ to take it.
I know. We are running the broadcast talent prediction competition here. Still, the Mongols forced by not to be overlooked, even though you're probably not going to get too many chances. A little bit of chip damage to kick things off onto No Way.
Kills against Techno and Blitz, Vinny and Phelps, all important. Extra
He's open.
Confidence as well. Yeah, the B site is open, so the bomb's going to make his way in as Vinny detects no further presence, and Descenti will work down Mazzino here. Phelps actually finding him out in the open, despite being on low HP, just unaccounting for his push forward from that connected position. They're all over the CTs here. There's nothing the Mongols can do. They forced into this round, and this could well lead to a 11-6 scoreline for the Imperial side.
What you want to make sure of right now is not to give away too many lives if you're Imperial, and too many weapons as well. Okay, that's the way to do it, folks. That was a great shot onto 9-10. Yeah, that's how you don't give anything away. You just headshot them, you know? You aim at the head, press mouse 1. Counter-Strike really is a simple game in the end of the day. The Senzu, ego in hand, doesn't even have a rifle to hold on to. Spotted out. Probably going down any moment now, and this is going to be full eco coming in into the next one. Imperial are going to get another 11-6 lead. I say another. I mean, the Mongols were the ones with the 11-6 lead on Dust 2, and Imperial were able to come back into it. Now the Mongols will have to do the same. Of course, this is me making a wild statement and assumption that Imperial should be able to win against the full eco. Should be. We've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, you are right about the parallels here. It was 11-6 where MongolZ led and Imperial brought in that comeback to get to map point first on Dust 2.
Right. So, 4 USPs, Armored Deagle and Senzu. How many does he get?
Probably one at best, considering that there's only one man in mid.
Sure. I'll say... Oh, he's rotated B. Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't get a single one.
I mean, he might still push on with these short players, so maybe they might still find Phelps. The concern really is Blitz now, because the execution is for real out towards the A-bomb site. Phelps able to isolate 9-10. See where Senzu is. Actually, Mizzino with his USP will get the kill. An AK to save into the next round right now for the MongolZ side. I still don't see them winning out a retake in this 3-on-4. The Deagle will try and find a miracle kill, but nothing's going his way there.
Yeah, it's just a couple tags. I mean, it's all right for Mizzino to hold on to the AK. It's still a good outcome. The negative part about it, Imperial moving up to 11 and edging ever so closer to that third and final map. Inferno, probably one that was out of the conversation after what we saw on Dust 2, but Imperial have brought in a surprisingly high level of play to that Mirage. And I mean, so far in this event, it has been going all right for them, but I guess a 13-11 win over Legacy, a 17-19 loss to NIP couldn't really sell you on the fact that Imperial's Mirage is perfect. This, so far though, has been fairly decent. And this could be... I mean, this is a map that Imperial have been able to win only twice out of their last 7, by the way. And it's just Legacy and Pain that they've been able to take down. You're talking about losses to the Red Cannons, NIP, MIBR, Sharks, Fluxo, some of those maps without them even reaching double digits. But you know what? All of that doesn't mean a thing, because those were online results. We're on LAN, baby. Well, technically not, but almost. This is Europe. This is international competition. And they're showing the best of themselves.
The MongolZ have their rightful buys here. 2 more before they would lose out on their own map pick. And Imperial, imagine if they closed 13-6 when they had to get closed out on overtime on Dust 2. That would be a statement to send to the MongolZ side. Damage done to Phelps and Descenti early here. The MongolZ will back away from position. Utilities getting sent forward. Blitz holds his nerve, opens up the murder hole. It's 9-10 that strikes first.
Yeah, and this is a big opening kill as well. Decent to get shut down in towards the ramp. You know he's the one player lurking. And now, even if Imperial want to go up connector in towards that A-bomb side, I mean, they're going to have to do it without any presence in towards the extremities.
Phelps being noisy about his position back towards mid and starts the rotation in towards the B-bomb side. So that seems to be the most likely execution here. Apartment's just got smoked, though. Techno's going to keep him suppressed as best as possible. 40 seconds to the clock. No way. As Try and Phelps right behind him. The 2 AKs are the 2 centerpieces of the execution. And Techno's about to get Molotov out of position here. Burning, dead to Try. Senzu now stands alone. Backup is quick to rotate up here from Blitz. But Tryzorb is landing a second kill onto the man. Oh. And Vinny swings towards Senzu. It's 3 down on the CT side. Imperial lights out execution to turn MongolZ's lights out on this map.
Oh my god, one after the other. They just fall down like dominoes. And it's Try with another double, 18-8 for the Oper. And yeah, we were talking about the Argentine domination so far in the Thunderpick. Let's talk about it again. Try's just bringing in the get form from that previous map and make that a hat trick. It is absolutely beautiful. And the MongolZ, I can't believe I'm saying that. It hasn't even been close on Mirage. They're not able to pack a punch. They don't know what's hitting them right now.
Wow, that was a lightning fast shot from Try. Wonderful stuff from him, becoming the man of the moment.
Yeah, get a little bit of candy. You deserve it. Job well done on the prep.
Haribo as well. Not bad. Need to be a lot more better here for the MongolZ return. Already they've lost Blitz in the opening exchange. Descenti just found him out towards Palace on that push. The T-side presence mounting up towards mid. Senzu hoping that someone gives him a gap there. The tiniest angle you could ask for on that FAMAS. And Try just be there to receive any presence that might come through against his AWPer position. 5-on-3 established. Imperial are in full control.
This is the opportunity. This should be the closer. And no, you know exactly where he is. Try is just not missing a beat right now. Through walls, through smokes. You just cannot escape him. And this is gonna be Oshiro, definitely. Try is just not missing a single shot. And down goes Techno. Imperial refusing to go down and out of the competition. They stumped the Mongols on Mirage, and we're going to a third.
Wow, what a stunning return. We were all convinced that this was going to be a 2-0. That Mirage that we've mentioned before, so proficient from MongolZ in the highest tier of competition, lost it out to Eternal Fire in their last outing a month ago. I mean, that's just ridiculous, right? Like, no one would have looked at it and said to ourselves that the MongolZ would have conceded towards Imperial on this map, especially after edging them out on that Dust 2. But the fact it's come the way of the Brazilian side, and it's looked so confident, man, that might set us up for a serious upset on Inferno.
I think it really is. It really does, right? We're looking at an Imperial team that just didn't look phased after what happened on Dust 2, right? It's like it never happened. They're like, okay, you know what? Dust 2 happened. We should have won it. We didn't. On to the next. We know we have a good game plan going into this Mirage. It's one of the best maps for the MongolZ. It's one of our best maps as well. We know how to play it. We know we've got the individuals. We know we've got the firepower. And we know we can dominate the MongolZ. And no one saw that one coming. But I'm loving it. Imperial going into that Inferno. They should have their heads held high.
I'm certainly looking forward to see whether or not they can continue with this dominant run of form, whether the MongolZ in the next 15 minutes are going to find a counterplay. Because, look, now things go right up in the air. So up in the air that I'm curious to find out how much so. Maybe the analysts might have some answers for us.
I said at the start of this game, MongolZ, their best chance at actually winning this game would be in a 2-0 fashion, because the territory coming up next, they're very treacherous waters, right? Imperial, I think they've also surprised themselves a little bit, but more than anything, MongolZ, they looked completely out of their depth on Mirage. So many things were going wrong, and even though you had players like Senzu still having some pretty decent highlights, right? He ended that game with like 18 kills on a losing game in that fashion. It's simply not enough, right? We saw 9-10 be deactivated. Blitz wasn't really looking all that great. Mzinho and Techno kind of nowhere to be found on the server, and I'm unsure of how we go from a dominant Dust 2 shutting down Imperial to this. I thought Mirage would be better. I'm not going to lie, Josh, and I think we're going to get to sort of see that story being told even better when we look at the replays, huh?
Yeah, me too. I'm going to be honest. Like, it was a great start for Imperial, and I really did feel like that wasn't going to last too long, and then it just kind of kept going. And every now and again, there were these little moments back from MongolZ where I thought, okay, right, like, here we go. Now they tie up the scoreline. Now they start to take the reins. And they just didn't. It was like little flashes in the pan, but they were unable to really snowball anything together. We saw a lot of messy rounds in this game as well, but it started off very clean. And on the replays here, we're seeing a lot of great work from Imperial to get that 4-0 start. Things started to claw back a little bit, actually ended up going as close as 5-3 before Imperial were able to sort of pull away from the pack again. But Try's warping was absolutely fantastic, and felt like he just had 9-10's number so much of the time.
For sure, and I think the first sort of sign that I had that MongolZ were going to start to come back into the game was when they found that 11th round against Imperial. It was a half buy from them. Imperial dropped it, and
this
you know,
one here.
I think Ted and Eternal J, they themselves also got a little bit worried, right? Like, was this a sign of the times to come? But then after an 8-4 finish on the first half, and even with the little resurgence from MongolZ being able to get the pistol and sort of get the conversions, even the conversions looked very, very shaky. I think there were a couple moments there, like especially that round we saw where we saw the knife shenanigans in the smoke, right? Where it kind of looked like it could be recollected. But even with some very fantastic shots from Senzu, it did feel like a lost shot. It's a very funny shot there. The collateral through the teammate, right? And you could see shots like that, just pot shots that keep working out for Imperial, to signify how good the confidence was for Imperial. Like, 6 rounds, all to show for the MongolZ. Very, very surprising stuff. And, you know, I put the limelight on both the Oppers in the previous game, but I won't be able to do that in this one because Try was the only one above and beyond in the AWP comparison. 9-10 was ran circles around him. Try 21-8, is no scoreline to scoff at. And when you're doing it on Mirage, right, you are dominating the server.
Absolutely, yeah, and it even felt like, you know, the couple of rounds that MongolZ were able to win in those moments, especially that round number 11, that eco win, was off of the back of sort of over-aggression and some mistakes there from Imperial, not taken away from the successes. There were some beautiful shots and whatnot, but yeah, I mean, you know, that top mid aggression, and then the connector player a little disjointed, there was no trade potential when the Tech-9 ran at him, things like that. So they did very well to just patch those mistakes. I think after a tilting round loss like that can sometimes play on your mind, cause you some problems. They did very, very well to just sort of patch that hole and come back even stronger in the followings. Looking at this scoreboard then, as you say, Try, that MVP was unbelievable, running circles around 9-10 for sure, doubling his kill count, and yeah, rocking 112 ADR, but pretty top-heavy stuff there for the MongolZ. Senzu had a great game, Techno did not. 36 ADR, 5 kills across the map. It just doesn't feel like a MongolZ map pick at all, does it? And I think that, you know, when you look at the numbers and you look at the predictions from everybody as well, this was teed up to be a 2-0, and, you know, there was no doubt about the fact that MongolZ were the favourites coming into this. And now, after such a poor performance like that, I think it really comes into question. I think this third map could definitely go either way, especially if Try is playing like he's playing here. My one concern for him is the fact that that third map is Inferno. Inferno can be a tricky map for an AWPer.
And we gotta look at the time capsule for a moment, right? You look at the types of wins that the MongolZ have gotten on Mirage. They've won against Big, they've won against Eternal Fire, Pro, FNATIC, ENCE was a 13-1 affair for them. So I'm not really sure how it turned out, right? It's such an enigma to me that we end up seeing them completely drop the ball against Imperial. It's honestly just a very big surprise to me.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I don't know what's in store for Inferno. Obviously, we saw Imperial lose on it the other day, but it was a close game. I think that they've definitely got what it takes, especially if you factor in the momentum that they have there after that Mirage win, to go that step further and maybe even bag themselves a dark horse, an upset spot into the semi-finals and that LAN stage, which would be a massive win for these Imperial guys. Let's be honest, that would be yeah, one of the biggest results for them this year for sure. Okay, right. I think MongolZ is sort of fading away. Thanos has snapped his fingers, so I'm going to wrap things up here. We are going to go to a short break. When we return, it will be Ted and Jay bringing you back through the action for that third and final map, so don't go too far. You definitely don't want to miss it.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rops finds one, Carragher gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an 8.
Well, many people looked at this series and didn't believe that the Mongols were going to concede a map, but I will say that I definitely called this, and I 100% believed it was going to be a 100% stomp over on map 2 of Mirage. Instead, now we go to Inferno to decide who the victory is going to sit towards, Mongols or Imperial. Mongols have to bounce back from what was a dominating affair from the Brazilian side, as I said to the T site, to start off the final map of this best of 3.
You're a legend. There's only one person in this entire Counter-Strike community whose name starts with a J, and he's a legend, and that's not the guy on Navi. That's all I'm gonna say. It's you.
Here we go. In go the Mongol side. Imperials at the defensive on the A site play. Techno's going to strike first blood. Phelps will take back Blitz. 3 more players around this corner. He's lined up so much damage, but cannot get the kill for it. 2 overwhelmed. 4v3 on a post plant.
Not gonna be an easy one though. You don't have a kid to work with, at least you have a smoke, and Decent is going to be quite close, but you still got to break through those crossfires.
Smokes up to suppress that broken wall position. Descenti moving on to the bomb site. He's got the right idea on where 910 is, but just can't quite find the angle itself. Try caught. Vinny returns. Still 2 men. Still man advantage available for the Mongol side. Senzu takes that kill back with the crease and tap. Descenti can't quite land the killing blow. That's a quick flick to the head, and the last man stands in the open, but 910 gets his kill. That brings home the pistol for the Mongols.
Whew. Goes a little bit wild there towards the end of it, doesn't it? With it turning around, reloading, Glock there towards the back of the bomb site. Good play from the MongolZ though. Yuto comes in, smoking towards Moto, Mole in towards the pit, isolating the fight. Nice attempt by Imperial there. A couple nice shots being landed by Decent D. This one incredibly quick on the reaction, but 910 able to hold on to it. And we're having the conversation about the mental. Obviously, anyone but you was surprised that we find ourselves on Inferno.
Oh, yeah.
How important is going to be for the Mongols to get the first couple rounds? Do you still feel like there is a world where the Mongols just go into this Inferno unfazed but what happened on Mirage and be like, you know what, we're ready to dominate? Do you see a world where that happens?
I mean, I can see a world in which that happens. I think the question is, will that become reality? I mean, these guys are a top 10 team in the world on HLTV's world rankings. I think they're number 13 at the moment on the Valve rankings, if the algorithm is telling correctly as well from HLTV. And so as a result, you look at them and you expect that their mental game is going to be a little bit more composed, because they have been in these circumstances where they have been, you know, pressured by teams that have stunned them into silence to a certain capacity. Yeah, they might not have expected it to be Imperial here, especially given the fact that they took their own map pick, but maybe they lost out on a few tricks over on the last map, so probably not going to look to get caught off guard here on this Inferno. But I could also see a world in which Imperial try and make this close. I mean, look, it is still a good map for the Brazilians. Yes, they've had a little bit of awkward times on it recently, but especially against Legacy during the group stage earlier. But I mean, look, they've done it once already. They've beaten Mongols at their own game. It's not impossible they can do it again.
You know how I'm looking at this matchup, by the way. I look at a server and I see 2 teams that play their best Counter-Strike when they're the underdogs, right? When they're in the row in which people just don't expect them to win or have no pressure on them. And I feel like for Imperial, this is a good thing. They are the underdogs, the heavy underdogs going into this matchup probably. So you're probably the team with less pressure. And if you're the Mongols, you know there's going to be a lot of eyes staring at you, especially considering how the group stage so far has been going here in the Thunderpick. I mean, you're looking at the list of teams that are going to be on LAN. You already have Heroic and OG there. Heroic's probably the #1 seed for a lot of people, probably the best team that we had in the event, right? So this is an unexpected one, but VP is out. M80 is out. The Falcons are out. Big is out. There's so many teams that probably should have been your competition, or at least because...
Well, MongolZ and Imperial try and join those top 4 teams again to go towards the LAN. Got Galils and AKs in from the MongolZ side. Mac 10 on Techno 4K. All limited with the bonus weapons, and Imperial can only bring in the M4s, so the bi-state will set themselves up. No AWPs in the early match, of course. I want to look towards guys like Try, considering how much impact he had in the second half of that Dust 2 over on that Mirage. When the weapons come to play, then he may well find himself an excellent line of form.
Might be able to. Looking like a split in towards the A-bomb side for now, though. The MongolZ gathering up. You still have an abundance of smokes, flashes, molotovs to make this one work. Imperial have done a good job at holding on to the majority of their utility as well. Is going to be key onto when No Way wants to use that molotov. Well-placed nade actually doesn't do as much damage as they might have been hoping for it to do, but on 45 seconds, No Way still has a smoke and a molly. This could be detrimental.
Smoke and Moto. Molly in towards Pit. Descenti catching Techno off guard. Blitz is low HP and eventually will get caught by that M4. Good shot from Mazzino. Senzu will follow up on Try. Descenti still on bomb site with a USP. He's dishing out so much damage. A triple found for him in the round, and even a quadra with a double dink down on 9-10. What a steal that is for Imperial. Well, I guess it was a rifle round victory, but think about how much that USP got.
I mean, you can say that again, but it's not even a steal for Imperial. It's a steal from Descenti. What is that play? No Way misses timing on the Molotov fully. Decenti wins the first fight, drops down, wins the second, USP out, 4 HP to work with it. He gets a double ding. This is such an awful angle to be fighting up against, and look at the smile on Vinny's face. He knows he's got a couple players on his side of the server that could turn things around for him, and Decenti's definitely one of them.
He was involved in all 5 of those kills.
Goodness.
Jesus Christ, okay.
Lord.
All right, MongolZ, that's anti-rush nades. You're going to suffer big time towards that. They try to force the issue in against this one. Phelps are going to mow through 2 players, not quite get that triple, but a bomb will not cross the Descent. He will now extend his frag count to number 7, and no bomb plant bonus for the MongolZ side. Imperial very quickly even up.
As the next B player, by the way, I can tell you one thing for sure. When you deploy those anti-rush nades, and then you see the 5 people running at you, this is the best feeling in the world, because you know you can just hold mouse 1 and all of them are going to start falling down like dominoes. This is the best feeling ever. And you can see that from Vinny, by the way. That's what I'm talking about. He doesn't even get too many kills. He doesn't get anything done there, bar the util damage, but he's like, yeah, those were my nades. This was my call. You ate all of that damage, you inhaled that. You'll remember it.
Ding down
it's just the
starts
best feeling.
on the MongolZ side, who will try and see if they can counter that feeling as best they can with the limited weaponry they've got. It is a much harsher eco this time. The PT50 only for Senzu, and a Deagle also for Blitz. He does actually find that kill for Senzu. That's pretty decent. The HE's on Blitz eventually will catch him off. M4 for Senzu to play with. Zeno's going to get caught by the Senti, looking back in for a triple in the end. The quadra left so landed, but he is getting pressured. 24 points of health. The taps are brilliant. Not quite the next man. Senzu will take him back and make it expensive, which in the grand scale of things is certainly encouraging there for the T-side line. But man, the Senti is just having a worldie of a start.
Do we have a bloody MVP award for a group stage, by the way? Because if we do, we got to give it away to Decenti, man. This guy is incredible. He's immortal. It's impossible to take him away. It's impossible to take him down. He's like Sauron. You gotta destroy all the rings, and no one knows where the rings are. He's just immortal. And every single time you take him down, he just comes back with another multi-kill. He is exceptional. What a player.
Indeed. Imperial getting up to number 3 as a result of his efforts. The HE start coming in from the T side as they try and get back involved here towards Banana, are waited out for any anti-rush utility. Smoke's involved, the Molotov's deep. Phelps is holding from the main entrance towards Banana. There's 3 players total over here on the B bomb site, so MongolZ, you're ready for some serious resistance, particularly on Trident. Incendiary are going to force the T side players out of dodge, but they get completely out of Banana.
Yep. Forced away by the util. This is the conditioning, right? All that utility damage that was done in the first couple rounds from Imperial, and MongolZ now walking back, try, able to get one. Refaces actually lands the tag there. Bonus nade on top, gonna do a little bit of damage, and now you're gonna be so afraid, but there's the reaction in towards the brackets, taking that space out as Blitz.
Kill and tag damage heavy against the T side. They're going to wrap back in towards the A player where there are 3 players again holding Imperial the perfect reads to adjust players at the right moments. Phelps now ready for contact. Will be the man to defend this long position. Being smokes down towards the arches. That will cut off some options here for the T's, and Imperial start back into the center of the bomb sites. 30 seconds for MongolZ to make the move.
This is becoming quite claustrophobic if you're Imperial. You got to make a move. You got to react. This angle from Phelps might not be enough.
Mazzino, hell of a kill from range against No Way. Still got a player in at pit. Descenti strikes on Techno, trying to double up. 910 can turn back. Player in the front corner, challenged by the AK of Blitz. 13 seconds though. Blitz will overwhelm Phelps. Look back in against the players on the wraparound. Vinny will get that kill in. 910, he's going for taps, but he runs right in to try his AWP. No bomb plant bonuses for the MongolZ, and certainly no round for them either.
Yeah, and I mean, you know the atmosphere is going to be top-notch right now for the Brazilians. Everything is just working out so well on that CT side. Try just getting away with so much. This is the first time Decent he doesn't get a multi-kill, by the way, and they're still able to hold on. Phelps towards the back of the bomb side, doing so much work, getting the kill, staying alive for long enough, and try with a lovely headshot to finish it off. This is Imperial bringing in some Mirage-level gameplay to Inferno. And I don't want to say it because it's quite early, but the MongolZ really need a wake-up call right now. This could really quickly run out of control, and this is the final map. You don't have any more insurances going into this one. You lose on Inferno, you're out of the event, and you're not going to play the LAN.
Talk about how heartbreaking it would have been for Imperial to concede in 0-2 fashion, given how close they were to winning Dust 2, or for the MongolZ, the prospect that you've actually forced out that overtime when Imperial were so close to denying. And you've instantly been responded to, and you collapse in the second and the third maps. That could be even worse for them, when, again, they are one of our 3 front runners in terms of tournament favorites that are left in the competition, at least.
Probably the most consistent team, by the way. I'd say Heroic is probably the one with the highest ceiling, but MongolZ is definitely, throughout 2024, the best and the most consistent team that we have in this tournament. They could get eliminated by Imperial, which, I mean, Imperial have been playing some great Counter-Strike, but when you remember that opening series against NIP, it's just difficult to believe.
Techno leads him in, sees one player, Descenti, going to find the kill against him. Flash is keeping No Way blinded. Quick swing from Mazzino, but Descenti is still on that bomb site. USP again doing tons of damage, but this time not getting the kills for it. The backstabs of Phelps will come in decent. Drop that bomb carrier, try and drop the second man in at Graveyard. 9-10, 40 points of health, and players all around him. Smoke's all clear. Vinny's going to take him. Again, no cash injection for the MongolZ side, as they are getting quickly dealt with by Imperial in some of these rounds.
This guy is absolutely unbelievable, by the way. This is Decenty with 4 multi-kill rounds so far on Inferno. How many rounds did he borrow? 7. In 4 of them, he's been able to get a multi-kill. And Phelps as well is starting to get fired up. This is quickly entering some dangerous territory right now for the MongolZ, even when they're able to make their way into the bomb side. I mean, Decenty is 14-5.
Yeah.
7 rounds in. He's getting 2 kills on average per round. That is exceptional.
Centralized to the bomb site. MongolZ can't seem to push him away or force out any advantages in that particular engagement against the man. Every time they hit the A bomb site, he just posts up a roadblock and they can't make it through. Techno not seeing the aggression of Phelps. Incendiary sent his direction. He's forced forward. The flashbang's a little bit late. Techno can start the round this time.
Yeah, Phelps was just probably relying on the fact that he's going to catch them off guard, or he's going to see someone turning their back to try and dodge the flash there. It's a big opening kill from Techno, but again, the util damage will leave a mark in No Way. Aggressive in towards the apartments alongside Decenty. Mazzino gonna spot them out. No Way gets the kill, but both of them seen. Are you gonna be ready for Vinny in towards long though?
3 players from the brackets position. Smokes off against Vinny. He's going to have to beat him to the punch. Descenti just caught by Blitz, but Vinny took 2 down. Triple found. Quadra secured. Sit down, boys.
Yeah, sit down, take a bow. That's a complete knockout. What do you do? What do you need to do? What do you have to do to win a round right now on that B side? You get the opening kill, you spot out 2 players, you're thinking, okay, they push B, we kill Phelps, Vinny's a B player, we see those 2 guys in towards the apartments, Long is gonna be free. Well, guess what? It wasn't. Vinny with a 4K out of nowhere. The MongolZ are struggling. They really are. And this is Imperial's individuals. They're just turning up. This is Imperial playing like this map is already over, like this game is already over.
I'm so surprised they haven't called a tactical pause in yet, MongolZ. They're getting absolutely schooled at the moment.
I'm not sure you feel like you're being outplayed tactically. I think you probably realize you're just getting mauled down.
Yeah?
I know you know what's going on. You're always running into the util. In the previous round, it's not too difficult to realize what happened as well, but every single time there's an Imperial player just getting away with so much.
4 rounds for the good. Hero AK on the pistol. Setups, Techno's domed in. Vinny with the AWP try. Does get one pick before he's overwhelmed. So it seems like a little bit of decency will go the way of the T side this time. Phelps not expecting Senza to be so close as well. So that's another rifle that they can pick up right here. A number of them scattered across the bomb site, including the AWP. That 910 is going to recover the same. So this is an all-important sequence and an all-important round for MongolZ to steal back against Imperial. And then comes the next step to convert the rifles off the back of it.
You needed this one so much, by the way. And it's, I mean, it's going to be a little bit unfortunate. Phelps is probably going to feel like he was the one to be in a position to give them a chance to go for it. Because he knows if he turns that angle and hard clears it, he's going to get that kill. They're going to go for the retake in the 3 versus 3. But the MongolZ needed that mentally. Not even round-wise, but mentally they really needed this one. You call a B-pop. You catch them off guard. The Oper is the only one to get a kill. Rifle doesn't get a single one. You avoid the util this time around, and I'd love to actually take a peek at the utility damage so far from Imperial if that's a possibility, because I would make a wild guess it's already over 500 by the way.
It's ridiculous, I'll tell you that much for free. Good returns from the AK and the Deagles and such. MongolZ, an all-important counter-steal round. Imperial will be looking to buy it back, but with the money state being where it is, this is MongolZ's chance to try and close that gap, try and make it 6 apiece. Orps in towards mid for 910 to win out against Try. MongolZ have taken their sweet time getting involved in this third map, but now they seem like they're going.
Yeah, that's a really good opening kill. And 910 has been so instrumental in some of those rounds. Remember back on Dust 2 as well, Try was finding a lot of openings, but when the MongolZ started picking up rounds, it was 910 to open things up for them with that AVP, of course. Infernal being a little bit more difficult on that T side to open in comparison to Dust 2, but still, I see he's able to find the impact, but Imperial seems to be having the right idea here with that 3-man B lean.
Flashes in on the T side, keeping Phelps blinded, smokes in the way. Burst fire from Techno. Unable to spot the man. Yeah, it is. Utility at the very look at Phelps pushing on. Just seen Senzu. He's caught looking the wrong way. He damn near got caught by that. You saw from his camera how he wasn't. He was looking at his teammates' monitor, and now Descent is going to get caught by Senzu. Oh, that could have turned into disaster quick, but it seems like it's still going to be the MongolZ round.
For Christ's sake, what is that game? That was the most Phelps play in the world, by the way. He just stands inside of a smoke, waits a couple seconds, and is like, you know what? Too quiet for my liking. I'm just gonna go through. And the crazy part is, he nearly got a kill out of it, by the way. And you can't really blame Senzu. What type of a psychotic person would go for a play like that? I mean, I know, Phelps did. He's in the server. We know who would, but you just would never expect something like that, I guess, under normal circumstances. And still, the MongolZ do get 4 on the board. And you know what? We've been hyping up Imperial so much since the start of this. Multi-kills, hero plays from the individuals. And that's the reason, as we said, if you're the MongolZ, you don't feel like you were getting outplayed on a tactical aspect, right? Or from a tactical aspect. You just felt like you were getting completely mauled down by the individuals. Well, Imperial stopped finding those multi-kills, and suddenly the MongolZ have found themselves onto 4 rounds. Money of Imperial in a bit of a sticky situation, especially if you get those guns out of their hands. MongolZ could still make this first half look quite respectful. Which, considering the fact that Decency is still 15-7, by the way. I know he hasn't gotten a kill in maybe 4 rounds, or he's gotten just 1 kill in the last 4 rounds, and that was in this one. Still a crazy score. The MongolZ could still even get a tied game in the end of the first half.
All started with 910 here.
I'm sorry, that is ludicrous. I love Phelps so much. That is crazy.
And in fairness for Senzu, if he was looking at his monitor, he would have got that kill very quickly. So
Oh no, it's not his fault. I mean, in that particular situation, even if Senzu was to go down, I'm not saying it's his fault. It's just Phelps being a psychotic person. That's it. Sometimes this is how things happen in Counter-Strike. In Imperial, that's a well-placed tactical timeout. The start was great. Everyone was getting hyped up. Everything was working around. You got to realize a lot of those rounds were being picked up because of individuals going crazy, because of Vinny going out and getting 4 kills into wars long, because of Decenty getting multi-kills every single time that the Mongols tried to go A. You still want to at least secure a win in the end of the first half.
Imperial 1 round away from trying to do so. They've got the rifles in on Imperial's side. The 2 that was saved from the previous round.
Oh my goodness.
I think Senzu heard the drop off. Yeah, this is going to be an easy pick. Double up. B site's falling. Phelps' USP won't be able to get anything. Oh, that's easy diamonds in from Senzu. And that is, well, a very deflating way to lose an all-important round for... I mean, I guess not all-important. It is an eco, but... Even so, you'd hope that the rifles... You'd hope that the rifles would do something in that exchange and just... No.
I'll just say, they are persistent. I'll give them that because they failed the boost like 5 times and still kept going for it. In the end of the day, though, I mean, you made so much noise. You failed it so many times. It's just a bit of a shame because the util damage, again, was quite good. Senzo and Techno were quite low on HP already, right? So it's easy to imagine if they were able to actually get on top of that boost, it could have resulted in a kill. And there could have been something to fight for in this round. But unfortunately... It's just holding on to the rifles from here on out. The Mongols get 5 rounds on that T side. This is already starting to look like a proper comeback now. The Mongolians. And as we said, Inferno has been actually quite comfortable for the Mongols recently, right? Again, you got to go back in August for the last time. Or, well, not really August, but you got to go back to Rio. You got to go back in August if you want to look at the last time that they dropped an Inferno against the team that's probably not of the caliber of some of the best players in the world. And we still keep on wondering who that is, by the way. Probably someone like a GM from Imperial. We've gotten so many camera shots of him so far. But yeah, you're looking at the last 2 teams that were able to take down the Mongols on Inferno. It's Vitality and Eternal Fire. Vitality 17-19, Eternal Fire 11-13, 13-1 wins over Koi, Eternal Fire 13-4, Yanu 13-7, Bait 13-8. The last 3 times they played on Inferno, the enemy team has not been able to reach double digits. So if you're Imperial, you know you're not out of harm's way. That utility is disgusting. Again, can we just take a look at the util damage, please? I just want to. For good's sake, that is great. They haven't missed a single nade.
Mongols have suffered too. The anti-rush utility in previous rounds has obviously shut down the rounds themselves. At least this time they've only lost to 1 player on Senzu. The HP bars are limited. Look at Blitz pressing on with the bomb on his back as well. Engagements against Phelps are going to take Blitz. Techno with a responsive. Vinny is known about here on the first box and up top. Techno boosts up, gets his return, but Try has caught Mazzino. It's a 3 versus 2. AK's in the open. The AWP peeks up and double up from Decenti. As he lines up one more impactful round, they will find the half at 7-5 at the turn.
You know what? On paper, I'll say, if you're the Mongols, you're actually so happy with 5 rounds out of after that T side. Decenti had too many multi-kill rounds. The utility from Imperial was just way too good, and you're still able to make it that close. You're still able to stay in this one. It's just a great result, I feel like, for both sides. Yep. There's the applause from the mysterious man in the Imperial camp. Looks like a father figure.
Does look like a what's the word? I'm looking like an old school a monk, you know. With the I guess actually no, no, scratch that because the monks don't have beards, do they? The monks don't have beards.
You know what? That was probably the last one on my list that I expected you to say.
It just looks like a wise man, like a philosopher, you know, like an old philosopher, old and wise.
An E-star for all of my Lord of the Rings fellas out there. Looks like he has a lot of things that he can teach you about life, right? Like and subscribe.
What is with? I don't understand why they've got the why they've got that.
I don't know. You can't even like a stream on Twitch, guys. I guess send us a couple
I
like
think-
emojis in the chat.
I think it's a camera filter on the MongolZ cameras because only them that's had it, to be fair.
Right.
Anyway.
So they're just being funny.
Back into action. CT side start from Imperial, trying to get involved. Excuse me, the names are swapped. MongolZ are on the CT side of things. Vinny tagged up. There's 10 points of help. He's lost all of his teammates mostly. Tries right behind and the bomb's been seen. CT backups on the way in from both the back lines and the back stab. Techno trying to find kills against them as they've quickly ripped apart the Mongolian squad. Trying a 1 versus 5. P250 getting nowhere. Pistol win for the MongolZ.
And it's time to start talking about Senzu as well, by the way. He's on 15 and 10. Considering how difficult the start was, we've been only talking about decency because of all the crazy multi-kill rounds.
Yeah.
Senzu has been delivering constant impact with kills every single round. If they win it, if they lose it, Senzu's the one to get a kill. Techno had a great pistol round as well. But the level of consistency you're seeing out of Senzu here is absolutely great. Of course, he is supposed to be the big star rifle, even though on the MongolZ it's quite difficult to actually identify one player that's above everyone else, right? Because they're just playing such a balanced type of Counter-Strike. It feels like everyone's got their opportunities to shine, but Senzu has been great, has been exceptional.
The fact he's starting to get those double-digit numbers are encouraging, of course, for his side, the MongolZ. Mowing through the eco pistols, even Phelps getting a TK involved in that one. Imperial eventually will have their lead dismantled. MongolZ are evened up, 7 apiece.
Now we're leveled up. That's what you'd expect. Inferno, third and final map of the series. Loser goes home, winner goes over to Berlin. You wouldn't have it any other way. And you know there's going to be not as many smiles now in the Imperial camp. You're definitely happy about the performance that we saw in the first half from some of the individuals, but can you really rely on that to take you all the way? That's the big question, especially when the MongolZ are starting to get fired up here.
Whoa, nade damage, significant done towards Banana. See, Imperial, we can throw nades too. Try on 4, Vinny dead. Advantage truly to the MongolZ' favor. Techno's ready for the retaking utility. Right now, Imperial are not exactly pushed up that far in Banana, so it's not required as of yet. It still can get thrown out in a moment's time.
Just softens you up so much. And if placed well, that retake set of Yuto is going to do so much damage as well. Smoke comes in. There's the molly. One player ahead of it, though, and that's going to be hurt. Techno, HE, now you know it's a double nade. A little bit of chip damage onto No Way, but the play has been cancelled. Imperial are just not going so far.
It was just one man. They just flashed one man in to try and force out a pick in the open, but as soon as they find nothing, MongolZ just hide behind harder cover. They put counter utility down. The rest of the T side not going to commit towards it, so it slows back in the end. 45 seconds to the clock, and Senzu still has counter utility. A smoke to come in here towards this entrance, and Incendiary as well that could still block them. Guys like Try can't move forward to that fire, and they'll put Molotovs out. Incendiary at the ready. You're right, it was failed. Land on the roof and not towards the first box. Molotov set in. Noah's going to get tagged up. Burning. Blitz takes him with that M4 fight. Techno in the back lines bursts through. He's going to get caught by Senzu, and Blitz's HE gets Phelps. Tries on 4 points of health. Now he's on 0 as the MongolZ quickly claim the lead.
You know what? In their defense, I'll say the molly didn't fail. I just thought they wanted to molly triple with it. The molly actually worked out, but still, the defense was good enough, right? I mean, look at the double nade. How do you really recover from something like that? And as you pointed out, they just did such a good job at holding on to the smokes, to the Molotovs, and Imperial had no choice whatsoever. The slowdown was actually not a bad call there. They didn't want to rush it, didn't want to play into the hand of the MongolZ, but still unable to deal with it. And now we're starting to see a bit of a comeback. Now we're starting to see a bit of a turnaround. Try and remember the first couple. Okay, we're not going to talk about this one.
Oh, dear. Well, at least no one from Imperial was farful enough to punish it, so...
It happens to the best. It's a tribute to NA Counter-Strike. We love you. We appreciate you. You're not alone.
Yeah, shout out NA team. Quick in, Tech9's mowed through by Senzu. That is the most wonderful play. That's a Mongolian play. And a 1-on-5 for Vinny, who cannot win this round.
Yeah, we started having that conversation about the Senzu impact once again, by the way. I know this is a half bite, but With how many crazy plays we've seen, just give him the ace at this point. It's just such a massive security, and Techno stalling this one away. This is not teammate behavior right there, but still, it's such a massive round from Senzu. And yeah, of course, we're going to see it on the replay. We're not going to see the 4K. We're not going to see the quad kill on Banana with an AK against the pistols. What we're going to see is the failed Molotov on middle. Yeah, everyone take a screenshot. Hashtag I was there. I saw it.
I think production's fully tilted 10.
That's great. No, you know what? I'm over-exaggerating. Production is doing a lovely job.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They're making this one 5 times more entertaining than it already is. And that's a big statement, because this game has been absolute carnage.
Yeah, Imperial running away with the early game, but run out of steam here. The MongolZ taking leads and taking names with them. Blitz, 9-10, Senzu, 3 easy picks in brackets in Banana. It's instantly a 2 versus 5, and it didn't take long to get there.
And that was a full buy. Let's not forget that. That was the full investment from Imperial. Rifles, utility. You're putting so much trust and effort into this round, and you're just getting picked apart. 9-10. There goes another one. This is just misery right now. Imperial have not been up to scratch since the first half, since the beginning of the first half. What was that? A 6-1 lead for Imperial at one point? Was it?
It was 6-2.
Right.
Pistol conversion there for MongolZ, but pretty close regardless.
Yeah, 6-2 lead. And now we're looking at the 10-7, and Decenty might not even survive here. Gonna hide in towards the kitchen and just looking at them. Just look at them on the minimap. Just a group of Mongolian sharks, and there's blood in the water. Decenty nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. You're not getting out of here alive, my friend. There goes the peak, and it's a Ferrari one from Techno. No guns saved up, no bomb plant. You didn't even get close to a bomb site.
Number 10 for the MongolZ. Imperial losing their grip on this series and in the Thunderpick World Championship. MongolZ have surged ahead with nothing being found here in this second half. It has been domination from the Mongolian side. A tactical pause has to get called in by the Brazilians because they're about to start seriously running out of chances to keep themselves in the tournament. Got one more in their back pockets, but what is the answer here?
I'm not sure. And you know what's the worrying thing? Now if you're Imperial, you recall what was going on in the first half when you were having all that success for the 6 consecutive rounds on the CT side. And we were having that conversation as well. Now you're seeing the reason why the MongolZ didn't go for a tactical timeout. They just knew that is unsustainable. They just knew, okay, we're going into the bomb sites. We're making the right calls. We're going for the right place. There's just individuals popping off on the side of Imperial. There's nothing we can do about that, but Decenty's probably not gonna end the entire map with just getting multi-kills every single time. And if you remember, 7 rounds in, Decenty had 14 kills. He's on 18 right now. Everyone on Imperial has slowed down massively from an individual point of view. No way is still on 1 kill. MongolZ have just been playing the better game of pure Counter-Strike so far. And if it's not the individuals, I don't know what saves Imperial right now.
Burn twice as bright, last half as long. 3 rounds that are good on the MongolZ side. Imperial taking nade damage, potential for an apartment's pop out if they want to hold out this mid presence and try set with the bomb on his back. But they're not looking to press this angle. They're not looking to charge out of here. It might be a more consorted execution.
Running out of veto.
Flashing in towards Long, engaging against 9-10. He'll back away, look towards the apartments. Mazzino's good for a kill, backed up by Blitz. Apartments clear. Vinny drops to a quick burst from range. 2 pistols left standing, a Tech 9 and a Glock. They'll make their way back in. Try runs right into the open, gives himself up to 9-10, and Senzu makes quick work of Phelps. The MongolZ in full control right here and on the precipice of the big W.
Yeah, the big W is right. This is just textbook Counter-Strike on the CT side from the MongolZ right now. And Imperial, they just used their final flash to clear out Long, had nothing to go out of the apartments. The moment that you get shut down as the first player trying to jump out, no one else is going to get out of there, and you knew it. The MongolZ are just looking so comfortable right now, and Senzu's just taking away that Decenty MVP medal. 24-10. Another buy round for Imperial. This is your last hope. This is your last chance.
No way takes 9-10, but Mazzino's fast to return, and Blitz down mid will continue the blind sprays. Meanwhile, Techno's involved towards Banana, seeing a player. The HG's landing up top mid as well. Try on less than half HP. Felt's gonna get flashed in. Techno blind as a bat, but Senzu quickly takes the turn.
Oh my god.
And through the smoke follows up on Descenti. Oh, you just can't catch a break, Imperial.
Senzu's just like the Mongolian god of death right now in towards Banana. You can't get past him. You can't escape him. No matter what you do, where you go, what you try, how you approach it, he's always there. Inevitable, silent, deadly. Same as Mazzino. You're just not gonna be ready. They walk right into the AK and get mowed down. And that's been the story for this entire second half of Inferno. Bar 6 rounds in a row at the start. Imperial have been absolutely outplayed, outclassed, outshot, outmaneuvered, destroyed.
Wow. That's all
Say
I've
that
really got
again.
to say about it at this particular stage. Oh my god! I can't believe I didn't even think about that. I can't believe I didn't
Why
even think
did we
about
wait
that.
for them to be on the precipice of elimination to
Yeah,
do
I'm
that?
trying to be
It just
serious
feels
here,
like BM.
Imperial are about to get eliminated, and here we are.
We're talking about an $850,000 tournament. They're one round away from elimination. Oh my goodness. Master Yoshi in the flesh.
Oh dear.
Oh. Yeah,
Phelps.
welcome to the Eternal J and Ted CS podcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. The Thunderpick World Championship. Senzu caught dead first to Phelps' aggression up towards Banana. Imperial still stand with opportunity to make 5 in a row happen, but they're going to actually get this first round first and foremost. Trying to Senti are tagged up here. And Techno back in the back lines is M4 looking to swing out wide, run into 2 players. No way he's going to catch the kill. Mazzino next up behind the smoke. He's tagged low. Blitz flashed in, getting just tickles worth of damage. Look at the HP bars on the T side. And Imperial have forced out survival for now.
You'd think in that pause before the start of the round in the freeze time, he just said, Exo.
Please, Ted.
I'm sorry, I'm not the one that started this. You know, I'm not the one you can blame production for all of that.
Yeah, shout out to Big Fu and Otosh who have been handling us over the course of the week.
Yosh.
That's going to live rent-free in my mind, that whole clip, for at least the rest of the year.
Yep.
Alongside that
You know what's the
Twitch
best
clap.
part about all of this? Now they've played this. There's no way we can make it worse. Oh my god. Well, with the power of friendship in anime, Imperial have won their 8th round.
Literally the power of anime.
That's why you need anime profile pictures, ladies and gentlemen. See, we're taking a look at some cultural characters right there, and they get around with 5 alive. Oh, that's what you get. You tune into the Thunderpick World Championship, you get top quality Counter-Strike and some world-class banter.
It's funny because like we didn't have any of this when me and Dwayne were casting. I'm pretty sure it's because of you, Ted, that we're getting all these amazing moments.
I'll take it as a compliment. Because I'm asking for it. Bring it on. Give me more.
Want to make up for Imperial, and they've got their rifle by. It's still limited on a Galil for Descenti, and the M4 for Try that to get saved over. MongolZ keeping themselves as far away as they can without taking damage or losing prowess, losing an opening pick, because Imperial, when they seize that, they'll smell blood in the water and go straight in for the round itself. Early stances will keep them held away from the bomb site.
Yeah, now it's back to reality. Now it's back to serious business. 8-12. Imperial 4 more to try and force OT, and the MongolZ are rotating Blitz back to that B bomb site. You have no presence in towards Banana, but you still have that 9-10-0 posted in towards short.
Orp at the ready. Shot to the leg of Vinny. He's tagged low. Incendiary is getting in the way here. And the HE coming around that corner will dish out some damage. Not a huge amount, but still chunky onto No Way and Phelps. 9-10 AWP on the bomb site. Blitz also involved back here towards Wine. Molotovs on bomb site and on towards backlines. AK in for Mazzino. Gets away with the kill on Phelps. 9-10 PG50 is good. AWP hit a shot on Try. He lands the leg, not the full-blown frag here. But Try is extremely low, and so is Vinny. This 2v3 is not impossible so long as Senzu checks his corners. That's exactly what he does.
And he's been immortal so far. 27 and 11 Senzu. It would only be right for him to be the one to close it out. It's a 2v2 retake. Try with the AVP low on HP decent. He might have to do the heavy lifting once again.
Try. AWP set to sight, lands the kill on Senzu. Techno's making his moves up. Adjustments. Oh my god, what a transfer! And what a way to close! It wasn't Senzu. It doesn't matter. 13-8. The Mongols move to the Thunderpick World Championship LAN.
And they're gonna be playing in Berlin after one of the top 5 saddest anime deaths of all time. What a way to finish it off from Techno 4K, and what a way to put Imperial to sleep. It just felt like it was never gonna happen, but what a deciding map that was. And you gotta give props to the Mongols, man. Map 1, they squeeze in the win. They get absolutely dominated on their map pick. And at the start of Inferno, it felt like Imperial were gonna do the same. Decent, he was just all over them. But Techno, Senzu, they come back in style as they qualify for Berlin. And there's not going to be any disappointed MongolZ fans going forward.
Absolutely. Honestly, what a wonderful final round. And hats off to Senzu. When Descenti was going at the early matchup, I was getting really worried because they were just he was all over the Mongols. But the fact that Senzu bursts into life, they shut down Descenti. He's not allowed to have that same impact. And then Senzu goes eons better than that, man. Like, that is something to behold. What a performance from him. What a recovery it was from the Mongols, because it was a 6-2 scoreline at one particular point. But it is still a 2-1 series for them. And for the Tay, but this matchup is back to the analyst desk.
It's kind of crazy to think that Imperial are the ones that are getting coached by Master Roshi, but it is the MongolZ that end up going Super Saiyan. We saw how that ended, and I think you and I, Josh, like, if I wish we had Master's reaction cam, the analyst reaction cam there, because we lost our minds over what we just witnessed. A crazy way to be finishing things off after MongolZ let it come to map number 3. Josh, how are we feeling?
Pretty good, yeah. I mean, it felt quite reminiscent of Dust 2, didn't it? Obviously, the Mongols were just able to find that 6th gear again. They went back into this sort of comfort of winning their pistol rounds, which is something that they've done very consistently throughout the tournament. It just went completely awry there on Mirage, but they won the opening pistol round. They followed up with it. They won that pistol round in the second half and the follow-up as well, which just straight off the bat gives them a huge, huge advantage in the map as a whole. But yeah, just generally, they lost control a little bit in that first half after winning those opening 2 rounds. We saw some very good resurgences there from Imperial. That Vinny 4K that I think just sort of beat Mongols while they were down a little bit, but then they found that 6th gear. They brought it back to a recoverable 7-5 half. They then won that second half pistol and the follow-up, and then from there they were just absolutely amazing. And I have to address the elephant in the room as well. No Way just didn't even show up to the server, right? He ended the first half with 1 kill. He ended the map with 4. You know, with that kind of handicap, I think it's really, really difficult to pull anything together. And MongolZ were just playing out of their minds there, especially in that second half. So, yeah, kudos to them.
Of course. I mean, the way we're going to get to sort of recap this, right, is going to be through the replays. It really did look like a very good start from Imperial, right? It was very clean at the start. The Mongols looked like they were completely lost, and it's kind of surprising to think that after all that Imperial were able to do, like after they upset on the 3rd round, we end up seeing it sort of be shifted back in the favor of the Mongols when the side switch comes around. And we're going to get to see that round in just a little bit where we saw the failed boost, but I feel like that was the round where we started to see sort of the mental game of Imperial start to fall apart, right? I know it wasn't a very particularly significant round, but it was a round regardless. The Mongols, they've done a fantastic job on the second half, but you cannot really discredit what Imperial were doing as well. Ted and Eternal J, they were talking about how great it must be feeling to line up all that utility, and I bet it does, right? They had some really good reads on the util. They had some very sick spray downs. You look at the A bomb site, and everything was firing on all cylinders. Decenti's play towards pit there. We saw Vinny get a 4K to completely dismantle them, and if you just saw the first half of the game, the Mongols, they look like a completely different team, and CT side comes around, it's just a different story.
When you look at the vibes as well, and in terms of, like, we just saw on the replay there, right? Round number 3, after losing the force in the second, Decenti found a huge round, just with that USP on the A site. And, you know, it really uplifted the team. Vinny then did a load of damage in round 4. We saw on the cams, he was smiling, he was fist bumping. Vibes were good, everyone was feeling great. Unfortunately, whilst it led to a few rounds coming together, it was fairly short-lived. They had a good first half, but going straight into this second, as I say, this pistol round victory from the Mongols. Then they won that second round and the first buy round. You really start to see that this is going sour, and you could see the stars aligning for the Mongolian squad. Senzu's massive 4K there, it was just against the pistols, but I think, again, just beating a team while they're down is always going to just break their morale, and that's exactly what we saw going into the closing stages. Senzu was a demon here on Banana, and such a difficult cookie to crack. Obviously, Imperial got that 8th together. They prolonged what seemed inevitable, but this right here was unbelievable from Techno, and really the epitome of the sort of force that we were seeing from Mongols there in that second half. Just an unbelievable spray transfer to close it out before things got scary. Senzu, your MVP of that one, 110 ADR is just unbelievable. A 1.53 rating throughout the series, going 71 and 43. This guy is just a menace for sure, and one that Imperial could not handle today.
A 1.53 rating is the equivalent of just printing the ticket to Berlin yourself, right? He gets it done. They've made it to the playoffs now, and what a way to do it. Man, I didn't even realize that we were looking at such a disparity. Like,
yeah,
sure, everybody else, you know, they were pulling their weight in many instances, but this is just such a monstrous performance from Senzu. Is that even accurate? Can we get confirmation on this? Like,
well, he had a pretty crazy third map, right? In fact, he had an incredibly crazy third map, which really does bolster that. He had 12 more kills than anyone else on map 3. But yeah, he was actually the top fragger on all 3 maps. He got 26. He was 26 and 19 on Dust 2. He was the only one, again, when it came to Mirage. Everybody had a bit of a stinker. He still went 18 and 12, went positive, had a 1.29 rating in a map that they got destroyed on, which is pretty crazy when you think about it, losing 13-6. And then Inferno there as well, yeah, 27 and 12. So an absolutely unbelievable performance that I don't feel like has really been highlighted enough. He was incredible here. If it wasn't for him stepping up in the way that he did, I'm not sure if MongolZ would have got it over the line, even on Dust 2 perhaps. It could have been a 2-0 the other way, and I think Imperial will be feeling a little bit sore about that fact. But yeah, on the opposite end of the spectrum, No Way having a rough map in that third, and a bit of a rough series as a whole. It's uncharacteristic from him. He's normally one of the harder hitters, but was actually at the very bottom on all 3 maps. And, you know, when you get knocked out of a tournament like this, in a stage like this, you've had to fly halfway across the world, you come home feeling just like you needed to do more. And it's a horrible feeling, that's for sure.
And I'm trying to look at sort of the parallels we can draw here, right? Decenti, you know, he performed really well, but he couldn't hold a candle to Senzu, unfortunately. And you look at Noe's performance, you might think, okay, you know, Noe didn't have like a particularly great performance, obviously, but then Mzinio's sort of doing the same thing on the other side of the camp. No, unfortunately, the way Mzinio's kills were distributed, it's very different, right? Like, he had a total sinker of a performance in map number 3, but he did just enough on Dust 2 to keep them afloat, and that's why I think, like, just looking at the kills is not exactly the full picture. You look at where he was getting the impact, you look at, like, how they were distributed within the maps, that does kind of change things quite significantly, especially when you consider that on Dust 2, Mzinio, he had 16 kills, and then Beyond that point, obviously, he had like 8 and 9 kills, I guess, respectively. So that wasn't all that. But he did pull his weight when it mattered. And that is pretty much the story for the MongolZ here. Of course, we're going to get some more details about that story from the man himself. We're going to have a player on from the MongolZ for an interview. It's been a fantastic game for these guys. Techno, welcome to the broadcast. How are you feeling right now, especially after that clutch towards the end?
Of course, I'm feeling great and excited to land, yes.
Oh, awesome. Can you tell me a little bit more about how the team environment was feeling after that final clutch?
Maybe everyone shocked. Yeah, I was just a little bit lucky and just made the impossible. Yes.
I love that.
Oh.
It was absolutely awesome to watch. Absolutely awesome. I want to go to the veto a little bit and talk about Dust 2. You guys have been really, really good on Dust 2 throughout this tournament. Was it a map that you were expecting Imperial to pick into, or did you think maybe they'd be a little bit scared of you, considering you've been flawless on it so far this tournament?
We already saw the matches. They always pick Dust or the Nuke. Yeah, we expected this one.
Okay, so I guess the MongolZ were prepared for it, and it did look like it on Dust 2, right? I want to ask you a little bit more about that final map that we just saw. Initially, you guys were struggling, but then you started to get like a really good grip on the game. What do you think changed that let it happen?
To be honest, maybe our city side is a little bit better. I think so. Yes.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Fair play, Josh. You got anything else for me?
One more. You guys are up against 3D Max next. These guys, you lost to them in the grand finals of the Sky Esports Masters. Are you looking forward to the... sorry, you're not up against 3D Max next. Sorry, completely botched that. You're up against the winner of 3D Max, BESTIA.
Yeah.
So yeah, is there any sort of thoughts there? Who would you rather play? Would you like the opportunity for the rematch against 3D Max or a new opponent in BESTIA?
Recently, the BESTIA is doing some good performance in the last tournaments, but I think 3D Max is gonna win. I think so, and they are so annoying against us. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you guys have now made it to the finals, right? That must be a great feeling. I wish you the best of luck in your future matches. I hope you have the best time on the LAN stage, and yeah, I can't wait to see how you perform against whoever the winner of 3D Max and BESTIA is. It would be kind of cool to see the rematch.
Thank you.
Well, guys, that was Techno, and now we've got 3 teams decided. You know, the 3 of the tickets have been printed, and now it is time to see which ticket the printer is going to spit out for the final spot on the podium. It's going to be a really, really fun match to look at when we head into 3D Max versus BESTIA. You got any sort of closing thoughts for me here, Josh?
I'm excited for the game. I enjoyed our interview yesterday against Noxy, actually. I said that he was super humble and was excited for this match and this opportunity to prove themselves against a side like 3D Max, but was also very realistic and said, you know, these guys are a very good team. He said that he regards them as a tier 1 squad and that this is going to be a very, very difficult game for them. So I'm looking forward to seeing sort of what their game plan is and how they come into this, because they've been an exciting team to watch so far, that's for sure.
Absolutely. We're going to get to see BESTIA's metal be tested, and for 3D Max, they're thrown sort of within how they're perceived within the bracket to be challenged. It's going to be a fun one. This was a lengthy series, so we're going to take a bit of a breather, but when we're back, you'll be watching 3D Max versus BESTIA. Stay tuned.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're gonna target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through, and whilst Rops finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an A.
We've waved goodbye to 3 teams, and 3 teams have already graced the podium. Now it is time for the final 2 to battle it out. 3D Max versus BESTIA, 2 teams that are very formidable foes in their own right. 3D Max, they have a throne to defend. They are seen as bastions from the Tier 1 scene, and BESTIA, they are looking incredible within this tournament. M80 did not have an easy time against them, and a lot of teams were forced to respect BESTIA. Even Goliaths like Big had to take a step back for a moment. They had to play close games against them because of how damn good they've gotten. Josh, I can't wait for you to dig into this.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you know, I think that interview with Tabson was very enlightening, right? When we saw them have to face up against BESTIA, we said, okay, you're up against BESTIA next, you know. How do you feel about them? Do you think that they're, you know, they were the underdogs going up against M80? Do you think they're going to be a formidable opponent? And he said, you know, we didn't underestimate them at all. I've watched a lot of their games. I know what they're capable of. These guys are a team that can really cause upsets. And so far, they absolutely have. One of the lowest rated teams coming into this tournament. They found their way into the playoffs, and they found their way into the playoffs. Okay, they're up against 3D Max, who are a very, very scary team, but they're on the right side of the bracket. If they want to have that dark horse run and cause a bit of an upset, they've definitely got the tools in front of them to do so. But as you say, 3D Max have been fantastic throughout this tournament so far. They've gone unbeaten, and they have been a scary team and beat a couple of scary sides to get here as well. There's no doubt about that, obviously. Yeah, comfortable win against OG and a comfortable one against Falcons. They actually had a pretty difficult group, didn't they, when you look at this? I mean, geez. OG, Virtus.pro, 3D Max and Falcons, and they've breezed through without dropping a map.
Yeah, for 3D Max, I feel like they get a little bit underestimated, right? You would not expect them to be even
this was the group of death, for sure, right?
Yeah, 100%, right? Like, I'm not even sure how we end up seeing this position turn out, but now that we're here, right? 3D Max, BESTIA, that's the game we're going to end up seeing. And I feel like BESTIA, this is probably the type of opponent they were hoping for, but do they? I mean, you got to be careful what you wish for, right? Like, maybe if you just, like, sort of look at the brand value, maybe just the names, you would have wished for a different opponent, but this is a 3D Max that is super, super locked and loaded. It's not going to be an easy affair whatsoever, and what I would love to do is sort of, like, start to talk about the rosters a little bit, because I do think we have quite a bit to dig through, especially when we look at the side of 3D Max. I mean, they are a star-studded lineup, and, you know, if you just, like, look at the statistics, right, I don't think they really do them justice. There is just so much talent within them. I feel like 3D Max have had instances where they've looked a little bit inconsistent, but man, when they are in their groove, they are very difficult to defeat.
And I want to put the spotlight on Maka for a second here, because I believe this guy is unbelievable. And look at his smile. He just looks so happy, doesn't he?
$1 million.
Yeah, really, really he is. The thing is, right, if he can't elevate this roster to greater heights and put them as a tier 1 staple team, then I think he'll be poached by a tier 1 squad. I think he could absolutely be in the top 10 in the next couple of years. This guy does it all. He's the AWPer, he's the IGL, and he's got the highest rating on the whole team. He is absolutely fantastic. He has a lot of responsibility on his shoulder, and we've given a lot of examples recently of these AWPing IGLs, or even just IGLs without a strong ability to frag, and you sort of put a bit of pressure on them. And a lot of the time, you're the one sort of cutting them a bit of slack and saying, well, they're calling the shots, so, you know, they don't have to be playing as well. But to have a fragging IGL is a rarity. To have a fragging IGL that's also that primary AWPer is gold dust. And it means that the pieces around him can just fully focus on their own game plans. They can play with the rifles, they can play with the util. And, you know, he is such a valuable piece of this roster. And, yeah, absolutely has to be highlighted. I'm really looking out for him today to see what he can bring.
For sure. And 3D Max, you know, as a unit, they've just looked so good. Like, obviously, it's a little bit easier to put the spotlight on Maka because of the fact that he's just, like, doing everything, and he's still topping the chart in terms of his rating. But you also have to consider that the rest of his team's rating is also affected by the fact that they are primarily playing against some very, very difficult opposition, right? Which is why when you try and make an apples-to-apples comparison against Bestia, it's very difficult because they generally don't play against the same caliber of opponent. But they have gotten a chance to, especially in this tournament. I'm not going to lie, when we're going to start looking at Bestia just now, it's kind of hard to not notice that their run within Thunderpick has had some silver linings. The fact that they essentially get to play against M80 twice to pummel them into oblivion, right?
When you compare it to the other group, right, where 3D Max had to beat OG and Falcons, yeah, this one seems like the easier route for sure.
You know that one meme that where like one guy's like mashing his keyboard and the other guy's like, is it too late to try? That's basically the kind of run that Bestia has had. But, you know, I'm not going to disregard their performance. M80, they were here for a reason as well, right? They beat the likes of Aurora, and to do it against them twice, they did, in fact, put their foot down. But against 3D Max, they're going to have to show us some crazy stuff. And I do feel like 3D Max are a team that is slightly better equipped to deal with a side of Bestia, you know, which I think hasn't been really good at playing contingencies. Like, they've been really good when they're playing the executes, but when you really put the pressure on them in the same way that Regon did in the clutch situation when they were playing against Big, that's when they start to fall apart. And I feel like against M80, they were forced to sort of dig deep into their gameplay and pull out some individual performances, but this is a test that is going to be like no other. We're gonna need to see Thomason step up. We're gonna have to see Luchov, who's his counterpart when it comes to the fragging department, turn up. And you remember, part of the reason they had an easier time against M80 is because their pieces, Hawk and Naz, they were doing a fantastic job, and it sort of allowed Noxy to recline a little bit as well, even though he still did have a pretty solid performance. And I can't wait to sort of talk about the head-to-head as well, because I do feel like it's going to, even though it's hard to make parallels, we get a chance to sort of look at the two players that are going to have responsibility on their shoulders.
Absolutely, yeah. Interesting parallel there as well with Lukov, sorry, not Lukov, with Noxy also being an AWPing IGL. It just, you know, definitely not outputting the same kind of fragging power as Maka has been recently, but yeah, it's not something you see all too often, so it's interesting to see two teams with the same dynamic playing against each other. But yeah, this comparison right here, Lucky versus Thomasin, there's no doubt about who's been better in this tournament so far, at least in terms of the numbers. Thomasin has been unbelievable. And whilst it's great to put the spotlight on Naz and Zoc, because they're not normally the hardest hitters, and they had a great series in that last game, we cannot disregard the fact that Thomasin dropped 70 kills in their last series against M80. And, well, he's out for blood, isn't he? He's had a taste of it. He wants more. A 1.42 rating in that last best of 3. He's unbelievable. He's absolutely unbelievable. And if he can step up, I'm expecting him to step up today. This is the thing. I'm expecting him to step up today. The important factor is having Lukov there beside him, because in that last best of 3, he didn't do great. And also having those other pieces in Zoc and Naz, just, you know, staying consistent, showing up. We cannot have another sort of no-way performance like from what we saw out of Imperial in that last game, where someone just goes missing. Because if that happens, Bestia don't stand a chance. They're already the underdogs here. Everybody needs to show up to this server. And whilst you can rely on players like Thomasin to have these lights-out performances, because they so often do, it's the consistency across the roster that is really the most important thing here.
And when you talk about consistency, right, it's really hard to draw apples-to-apples comparison, like I mentioned before, because Lucky, the man we're seeing being touted up against Thomasin, he has had to play against much more difficult opposition within the tournament, right? the stats you're looking at right now, they're against OG, they're against Falcons, and you know, I'm not gonna lie, Falcons aren't exactly looking like the bunch right now because they've just had a very, very difficult time getting, sort of hitting the road running, right? It's still against players, individuals that are going to be much stronger than the types that BESTIA have faced. So I'm honestly very interested in finding out whether or not Thomason is going to be able to furnish performances like this one when they are up against that tier 1 caliber, right? You're not going to get to farm anymore. You're going to have to play against the big dogs. That being said, though, we're going to have to see where these big dogs are going to be fighting it out. That's going to be the veto, Josh. And I want to hear your thoughts on this. Where do you think we're going with Inferno, Ancient, and Anubis?
Okay, well, 3D Max picked Inferno against OG, and they won it quite comfortably, so I'm not surprised with the Inferno pick there. They did go for an Anubis pick against Falcons, so I was kind of bouncing between either one of them potentially coming up, but was leaning a little bit more towards Inferno. It's very interesting that Anubis actually comes up as the decider in this match, because now it means that 3D Max have got 2 of their strongest maps in the 3 that are being played here. Now, for BESTIA, Ancient is a bit of a stronghold. It's one that they are very good on as well. But it's one that we did see come up against M80. They won it 13-5. It didn't come up in their first series against M80, but it did come up in their second. So, you know, we've got a little bit of a sample here for them in this tournament. For Ancient, it is only that one map. It is against M80, who I think it's safe to say are definitely on a lower caliber than 3D Max at the moment. But they should be feeling confident there on that second map. It just comes down to how they perform on Inferno and Anubis. They were very good on Anubis, weren't they, against M80. They played it twice against him. It was a 13-1 and a 13-7. But again, it feels like a different kettle of fish. My concern for them here is Inferno. We haven't seen them on it yet. They've performed well in the past against South American teams, but we have no data to go off of when it comes to their performances against European sides, especially one of the caliber of 3D Max. So I think 3D Max should definitely have that first map in the bag. You know, Bestia's win condition here is take Ancient and do your best on Anubis.
For sure. I'm going into this a little bit worried for either squad, honestly. Ancient can go wherever. Obviously, 3D Max, their victories are kind of their victories or losses are going to be shrouded in the condition of the fact that, hey, you're looking at you're essentially looking at maps where you've consistently been playing against harder opposition. BESTIA haven't gotten a chance to do that yet. But I'm very interested in seeing how Inferno is going to play out, because this is a staple for both teams. And funnily enough, I kind of think that BESTIA's best chance of actually winning the series is going to be in 2 bites. If you can somehow manage to get over Inferno, right? Yeah. Then you head into Ancient. That's probably a bit easier of an affair than Anubis is going to be. If you go to the third map, I think 3D Max, they take it more times than they don't. The types of players they've played against, the sample size they have, it's very difficult to see teams that are of the caliber of 3D Max actually play as many times as they have. Like Anubis, 30 maps being played, 60% win rate. And, you know, part of that reason is because they're getting to play against, they don't skip out on any tournaments, right? They're playing in a lot of the smaller tier tournaments as well, and then they are willing to sort of experiment with any tier of Counter-Strike, which is why they get so many reps in. But I think this is really good, because one of the things that a lot of these tier 1 teams or tier 1.5 teams are going to miss out on are going to be those quality reps. So you have to essentially play this balancing act of, hey, are we getting enough practice in? Or are we doing are we playing enough officials? I feel like 3D Max, they've been putting in the hours. I'm not sure how that translates into practice time, but the officials are definitely there.
But honestly, when you got that many officials, you can almost learn on the job, can't you? What makes it harder here for BESTIA is the fact that Ancient is actually 3D Max's second most played map in the last 3 months as well. They've played it 29 times. They haven't had the best results here, but they played it against OG. It was actually the OG map pick, and 3D Max won it. That was just actually more than 2 days ago. That was the opening game, so that was 5 days ago now. But yeah, you know, 3D Max are going to be going into that, maybe not super confident, but also with it being a map that they're very comfortable with and they play a lot of. So this is going to be a really, really uphill climb for BESTIA. And I think that really the advantage that they have going into this are the different meta styles. We've seen very different Counter-Strike, and this is why I love these kind of tournaments, right? It's always a crazy contrast. Whenever we jump in and we do like a CCT South America game or something like that, it's like a wildly different meta of CS. When you bring those together and you've got South American, North American, European, and Asian CS all playing against each other in the same tournament, you see those kind of metas butt heads. And whilst it's very easy to sort of draw data from 3D Max over the last few months and how brilliantly they've performed and how brilliantly they've performed in this tournament, how many South American teams have they played recently? The answer is 0, right? At least not in the last month or so. So it doesn't mean that just because BESTIA are a South American team that gives them an inherent advantage or anything like that. But it means that sort of some of these things that we talk about don't necessarily have as much value behind them, and that BESTIA could definitely come ahead here if they just go into, especially Ancient, with their own game plan, their own strategy, and just beat 3D Max at their own game.
I'm also trying to think, BESTIA's biggest advantages were probably just going into things being a little under-researched against, and now that's not going to be the case anymore. A lot of the players, a lot of the interviews, we started to get insight about how the other players are starting to think about BESTIA. And what I am going to point out is that if there was anyone that was previously underestimating them, it's not going to be the case anymore. They've been watching the demos, and I feel like stylistically, even if BESTIA are sort of that execute-heavy team that likes to get all of their eggs in one basket before they commit to the game plan, right? There's not a lot of mid-rounding or late-game adjustments, and they've generally struggled at them, especially if you look at a game like the game they played against Big. It does kind of feel like BESTIA, if their execute-heavy game plan works, it's going to work incredibly well, but if 3D Max can quickly diagnose it, they could be in for a bit of a treat. That being said, though, we've got the game live. Jay and Ted, take it away. We can't wait to crown the 4th of the podium for the Dome Arena. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, it's time to indeed crown the last team forward into the playoffs, into the land finals, to be more specific here. One more spot up for grabs in the top 4. We've already found Heroic, OG, and the MongolZ, and now 3D Max or BESTIA will look to join them. And look, I'll give some credit where it's due to start things off. BESTIA have consistently impressed me as the tournament has gone on, but they mentioned it on the desk, Ted. Not much European success involved in that one. They lost towards Big in the upper bracket finals of that group and taking on 3D Max, who are just as, if not stronger, in my opinion.
You know what's the thing? I completely agree with you. I feel like you've hit the nail on the head. Big might have the better individuals to some extent, more experienced players. They probably could, outshine 3D Max against better opposition. But when we're talking about fundamental Counter-Strike, when we're talking about the approach to the game, when we're talking about roles, when we're talking about communication, when we're talking about set reactions, 3D Max is one of the best teams that we have in this entire event. I would go as far as say, as hell. I mean, Heroic are the #1 favorite in my eyes. I would say 3D Max probably played the cleanest Counter-Strike out of every single team right now. And yeah, if you give a little bit more time to Heroic, this is of course because of the fact that they're a little bit newer, they're trying to find their comfort ground. I would say that out of all the teams right now, in this current state of the game, right now in the tournament, if 3D Max make it into the LAN final, in my eyes, the fact that it's a LAN would be the only factor of which could actually turn the ties against them. I feel like 3D Max is probably the worst possible opponent for BESTIA, and at the same time the best, because you're going to really get a reality check on where your level is at.
Yeah, look, I mean, we haven't seen much in terms of South American competition when it comes to 3D Max's own side of things, so that might be some intangibles, and we've seen over the course of the week how that South American aggressive style has been able to catch certain high-level squads off guard, so maybe there's an avenue in which that would work up, but look, 3D Max, I mean, Dwayne and I were talking about it earlier on this week, and we'll repeat it here, they're one of our entry top 4, like our expected top 4 teams, and they're on track to do that right now. They are classed as a tier 1.5 team in Dwake's eyes, and I can't disagree with that particular assessment. I mean, look, they are a very, very good squad, and I just can't see them losing out this series here, Ted. I mean, maybe BESTIA might sneak in a good map by catching them off guard with some pocket strats, but I'm not convinced they're going full front to win the series today.
No, absolutely not. And early on, we're going to have a little bit of time to talk about that later on as well, but the pistol rounds already started off. 3D Max bringing in the pace, but look at Thomas. He's pushed all the way down towards middle, but does he realize that he's actually passed the entire squad of 3D Max? Everyone is going in towards the apartments right now.
Setting up smokes for that play towards second mid. Maka going to enable the apartments pop to come through with those flashes. Luchov is not caught off by it, but 10 points of health. He will get caught off by a directive engagement. Naz has been seen. He's tagged to 8 himself. Noxy involved towards short. Gravity swings in, and he's not ready for Luchov to be so close. Exorcist finally gets those 2 kills to return. 3-on-2 scenario. Lucky trying to deal with Noxy. Maka comes up good with that pick. Thomas in back in towards the apartments, gets his returning frag, and it's a 1 versus 3 clutch to make happen. The first kill already going his way. The second one going to get back and out of position. Yeah, that bomb just taken right out of the way, and Mac will be there to cut off Thomas in alongside Ecstasy's extra support. Oh, very good shot from Thomas, but not to be for the round. Pistol win for 3D Max.
Yeah, and it's a 4K from Exorcist as well. And going into this game, by the way, this is a point that we made a couple times throughout the group stage so far, and now into the play-ins. Exorcist and Gravity are probably 2 of the most underrated players on this level of Counter-Strike, by the way. Exorcist has played every single possible role in 3D Max across the last year. He's been an entry, he's been a lurker, he's been a support, he's been a mid-pack player, he's been an anchor, he's been a star player on the CT side. He's done it all, and every single time we're seeing great consistency. The pure aim power in Exorcist is phenomenal, and Gravity, I would make the comparison with Naitu, by the way, who's on S right now. He is that type of a guy that a lot of people are sleeping on. He's got the potential to be a star player.
Notion that Exorcist has been part of this core for like almost a little over 3 years now. Unearthed back on the double pony days, and what a find he's been. He is the core. Yeah, he is the core.
Yeah, he's one of them, right? You're looking at Joko, you're looking at Lucky, Exorcist. Obviously, Maka was part of that Falcons project where a lot of the others weren't, but it's just great consistency we've seen from them, and by the looks of things, it's going to be great consistency, at least at the start of Inferno. From an Inferno, we go into an Inferno, we come as well here for the start of this series. But yeah, going back to the conversation, you know what's the thing that I like the most and I respect the most for 3D Max? I feel like they are the embodiment of the phrase gatekeepers of the tier 1 scene and the tier 2 scene in a certain way. If you're a tier 1 team, this is the team that you test yourselves against, right? If you're a little bit shaky, 3D Max have the potential to take down a lot of the top 20 teams and even some of the top 10 teams if they're not playing on their A game.
Again, just to emphasize, a powerful squad in the Frenchman.
Yeah, we spent the last 15 minutes pretty much just glazing 3D Max. And for a reason. I mean, we did have our glazing session with BESTIA as well yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Thomason has been lights out, one of the best players in this entire event. I mean, we were talking about CT sides earlier. We had that conversation. Thomason is the highest rated. Oh, it's actually the T side, I think. Player in the event. You're looking at 151. Which is bloody fantastic. He's been playing great Counter-Strike. He's putting himself out there.
And even he was rating the best player on BESTIA in that big series, even though they did end up losing it in the 2 maps. He himself posting a performance that can certainly be reputable against the European opposition. And if there's one sticking point that I think BESTIA can look at as being the ultimate difference maker against a team like 3D Max, it would be him.
Yeah, it's actually 170, the number on T side.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
It is very good. Only player with a gun in this round, though. Not going to be an easy task. First kill, guaranteed. Refrag instant by the HE.
Gravity going to follow up on Luchov as well with that Mach 10 directive. Fights Naz. That FAMAS in his hands, holding and hoping that someone wraps that corner. He can take that pick in really easily. It's not going to happen for him, though. Backing away to hold on the A site, saving because he hasn't got Kevlar and neither does his teammate, so aim punch is going to become an issue. There's no real viable way in which you can steal this round back. So just save the gun into the next because there will be a buy available for BESTIA.
You know what's the most exciting part about this matchup in my eyes? The fact that those 2 teams don't really have heavy punishment picks going in between each other, right? They play fairly similar maps. I guess Dust 2 would have been a heavy punishment pick in favor of 3D Max, and then vice versa. Probably Nuke would have been much better for BESTIA. Obviously, 3D Max play a good Vertigo, BESTIA perma-banned. BESTIA play a good Mirage, 3D Max perma-banned. But you're looking at Inferno that 3D Max are bringing forward. It is one of the better maps for BESTIA, if not one of the best maps for BESTIA, one of their go-tos in the domestic South American scene. You're looking at Ancient, statistically might not be looking like the best one for 3D Max, but is their second most played after Anubis, and they've always been a really good Ancient team. Individuals have always felt comfortable on it. Exorcist has always been a crazy good player on Ancient as well. And then if you're looking at Anubis, it's pretty much even stats-wise, I think it's evened up. So you're always going to get that type of a series out of those 2 that you know the better team is going to win. It's not going to come down to the veto. It's going to come down to whose got the better plan, whose players are going to be a little bit sharper.
Right now, 3D Max are the ones that are coming out on top of the important categories. Rio to the start here on Inferno. And guns will be available once again for the CT side, focusing mostly on those weapon buys. Good shot for Noxy. He's going to make it expensive for 3D Max. So damage to be done. An opportunity to open up for Bestia if they can capitalize with a rifle round win.
Yeah, this is a fantastic start for 3D Max, though. A 3-0 off the bat. Good counter-strike to begin with, of course. We've seen only one Inferno out of them so far in the event, and that was against OG. That was 13-11, so quite a close game. Of course, Inferno historically has always been one of the best maps for French Counter-Strike. If you want to go back in time, 2016, 2017, 2018, we all remember the amount of French highlights. I mean, just Kenny Essen towards A, happy with the Deacon towards that B-bomb side, just to name a few. There's history here. Or as they say in French,
themselves.
Histoire.
Well, Tom is living in the present, going to find the kill on Jocko to start things off. Zoc's got to trade back the casualty that is found rather quickly against him. 2-for-1s overall, favoring the Bestia squad. 3D Max pushing in towards bracket so quickly. Now 3 players to deal with on this A defensive, and they're going to try and get aggressive here as well. Bestia, Zoc pressing on towards short, especially getting a tag on one player. Kill back from Maka returns, but Naz has dropped in. Bomb is in the open. Ecstasy, so 1 versus 3. 55 seconds to the clock, and he should be able to grab this bomb, but it will be known towards the CT side here. Up on the bomb side, 2 players seen on that lineup. It's just damage done towards Luchov here. HG's down, trying to catch him on a site. Bomb plant will just be secured. They're coming in real quick towards that mid-fight, though. The AWP sees him popping up, takes that headshot immediately. Bestia, well responded to, well set up on the retake.
Yeah, a little bit uneasy there in his seed exorcist, by the way, loving the player cam in the clutch. He knows that he had a legitimate shot at this one. If the op doesn't land the headshot, if he gets that kill, he can turn around, isolate those fights. It's still a really good first round to pick up, as you pointed out. Important for Bestia to get their feet in the door early on. Thomas an opening kill, refrag coming out of the boost. Quick rephase, good reaction as well. They were anticipating that quick round in towards the A-bomb side. You saw it on the minimap as well. I didn't real. Oh my. Bro, it's round 4, guys. Get to the chopper.
Oh my god. How is he not like destroying his like hair follicles right now? Jesus. Don't do that, by the way, if you have long hair. Just saying that.
Don't do that if you're production. We're just bullying everyone. I love it. Send a heart for production, guys. Come on. Give them the props they deserve in chat. That's been a fantastic one. Almost as good as the lucky double.
HG's on Thomas in as well. He's been tagged to 42. He's going to try and find Jocko off pace, and Maka's going to take him on return. So just like that, the one responser Bestia is taken immediately back by 3D Max. Zoc and Noxy, 2 versus 4. And they're back on the A site to save. They can't make this work on the retake.
I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about the chopper.
It would have been fun. I'm actually gonna set up a clip for later. It would have been funny if you got that TikTok song, helicopter, helicopter.
You know what's the best part about it? You want me to teach you how to pronounce that, and I can give you everyone the full Balkan pronunciation of that.
I don't really care about the Balkan pronunciation. I just want to see that track, that song on that clip.
Helicopter, paracopter. I've never thought I'm gonna sing that song on an official broadcast. By the way, I'm not gonna. That's not on the bucket list. But
welcome
you know,
to the Thunderpick World Championship.
Yeah, we're just cooking at this point. We're just having a good time. We are just having a good time. We hope everyone's having a good time because we definitely are. And you know how you say go to the chopper in French.
Go on.
Aller vers la joie. I haven't said that in a long time.
I mean, I couldn't verify whether that's true or false.
No, it is true.
French,
it is true. I just haven't. My French is a little bit rusty, but it is true. Yeah. Aller vers la joie. Well, back to planet Earth and Counter-Strike, which is the thing that we gotta talk about most of the time. Some of the time. At least a little bit.
In between all the memes, yeah, we'll talk about some CS.
Yeah, we can talk about the Counter-Strike as well. Early on, we are seeing that Bestia don't really intend to let go of Banana, by the way. Putting a lot of emphasis, a lot of util. Luchov once again gonna set himself forward. The refrag from Lucky is great, though.
Instant 4 versus 4. A fair amount of damage being done to 3D Max's live players, though. Lucky tagged to just down by 30 points of HP. Maka by 40. Tomlinson, the only man to receive reactive damage to the Bestia side. So we've got those 3 players set towards the A defensive. The movements of 3D Max pushing in towards mid. Gravity's Molotov. Try and push Zoc out of the way. Will take some damage. The AK swings in for the counteraction of the utility. Tomlinson quickly responded to by Exorcist as well outside of the apartment. And Maka involved towards long. Naz didn't even suspect a thing. Bombs on site will get planted. This is number 5 for 3D Max.
This is the one thing that you need to really take into account when you're playing against 3D Max, by the way. The fact that even though there's a fight going on in towards Banana, even though it feels like they're being really invested into it, they're always going to have a plan B, right? There's always going to be someone looking for a timing in towards that A-bomb site. You're always going to have the thought of Exorcist looking for space to the back of your mind, right? And as we pointed out, we've been giving him a lot of credit. He's a player that's really good when you leave him to his own devices, right? He's going to be really good at catching timings, finding himself in a spot where you're just not ready for him to be, pretty much. Now Noxy under a whole lot of pressure to try and hold on to that big green. Needs it pretty much. Money's running a little bit low. Guess the first one might not be ready for the second player. Mac actually gives away his position. Noxy, that's a great shot. Might actually be able to find every single one of them.
No.
Gets a little bit overzealous, maybe.
Pretty up for the T side. They lost quite a lot of it in that particular round. Bestia also, I believe, are up to max loss bonus here, so actually available for a potential force invest, another rebuy.
All right, you know what?
3D Max off.
Someone that's French in chat said that that was nowhere near right what I said with the chopper. I've been exposed.
Oh, yeah.
In my defense, it's been 4 years since I graduated the French high school, so and this is a sentence I've never really attempted to say in my life before. But hey,
why did I even bother taking French lessons from a Bulgarian? Like, why? Tacticals in for Bestia.
What do you mean? We are polyglots. We know our language.
Tactical pause for Bestia as they take a moment to reflect on the match thus far. And at least some people are taking this one seriously, and they kind of need to. Because to go back to be serious for a second, they have been schooled a lot by 3D Max. The last round was close to the exit frags and expensive against the T-side state, but they're not going to opt to invest again. Not going to opt to go in with those heavy buybacks, just to upgrade pistols and the SMG Automazin. Meaning that 3D Max will just have the rifle advantage, and most likely their 6th round on the board. Bestia have to concentrate on turning this advantage back against them.
Yeah. Flash goes high. Luchov in. Lucky ready. Anti-flash. Absolutely perfect from 3D Max. And this is Bestia, by the way. Going into this one, probably feeling a little bit hyped up, right? You're going to get an opportunity, play against one of the best teams in the tier 1.5, tier 2 scene in Europe. You're going to be hyped up playing one of the maps that you like, one of the maps that you feel really comfortable on, one of the maps on which Thomasin usually thrives on, but this is 3D Max just taking you down deep early on, and Gravity, that position is absolutely perfect. Gets the first one, not a second. Refrag is in, but Thomasin is in a whole lot of trouble. He doesn't even realize it.
Found by Mac, tried to peek ahead of the flashbang, but Ort was watching it. And last man on Oxy will fall. Gravity, the only casualty to have to sustain there from 3D Max. So any damage that Bestia have been able to do in the last round can be pretty nicely negated for the short term on 3D Max's part. And again, they have minimum 6 from the T side. So far this map is going swimmingly for them. Bestia do have their rifle buys, though, unable to output damage. But Orp's back in for Noxy and falls across the rest of the board.
Yeah, and as we said before the start of this one, right, for a team like 3D Max, qualifying for LAN events is just so important, right? Because they want to make that jump. They want to solidify themselves as a tier 1.5, pretty much get in that position that teams like Gamer Legion, like Apex were last year. Played a couple already so far this year, but this one will really be a difference maker. And again, in towards Banana we go, and again, Luchov will try and challenge.
2 kills for it. Jocko and Lucky drop. Gravity with 2 back on the return. Very nicely done. The Incendiary is going to have to escape that. He's on 2 points of health. He will not last long there. And re-smokes are set up by the CT-sided player Naz to back away and start grouping over towards the A site of things. If they hit B now, they'll get the plant down. But they're going to lean into the stack.
They can slow it down a little bit. That double refract from Gravity is absolutely massive. Thing is, there's 60 seconds on the clock. 3D Max don't need to make a move, but BESTIA made a decision. They need to start pushing forward.
Lock and Naz flashed in towards mid. M4 to engage against both Gravity and Maka. Bomb dropped and all. Exorcist. A 1 versus 3 for him. BESTIA have bested 3D Max on this particular round. The Frenchman will have the bomb back on his back. But this needs to be a pretty mental clutch, to say the least.
He's got a bit of a timing. Unless Zokhar clears it. Never mind. There goes the clearance. It's a perfect triple coming out of the Uruguayan star of the side of BESTIA. A country that you're probably not seeing too often on the top of Counter-Strike, but he's been playing a good event so far, and this one was just textbook from BESTIA, regardless of Gravity's efforts, by the way. That mid-round from BESTIA was great. You get that double refrag in towards B. You know Gravity was low on HP, even though he gets those kills. You just leave the B bomb side, deploy a little bit of Uto, instant reaction, instant pushing towards middle. You just catch 3D Max in transition. They were just not ready, and the flash was absolutely perfect.
Still 4 rounds for the good on 3D Max's part. Lucky's found Noxy in the early entries towards Banana, and he's doubled up on Luchov. Now's got to get the hell out of there. He's the last man standing on the defensive, and Lucky is skillful. 1 point of health to his name, but 3 picks found. He's overwhelmed the site on his own individual efforts.
It's just so difficult to swallow that pill, right? Because the previous round you feel so good about. You set up Lucho for a double kill. Yes, it gets responded to by Gravity, but all in all, BESTIA just had the upper hand in the previous one. You make the right call, you catch them off guard, you win it fairly easily, and now you just get completely shut down in towards B once again. Lucky with a monstrosity of a triple kill. But those are the tempo changes that you need to be ready for, and now you might not even be able to hold on to the guns. Exorcist with the first, make that a double, and make that a couple bullets for good measure after getting the kill. 3D Max just not letting BESTIA in. And you know what? Credit where credit's due. BESTIA have been trying to find their way into that Infernal. 3D Max have just been slamming the door shut time and time again.
I talk about Inferno being a strong map for 3D Max, and you can very clearly see why. Tacticals again for the Argentines. Second one called, because they have found very little luck in their campaign thus far. And 3D Max to set up a one-sided opening map is going to do no good for your mental game. It's going to do no good for your outset. Even though Ancient is coming up next, you mentioned before how 3D Max will have some very proficient players on it. So if they're playing their top-end game and BESTIA are doing little to resist it, then it still is not a good sign.
No, we're talking about fundamentals here. You're not going to get a heavy punishment pick. It's not that type of a veto where you can say, well, you know what? We got absolutely stunned, but this was their map pick. This is not the case here. Both teams just play equally good or are equally comfortable considering their own level on all 3 maps.
Thomason's been tagged. Maka swinging forward, seeing the shoulder. Not getting the individual, though. It's just back off positions from BESTIA, conceding quite a lot over to 3D Max. Not a lot of Banana presence, although I say that from beyond the smoke, they're going to spam Luchov down to 1 point of health. So without even looking for the picks, they found so much in this. Zoc, his SMG, about to get faced upon, just dived out of the apartment. Maka heard him. Naz cannot do much to support his teammate. Will try swing in. Jocko and Gravity have got both those kills up long. Maka following up. Player low. Luchov dead. Noxy's got to save the AWP.
Yeah, it's just the contact out there, right? That's the conversation we had a couple rounds ago. You just have to be ready for it. And look at that. They're not even going to plant the bomb straight away. They're going to delay it. They want to make sure they get that AVP out of the hands of Noxy.
Maka will eventually put the plant down at default, but you can see how much room they've been able to gain as a result of that stall. Noxy will take Jocko, so they're aware that he's backed up to the B bomb site, and with the AWP in hand means that there is no retake on the table for him. He's got no utility to defend himself. Just got to hit all these shots when they come his way. HEs and flashes all at the ready here for the T side. Bullets whizzing right past him as he hides inside the smoke. Exorcist being crept upon. Maka and Gravity don't even need to take the fight. Exorcist will catch him. And no man will maintain their lives for BESTIA. 3D Max on a complete roll.
You know what's the worst part about this? If you're BESTIA, if you go into a best of 3 against 3D Max, and you know the Frenchmen didn't have a lot of time to prepare, and you yourselves didn't have a lot of time to prepare, this is where BESTIA, I feel like, could get the better of 3D Max, maybe, if the stars align, but you know that they've had a lot of time. You know they're going to be ready, and you're looking early on, by the way. This is excellent prep being done by 3D Max. They're just finding so many gaps in the defense. so many times. It's not only about finding the headshots. It's about putting your individuals in spots that the CTs are not ready for. And this is a worrying sign. 10 rounds in, BESTIA are already out of tactical timeouts. That's the third and final one for this map, of course, but still, it's not a great sign.
Tacticals are not doing much for them either, so they're not really in a very good spot.
I mean, at least your IGO has something to say, right? This is the upside. This is the silver lining. If you're just getting stomped and you have no idea what to change, what to fix, then you're in a whole lot of troubles. At least Noxy has a lot to say about it. At least, hopefully, he can see the light in the end of the tunnel.
Well, it's a pretty dim light at this stage. 3D Max are just not really showing any mercy. Oh, the scout from Noxy unable to connect. Second shot won't even be fired. He's got to get right back to the bomb site. Gravity seeing both. Ooh, good shot for Noxy. In the end, Jocko
One more.
is going to take him. One more player to the backside. Thomas in. He's going to get overwhelmed by Lucky. And Ecstasy will get Zoc back towards Pit. Jocko's low, but it's at a 3-on-2 again for 3D Max.
And this is going to be a nearly impossible one. At least Jocko's low on HP, but you don't have a kit. It's just an MP9 and a 5.7. You need Luchov to find more than one here. That's what Nas is hoping for.
He's smoked off to the app's entrance. He's still pushing, though. Exorcist has made his way out. Dive in. AK gets the kill. And a 5.7 caught by Lucky just beyond that smoke. 3D Max up to 9-2 at this moment.
Yeah, and Exorcist is having fun right now. You can't really fault him for it. That was a great shot from Noxy, but all in all, 3D Max are just playing this one with great composure. Even the fact that they get the bomb site, they get all the refrags, and you can just see how they slow it down. They're waiting for the smokes to fade. They're waiting for the CTs to give their positions away. You don't want to tap the bomb and give them a 2-on-2 on paper once they start going for it. And yeah, that damn smile. That's a terrifying smile if you're a BESTIA fan.
That right there was the face of a stone cold killer.
Sure. A friendly Stone Cold killer.
That's how he gets you, though. He lulls you into a full sense of security and then just faces you wide on Banana like Jocko does right there against Noxy. Kill to start off, a 1-for-1 trade, and Nishi going the way of 3D Max with that response from Jocko himself. HE's landing on Naz to continue the damage output here for the T-side and Banana. Exorcist is so ready for Thomason as well, lurking back into the apartments. Lulling him into another full sense of security. Zoc knows about.
No.
Quick trades back. Gravity will get caught. Zoc's got to escape the apartments. He knows he's not going to survive there for much longer, so onto the bomb site he'll roll.
Exorcist has heard the steps, though. He knows exactly what's going on. He knows he's not going to be worried about Pit. He's not going to be worried about Short. He knows exactly where that player had gone off to, and without smoke, I mean, he's got the A-bomb site under a lock and key. BESTIA have made another gamble, but it's not going to pay off unless they actually walk into the bomb. Nah, this is a great opportunity. Gets the first one, but now with that aggression, and with Exorcist being down on the A-bomb side and not seeing anything, you surely read into the fact that Zoc's rotated away.
Giving chase towards Banana. Maka should hear these footsteps escape towards second mid in the apartments. He's going to get into the bedroom just in time. Got to get back out towards the long corridor here. Ecstasy is going to hear him coming in from mid. The bomb can't cross safely. HG's in. Zoc's won the fight, but Maka takes him right back. No luck today for BESTIA. 10-2 at the turn. 3D Max utterly dominant to start the series.
Yeah, and this is one of the few teams that hasn't dropped a single map so far in the event, right? We're talking about the 3D Max team that going into this was in Group A. Just to read out the names in there, you have OG, you have DP, and you have Falcons with Simple. 3D Max were able to 2-0 Falcons, and then 2-0 an OG that made it to the LAN, and an OG that has been playing exceptional Counter-Strike. 3D Max did not lose a single map against any of those teams. And we're talking about, as we pointed out, a team that's participated in the last 2 seasons of ESL Pro League, a team that played in Cologne, a team that won that Sky Esports Championship 2024 LAN event in India in July. We're talking about a team that knows how to win games like those. And a team that can punch above its own weight, but a team that can humble the ones below. And unfortunately, that's what Inferno has been so far. One really big session and really rude session of humbling for BESTIA.
Yeah, this is always going to be a tough ask, especially on this map. And it's, again, not really going all that well for BESTIA. Their fundamentals have not been able to match up to 3D Max, and that scares me going into their own map pick.
You're hoping they're going to be a little bit freed up going into map 2. Hoping that they're going to be able to get a couple rounds here on the T side as well before this one's over.
Or from a mentality perspective, you can at least say, right, well, it was their home territory, now it's time to go to ours.
Yeah. Also, you know there's no massive expectations out of you, right? This is the first time we've seen Bestia play an international event like this one, and if they bomb out of the group stage, I don't think anyone would mind. The fact that they were able to take down M80 twice is a big enough achievement, and now they seem to have the right idea about this pistol round. Mac is all alone here with the Julies. Is going to be Monsieur Captain against the world, and he's all alone.
We get Molotov out here by Zoc as well. Teammates pushing in from the back lines. They could catch the bomb carrier if they swing right now. Molly misses to go towards short, so Maka not going to get shoved out of the way. Fights on, takes down Zoc, looks back to the bomb site. Doesn't get more out of that one. Zoc, however, has come in with that backstab. Lucky going to follow up on Luchon as Naz takes a trade. TheMongolZ good responsive to a 2 versus 2. Out in the open they are, but Naz has dropped, and TheMongolZ knows exactly where both CT side players are coming in from. Lucky towards the bomb site. Gravity tagged outside of it. The bomb's been dropped in the open, and he's got 40 seconds less than that to clutch this 1 versus 2. He's fighting desperately, looking for a headshot, but just none are presenting here. Might need to reload the bullets as well. Need to get another magazine inside of that Glock. Creeping closer. They'll start swinging together, and Lucky will land the triple that secures yet another pistol for 3D Max.
Yeah, welcome to European Counter-Strike. Welcome to 3D Max. That's the domain of the EU grind right there for Bestia. And it's a really rude welcoming session, but as we said, 3D Max are just not going to cut them any slack right now. And that's the worrying part as well. The fact that you're playing similar maps with 3D Max, you get to play against their Inferno, potentially their Anubis. And I would go as far as saying, on Inferno, 3D Max have the potential to take down a couple tier 1 teams. On Anubis, they play like a tier 1 team. So if you're Bestia, yeah, this is, it's not great.
Fast out of the T side, trying to get into that A bomb site quick. Exorcist ready to receive. 2 kills found. Triple not quite secure, but SMG of Gravity from range can still pull out the Julies and does get caught by Luchov, so might provide a little bit of an avenue for a bomb plant. It's going to get picked up by Noxy here and planted down at default. That might expose him towards Jocko and Maka. Looking to swing close. No, they do get towards safer territory, so a cash injection, but for a force buy, they need a little bit more out of this one. And Maka's going to give up the opportunity. Jocko takes the trade, and Lucky's going to follow it up as well as 3D Max now get up to map point.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. You're able to find a couple kills there. Oh, camera.
Been happening a couple of times today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. At least this time it's from the winning side, because the last couple times it was from the team that was losing, but you're going to check it out on the replay. Considering they didn't really have too many flashes for the bomb, the fact that they're able to get a bomb plan out of this, get the refrags, it's actually not too bad of a result, but as you pointed out, this map is just too far gone for them to be content with those silver linings. Doing damage, getting a bomb plant, it doesn't quite cut it anymore. At least you're going to get to play 1 round with 1 AK. I was going to say with the AKs, it's not even going to be a full-on investment. It's just 1 AK, 2 Galeos, a Scout, and a Mac 10, or Tech 9, sorry.
Close enough.
Yeah, they both have an AC in the name. And Bestia need an AC, because they've had no room to breathe so far on Inferno.
Very well done.
Thank you.
Not so well done from Luchov. He's cut down by Lucky very quickly in a banana, and that's the banana presence base that he wiped out. And they've got Noxy to go back for the bomb here with the Scout in his hand, but his teammates to work in towards the A bomb site. They're already putting utility out here. HE is landing towards them, a boiler. And Jocko, I mean, he's playing close to the smoke here at banana. He's going to start to back away. That smoke comes out to play and suppresses them for even longer.
Presses is the right word to use here. They have 2 smokes, 1 flash, and unfortunately, this is just 1 smoke and 1 flash left. Now, a little bit of Yuto being jiggled around, but it's going to be so difficult to push 3D Max back. And even if you're able to push them back, I mean, how do you make your way into a bomb site?
Oh, good shot for Noxy.
That's how.
Smokes down to try to press again towards the half ball. Naz takes up an M4 and applies it to Jocko. From us now for Maka on the site. Will dink down Naz, force him away from that B site play. Meanwhile, there is an A push up from TheMongolZ, who has yet to receive contact against the CET side. A second man in towards long, but Exorcist is waiting playing patient for his chance to strike. Gravity now making his way up to position, engaged towards the back line. The M4 Gravity gets the kill. Exorcist is swung so quickly. Noxy, how are you hitting these shots?
My God.
And Naz has come up good with the extra responsive back towards Long. No way Bestia take this round.
Oh, that is absolutely sick from Noxy. And it's from one captor to another. Maka, a 1 versus 2, 32 HP combined for the two players on the underside of this, and he's going to slow it down. He's hoping they're going to give him a free kill. He's hoping they're not going to be ready for that late play out of short. He's got a kid on his back. Doesn't have the util, though. And the time is running out. He's already just playing for the exits. He's not playing for the round. He just wants to make sure they don't have money into the next round.
They can't survive the bomb blast with how much damage has been done, though. He's going onto that bomb plant defuse right now. Scout shot missing, but Noxy stalled for time. It's good enough here. He will go falling, as will Maka. And Bestia will just maintain their lives. Noxy, though, what a round he had with that Scout. I want to see some of those shots because those were just utterly ridiculous. Made the ultimate difference. I mean, how you can Ferrari peak with a Scout is well beyond my comprehension. Good frag on Lucky is this one.
He's a gamer. He's just a gamer. And it's good to have a round like this one, right? That's overall just good for the mentality of the team. I feel like even if you don't end up winning a lot of rounds on the T side, I mean, that would have been a 13-2. Noxy, with that double kill, and Nas going in absolutely huge as well, and towards Banana, can't forget about him. They've bought themselves a little bit of time to try and up the mental, and this could be key, right? We're out of the realms of possibility of this Inferno not going in favor of 3D Max. This map is over. The question is, do you get 3 rounds, 2 rounds, or you get up to 6, 7, allow some of your individuals to get rolling? Noxy's had a good round already. He's the IGL, so his morale is going to be a little bit up, and that's going to be overall benefiting the team going into map 2. Are you going to get a couple highlights from TheMongolZ, Luchov, Zog, Nas? Just feel a little bit better and feel like you were maybe stunned at the start of that Inferno. You'd rather think that you were just incredibly slow to start and you weren't able to react than the fact that, or just accept the fact that you were much worse than your opponents. You know what I mean? I mean, going into Enshin, if you get a couple rounds here, that could make a difference.
.3D Max posted towards the A wraparounds here. Bestia moving on towards this forced buy. Zok dealing with Maka first. Exorcist on the site, getting caught by Luchov. So not much threat generated by this investment. Number 4 seems to lock onto the board of the Bestia side. I'm looking to see whether they can truly counter what 3D Max have brought out here. I mean, if they can fundamentally respond, then it does give me some hope for the next map.
I mean, that was a clean round. That one makes you feel really good about yourself. Yeah, the entry pathing in towards the A bomb side from Luchov was great. You clear out the bomb side, going down from the back, from the stairs, right, from graveyard side. You don't walk up the stairs, recognizing the fact that they probably would have forced. They would have had a couple pistols, an SMG. You don't want to give them any kills, right? Even if you just rush it into the bomb side and go down there, you're probably not losing the round. You're going to get the refrag, but it's about keeping it as clean as possible, just fundamentally making the right decisions. And those are really good signs now for Bestia. They're even going to try their best to make sure that 3D Max have nothing going into the next round. Boom.
Not like they had much to begin with, of course. This was a forced buy from the 3D Max side, and they have the eco basis to play from as well, so there should be another free round for Bestia. And it is a good feeling to get around like this in confident fashion, but the concern for me is, can they do it when the rifles are brought out for 3D Max? At least another round before we get to that point. So Bestia, not a concern for now. It's a concern for round 18. Gravity, Jocko, and Lucky did save their weapons. Do hold that Kevlar. We'll see whether the FAMAS and the MP9 can do anything. It's the FAMAS forward first from Gravity's part. He snuck past the second mid players. Swing forward, catching a kill on Naz. Turn back towards the bedroom and second mid control.
Oh, no.
Will back away entirely.
He's going to walk away.
Lucky. Back's turned.
Oh, my
they're going to catch
goodness.
Thomas in. No way they're going to win this round.
You say a concern for round number 18. Well, what about a concern for round number 17? What about a concern for the final round? And now they know it's B. Mac is all alone. At least he's got only a USP, but he can still do something. Low HP on Luchov. Tap it away. One bullet would have confirmed the kill, but 3D Max, this is still not unwinnable.
Great work from Gravity. Lucky through the smoke is caught. Noxy next. Zox caught by Lucky through the smoke. Oh no, he's right. Luchov cannot hold on for long. And 3D Max, without even the investment, can find the steal to add the extra insult to the injury and a 13-4 domination on their map pick.
I'm afraid that final round was just the embodiment of the entire map so far, right? That was just 3D Max running around, getting some kills. Lucky with a double. He finished that map with 21-6, something ridiculous like that. 3D Max just brought in the level of play that a lot of people probably would have expected to see out of the Frenchman, but as we said, that was anything but a close map. That was just a straight up humbling session onto BESTIA. And from here on out, I mean, it's up to BESTIA to show us if mentally they're going to be able to stand this one and at least give them somewhat of a fight on Ancient. This is not going to be an easy second map.
No, certainly not. It really was a fundamental concern, I think, from the BESTIA side. And this is the one thing that I feared would happen the most in this kind of a series, is the fact that they haven't taken on European opposition and found success with it in this tournament. And in general, they've had very few opportunities to play against 3D Max playstyle. And you can see how that playstyle was not caught off guard. You didn't see that same level of craziness from BESTIA being able to affect another squad. And so, as a result, again, we move to a map which still has the exact same concerns we brought up at the start of the matchup, Ted. So I'm not convinced at the moment. Maybe it might come up good for them, but I guess we'll find out. For now, it's back to Faraz and Josh.
We saw nothing from BESTIA outside of the first couple of rounds, right? You look at that first half, and I think half the viewers are probably wondering why we bothered with a Twitch stream when it could have very easily been comfortably uploaded on Instagram Reels. But thankfully, we did see something from BESTIA towards the end. At least any kind of confidence to take back into it. But, you know, I'm grasping at straws here, right? Like, I've just got this big tank of copium right here to sort of hold myself off before we go into the next map because it did not look pretty.
Yeah, I'm happy to sort of disregard the couple of round wins at the end there, as great as they were. It was the result that we were expecting. Maybe not the scoreline. I gave BESTIA a little bit more credit than they really delivered there on Inferno. It puts so much more stress on Ancient, doesn't it, really? I'm expecting more out of them from Ancient, but obviously 3D Max just looking above and beyond the better team there. Lucky having a lights-out performance. And just generally, it felt like every single time BESTIA got a foot in the door, especially early game in that first half, when they were able to take a couple of rounds and we thought, okay, yeah, maybe this is a chance. 3D Max just responded with absolutely zero respect. And we'll see that when we get into the replays. Just some of these rounds where, yeah, the second that they maybe become a little bit complacent, they give BESTIA a bit of legroom, they realize that they've given them a little bit too much, and then they just snatch back with raw mechanics.
And I think that was the difference between a team like M80 and a team like 3D Max, where I feel like the adaptations weren't quick enough when M80 were playing against BESTIA, but 3D Max, they are a team that has played against the style of BESTIA that is very execute-heavy, that is always going into things with like a pre-planned scenario, and that's always going to be the issue for BESTIA unless they sort of put a handle on it. You have to play against a team like 3D Max who are going to punish you unless you're good in the mid-round, unless you're good in the late round. If you're only going to be throwing out sort of some early pre-planned plays, you're gonna get punished for sure. And I think that issue was even exacerbated by the fact
this
that
round
BESTIA
here
are
is
playing on the CT side.
Filth as well, by the way. After losing, this is exactly what I'm talking about. After losing that second round, Lucky just says, okay, hold my beer, and just flies up Banana, finds 3 kills by himself, and that's just that, right? And then BESTIA don't find another round until 3D Max hit 12.
Yeah, for sure, and we constantly saw instances like this. I feel like maybe if they started on their C side, they'd be able to muster up some more courage, but it's been a consistent theme for BESTIA. They start on the CT side, they have to play reactionary, and reactionary gameplay is simply not up to BESTIA's alley. I do appreciate that they still try and claw their way back in, though. Unfortunately, no one individually really stepped up. Maybe we saw a couple things from Thompson, who made it scrappy, but I'll be honest, I'd have to go back to the scoreboard to even try and give myself a bit of a recap, because it really did feel like it was flying by too fast. Those few kills you're seeing there at the end, even then, the defuse being denied for 3D Max, just like down to just the 1 versus 1, it could have very easily fallen apart. Even the attempt at coming back into the game was pioneered by 2 players that had 15 points of health to their name, and there's the man himself, a lucky 21-6. Like, this is an absolute joke, right? Yeah. This is what I was talking about at the start, remember? They don't have a similar yardstick when it comes to the stats.
They're pretty much 136 ADR as well, just completely nuts. And this is kind of what happens, right, when you've got two teams, 3D Max that have had to come through the group of death, BESTIA, who, no discredit to how they've got here, but it's an achievement in the fact that they've got here in itself. And yeah, I think we've been a little bit spoiled over the last few days with how contentious the Counter-Strike has been. We've gone to 3 maps, we've gone to overtimes, but on paper this was teed up to be a one-sided affair. We kind of had our fingers crossed for it to be a little bit closer, but I think we really saw in the server the disparity that really is quite obvious between these two teams. Obviously that's just map 1. Ancient could definitely deliver more for BESTIA, but it did not feel like we saw nearly enough there on Inferno. And with that scoreboard coming up, I was actually expecting a better game from Exercise after he found those 4 kills in the pistol round, right? He then went all the way until round 4 without finding a single kill or death, by the way. He was still just 4-0 going into round 4, which was then that first round that they lost. But yeah, ended up having a decent game by no means. It was, yeah, finishing 14-7 is nothing to grumble at. But I guess it's just sort of who has the opportunities there more than anything else, isn't it? Because the weight's always going to be on your entry fragger in those kind of scenarios. And Lucky played that role absolutely beautifully. And round after round was opening space, was creating space, was securing space, and finding kills all along the way. And yeah, sort of just outshining everybody really on the server.
Of course, and while we're speaking of sort of outshining, right, I feel like a couple of the stars that were much dimmer than last time we saw them were going to be Zoc and Naz. I felt like this was always going to be an issue that would come back to eventually catch BESTIA, but knowing that Zoc and Naz on average haven't been able to furnish the performance of maybe someone like Luchov or Thomason, right, even though Luchov didn't exactly have a marvelous game either, I wasn't sure how long they could rely on Zoc and Naz to actually be pushing up the numbers, right? And this is exactly where they started to fall apart. Those two players, unfortunately, weren't able to sort of match up to maybe someone like Noxy, but it's kind of hard to put the spotlight on them in a negative way because there was really nobody performing from BESTIA, and is that because of the team play? Is that because of the individuals? I think when you have such a one-sided affair, it's really hard to sort of split hairs.
Yeah, I don't think you can really throw anyone under the bus there when collectively they've found 4 rounds, and the 4 rounds that they have found have normally been off of like individual plays and things like that. I don't think that it's really too fair to scope in on the kill counts and whatnot, but there is something to be said for the fact that Nox is not the man that's supposed to be hitting the hardest. It is supposed to be Thomasin. It is supposed to be Lukov. Neither of them particularly showed up to that game, and they absolutely have to here on Ancient, alongside their teammates as well, that's for sure, if they want any chance of turning this series around.
Now, I will say that Ancient does afford them a slightly better opportunity, right? 3D Max, they're the ones that picked into Inferno. Now, BESTIA, they're going to get to play something that they are a little bit more comfortable with. And it's something we talked about at the start. The best chance for BESTIA was probably to go for a 2-0 finish, because when it gets to Anubis, it is going to be very, very difficult with the kind of practice that 3D Max have been getting. However, we still have a chance to actually take it there, right? This isn't a game that is a foregone conclusion, and I do think that BESTIA have a little bit more fight in them. That being said, though, we're going to be going over to a short break, and when we're back, Ancient will be on the menu. We'll see you there.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rops finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an 8.
Nothing but confidence from the Frenchman. Now BESTIA have to bounce back if they want to stay alive in the series and the tournament here and now. It is their map pick, it is Ancient, but Ted, I'm still not convinced, unfortunately. Like, there's not much that Faraz and Josh said to give me a lot of confidence. I'm just looking at the fundamentals of what happened there on the first map, just seeing how well 3D Max were playing just from a core perspective, and I'm thinking it's going to be a very similar result for map number 2.
I mean, you gotta be crazy to think otherwise. I feel like going into this one, it's just going to be a really difficult run for BESTIA. The one good thing that we can say, by the way, no matter what happens on this map, no matter what happens in this series, BESTIA, the fact that they were able to take down M80 twice in just a matter of a couple days, the fact that they have played some good Counter-Strike, they have shown promise, they have nothing to lose here. They just need to go into this map, lights out, not thinking about the pressure, just show their absolute best if they really are allowed to do so, because 3D Max didn't give them a lot of chances on map 1.
I'll try to give him no chances on map 2. CT side start for the Frenchman. Pistols live as BESTIA will break into that B bomb site, plant this bomb down. Naz is in that back wall and expecting to receive resistance. It's Jocko to peek in, and Zocker's not capitalized upon that kill. A kill to return for 3 players on the back of the bomb sites, though, and eventually Naz going to get 2 more heads out towards Cave. In the blink of an eye, BESTIA indeed will take the pistol.
That is great. I mean, this is the start that you want, right? Get a pistol round, get as many conversions as possible, get as many rounds as possible before 3D Max get rolling on that CT side. And as we said, Ancient has always been a good map for the Frenchies. Recently, I would say that, you know, even though they've been dropping it against some really good teams, it hasn't been great. So you're probably thinking, if there was a map on which we could make 3D Max a little bit lackluster, it's probably going to be Ancient. Now, I say that the OG game from 3D Max was really good. The thing is, what we've seen from BESTIA as well on Ancient has been nearly spectacular. 13-5 win over M80. So having a great performance. Luchov, great with the opening kills, as Gravity will find out soon. You still want to make sure you get that second one, though. It's a force buy from 3D Max. You don't want to give them the initiative back that early on.
BESTIA will take mid-control, plays in a donut, swinging out wide for Macken, not going well for him or Jocko as BESTIA take those rifles in to overwhelm the SMG players. Lucky and Exorcist will try see if they can get something out of the back lines of the A bomb site, but it's very unlikely here. Unlucky as well for Lucky himself. Damaged up by the Molotov, revealed now towards the T side. Exorcist will try to do some damage, but Thomason's going to get that kill. And there's nothing in the round here for 3D Max.
It's quite clean. It's really swift, isn't it? You get 2 rounds on the board, you lose 2 players in total unless Lucky gets a little bit more done, but at this point, beggars can't be choosers, and BESTIA getting rolling on the T side early on, being able to put 3D Max in an uncomfortable financial situation, getting potentially a 3-0 lead. Lucky will, of course, try and find as many as possible. There's another one for the MP9, but there goes Zoc coming in from the back line, so money bonus. Injected here for Zoc on the back of that kill with a MAC-10. It's a lovely start on that Argentine side, and I think this is the position in which BESTIA could actually showcase their best level of play, by the way, because after map number 1, you realize that there is a massive difference between you and 3D Max. So I feel like now, if ever, they wouldn't be feeling any pressure. I mean, in your heads, you've already lost the series. 3D Max have just shown you that they can be far superior. So going into this one, you can play freed up Counter-Strike, try and unleash those individuals. And we know that they have firepower, Bestia. That's the one thing they're not lacking.
Yeah, we've talked so much about TheMongolZ and his individual impact, and just one example of how Bestia can do great work with their players, basically. And we need to see some of that out in force here. He was a guy that, you know, found some great moments in certain rounds over in the last map, but not enough to cohesively string together a lot of success in that. Similar story for Noxy. He's a scout player as well, and the tail end of that map up. They need something a little bit more against 3D Max, and they have got a positive start here. They should turn it into a 3-0, so the groundwork will get laid by the Argentines. Thomas in, ready for the corner play against these pistol players. See where the macro drop of gravity, or lucky to take a rifle down. And the answer to that question is, actually, yes, they can take a couple of picks out. A third one for Exorcist would be lovely, but fought back by the AK, they will get their kill.
Yeah, it's a lovely triple kill coming out of TheMongolZ. He's probably the one that you want to get fired up early on. Definitely the ones to watch on that Bestia side, of course. For those of you that have not been following the South American scene, actually quite an FPL star. That's how he came around. A lot of solo grind, a lot of face it, showcasing obviously that mechanically he's quite a skilled player. Now up against a completely different kettle of fish, but 3D Max finally with the guns in their hands, and we're finally going to see Mac on an ope as well.
Noxy taking tag damage. Only small bits and pieces done towards the Bestia side, returned in kind of 3D Max. Noxy's AWP is, of course, one of the two highlight players in server right now. Maka on his towards the 3D Max camp. He's placed himself over towards the A-bomb site. Very heavy-handed from the T's out towards B lane. No one in red to watch for mid control. Bestia slow things down.
Yeah, and that was a good counter, by the way. That was 3D Max forcing Bestia to slow things down. The good news for Bestia right now, they know they've baited out a lot of utility, right? You're looking at the utility best right now for 3D Max. You have one Molotov on Exorcist. You have one Molotov on Maka, 2 smokes, 1 flash. That's it. They don't have a lot of things to block with. Problem is, the majority of that util is actually in towards that B-bomb side, and Bestia look like they still want to explore their options. Right here.
Lucky. Now joined by a 4-man defensive here in total. Molotovs towards the back sites and towards the cave entrance. Smoke's going to clear. Naz is revealed towards Lucky. Lucky unable to get the kill for its second player. Swings. TheMongolZ goes down. Naz, he's got utility pulled out. Gravity going to pull up that pick. Lucky on 1 point of health, but backed up by Exorcist, who dinks down Luchov to half HP. A kill from Joker comes in towards the A-lane, and Exorcist has got Luchov marked. Noxy in a 1 versus 5.
And this is not the perfect way for things to start off in your first bite. Jiggo is absolutely perfect. It's not even a Jiggo. It's a jump to bait out the op shot, and Lucky will make sure that 3D Max don't lose anything in that first buy round. And that was really well played by 3D Max. Bestia slowed down at the start, couldn't go for the quicker B play. Felt like this is exactly what they wanted to do there. Instant smoke in towards the ram, though. Didn't fair their chances. Slowed it down. Send one player back in towards A. Wanted to regain middle if possible, but 3D Max just being incredibly comfortable and putting a lot of trust in Joko there to stay all alone in towards Donut, be responsible about middle, about that A-bomb side, to have all those bodies in towards be ready and waiting. And early on, we are going to see the first tactical timeout coming out of 3D Max here. They pick up 1 round. Felt really comfortable, but this is the one thing that I've always liked about 3D Max. I mean, back in the day, you were talking about the double pony days, right? You could see some of those moments when 3D Max would get ahead of themselves in a way, when they were back on double pony, right? When they would just get a little bit complacent, a bit too comfortable. I feel like now they realize when you are the favorite in a matchup like this one, you're in no position to underestimate anybody. You need to show your level of play, especially when we're talking about a team that might be orgless quite soon, right?
Yeah.
They're putting themselves out there. And you know what? If you're an orc looking for a team in Counter-Strike, this is definitely one to consider.
Especially because there are a whole bunch of fun players that have also been made available on the market recently. Oh, missed shot from Maka is not encouraging to the A defensive. He's able to maintain his life, and the rest of 3D Max are also on the scene with their rifles. The AKs, of course, pulled out. Thomas in with 1 trade, but Exorcist with 2 more back. Zox AK and Noxie's Mac 10 are the next key threats. Bombs dropped, of course, in the open towards the A site, and might see Maka overwhelmed. Zox trying to bait him out, but York's going to wait for his backup to get out here. Good couple of kills for Noxie and Zoc, actually. This is turning into a winnable 2 versus 2, but Maka will get that trade back. Noxie now known towards the CT side. AKs on both individuals. Lucky swinging in alongside Maka, and Noxie nearly transferred the spray, but it doesn't come up good for them. 3D Max still hold the round.
Yeah, and you see the reaction from Maka. He realized that was too close for comfort there, even with the double peak. I mean, after Joko gets the first kill with Exorcist, that might have been a really spectacular one. That's a great spray transfer, but that probably should have been a much more simplified round there for 3D Max. The fact that Lucky was low on HP, 1 bullet is all that was standing in between Noxie and that double kill. Unfortunately, couldn't get it. Insta headshot onto the full HP player, so a little bit unfortunate, but 3D Max get 2 in a row up against the unupgraded pistols this time around, so it should be a pretty straight up one. Thunderpick also, of course, in favor of 3D Max. Want to make sure you go and check those out. Click the banner below the stream and head over to Thunderpick, as we're gonna witness an OP anti-eco.
Oh, collateral for Maka. Beautiful stuff. And the rest of the rifles are inbound with support. Gravity going to get the lurker of Noxie, but the emphasis again towards the bomb site. Lucky's going to get his 2 picks in the round. And 3D Max, confidence restored. All 5 alive, and money restored as well for them, because it was an expensive round of the previous. They're fortunate that BESTIA only brought in the forced buys, so the money just not flowing in for them in the follow-up round. It allows that easily to come forward. It allows this to go to a 3-apiece score. BESTIA back on the true rifles, back with an opportunity to return fire.
This could be the difference maker here. Okay, so far you tried 1 quick B play. It got absolutely denied early on. You tried to go out A a little bit quicker. Again, it was read into, you walked into a stack, so I guess slow it down a little bit, try and fight for some of that map control. Out middle they go. So far 3D Max not really contesting, but Joko is toying with the idea in towards red room.
Noxie catching Joko. Oh, blind sprays from Gravity, and Luchov will go back and forth. Damage done towards Luchov especially. Joko is the first casualty, so BESTIA hold the man advantage and start leaning in towards the B bomb site. It could see a quick lane take. Third man is on the way to consider the potential of the backline B site defense. Exorcist has got to clear out both red and the backlines themselves and hold on to that B bomb site. Thomas in meanwhile making his moves up towards Cheetah. Good kill for Gravity. He's going to have to dive out of the way, doing lots of damage. Chance for Lucky to strike. 3 versus 3, and Nox is on 1 HP. Naz catches the returning trade, and Maka's AWP doesn't matter how high HP they are. The bomb will get dropped with a quick AWP shot. Hearing where Zoc's coming in from as well, will peek forward unawares of exactly the positioning he's going to peek up from. Flashbang against the man. Maka getting out of the way. Incendiary to block the T side. Wait for backup. Exorcist is coming in as well. Flashbangs turning away from the T side, but Zoc's still going to get blinded, and that shelf player could still provide a support, but Exorcist is going to hold the bomb site itself. Maka AWP shot on Naz, stalling for time, staggering the kills, and now knowing that Zoc's around the corner, a shot does not connect, but 15 seconds remains to the clock. Zoc's got to prioritize getting to that bomb site. Exorcist has come into the back lines as well. Plant not secured. Oh, that got manic, but the time stalling has worked wonders for 3D Max.
Yeah, that's lovely played by Maka and Exorcist as well. You can see the flow of communication too, right? I mean, in that situation, Maka gets the first kill. He's forcing them out. He was under so much pressure. That bait setup working out wonders for Lucky, but Maka drops the bomb, deploys the molly, the flash. Exorcist realizes, okay, they're not pushing Maka right now. I can run back, head in towards CT. Maka does so much work, and Exorcist, they were just not ready for that reposition in towards CT. Not overextending. Dealing with the pressure there, and another tactical timeout. This one is going to be for the Argentine side of BESTIA. There's been a couple close rounds in there, but you're just not winning the clutches right now, and you know you can't afford to let those slip. It's been a much more competitive start to that Ensure. Regardless of the rounds going in favor of 3D Max, BESTIA have been making them close, but at the end of the day, it's all about picking them up.
They started that round on the front foot and everything. The opening kill on Joko. Just that damage compounding and stacking and work down for 3D Max. They let the timer come back to bite Bestia, and now they sit at just the pistols. Look at the HG damage already done towards Zok. Jocko in with a lineup. Get wrecked, boys. These pistols are going nowhere, and 3D Max, well, this is a very scary sign for them. Yes, they are the rifle versus pistol advantages, but the fact that they're playing with this level of confidence, the fact they're able to push all the way into this angle and still take with no resistance, it is once again a concern for Bestia. Need to get that responsive generated on the rifle round now.
Also, you feel like they probably had an idea going into this one, right? That's right on the back of a tactical timeout, and you don't get anything done. You don't even get close to trying to play out the round that you wanted to. And yeah, that second tactical timeout, it just proves it, right? Bestia had a plan about that previous round. It just gets completely denied, and you say those pistols are not going anywhere. Well, they might be heading home if it keeps going like that. Another tactical timeout. They were quite quick to run out of tax on map number 1. What was it? 10 rounds in, they were already out of them. Maybe even less than that. You're already halfway through, more than halfway. You just have one more left, and we're 8 rounds deep. And it's a buy round coming up for the T's. 3D Max 5 in a row. That was a 3-0 start for Bestia, and the Frenchmen just haven't dropped anything ever since.
Pistol conversion, Eco, and the 5 in a row. That has been the game thus far. 3D Max can now go forth with the confidence that they're probably not going to suffer to any more Ecos in the near future. The AWP on Mako is supported by the rifles, and there is plenty of cash in reserve for the CT side. Bestia are leaning in towards the A-bomb site right here, with 3 players total up in main. 1 man towards mid. Molly sent in to keep Naz and Co at bay, although they will make some noise. Gravity will hear it. Ecstasy is getting challenged on the back site here towards A. The smokes come in. The bomb can try and make his way up. Jocko's going to catch Zok in the open. Tom is in looking to strike back from mid. Jocko's dealt with him so well. That boosting player, actually it's Naz involved against Gravity towards mid. The boost up individual of Lucky is seen where Luchov is, will do a ton of damage, but they can't quite get the kills against him. 4 versus 3. HGs will try to clear up space. Ecstasy goes in for the peak. Luchov is down. Noxy getting tagged up as well. Naz involved towards main. Utility sent in his direction. Going to try and keep him suppressed, but the flashes, the smokes involved. 2 of them out. Noxy swung upon by Ecstasy, and Naz nowhere near defending this bomb site, nowhere near fending off the defuse. It's 6 on the board of 3D Max.
It just plays textbook, right? And that's why you see on a lot of those occasions, 3D Max are willing to let Joko play all alone in towards A, right? Leave him in towards Donut, even leave the A bomb site, even if Exorcist is a little bit late on that rotation. Joko's just so good in those situations. All alone, gun in hand, just focusing on his aim. And you can count on him to win the fight. Retake comes in. It's all about Joko, by the way. He gets those 2 kills, stays alive in towards Donut. That's why that bomb site is so uncomfortable for the T's to hold on to. In the moment that the CT smoke fades away, this one was over. And again, 10 rounds in, Bestia running out of tactical timeouts. This is the final one. You either make a difference now or you're just going home. And we can see this time, it's not even Noxy doing the talking. This time it's Thomason.
I mean, I'm going to correct you at one point, Ted. They're not running out of tacticals. They are out of tacticals.
I said that because they still had like 15 seconds left of it. You know, progressively running out of the final one.
Well, end of the day, they've got nothing left that they can call on after this round is over. And
it's done now.
It's very similar stances to what you said earlier as well. Last map run out within the first half, well within the first half, and unable to find any responsives or answers to what 3D Max are doing here. Flash is sent, Luchov in, 45 HP, still finds the quick kill onto Gravity, so that's a positive start. But they have lost man advantage situations before here on this map.
Yeah, you just got to be careful about the AVP. Mac is in a great position. Smoke, gonna get ahead of it. High, low, gotta be careful. Spotted the player on top of the boost, though. This is lovely information right now for Mac, and Noxy doesn't really want to challenge this one, though. I think they've seen Mac as well.
Jot misses, 5 on 3. Luchov makes it 2, but Ecstasy gets 2 more in mid. He's still high HP, and he's aware of the player coming in from main. Flashbangs to try and engage against Zok. Going to put a smoke down as well. 2 players walking up mid. Ecstasy might have to do this all on his lonesome. Lucky's not in a position to support Naz, so he's making all sorts of noise out here. Ecstasy on the corner. We'll see the gun barrel. The pistol's pulled out, and he still gets the kill for it. How has he done that? 2v2 ensuing. AK's being picked up by both CT players. Bombston out towards mid, though. Could be challenged. Lucky looking towards the bomb site. And Zok has no idea. This whole thing slows down, but footsteps are getting heard here.
Yeah. Is Exorcist going to be ready for Noxy coming out of middle, though? This is such a late play. No idea whatsoever. And it's just Lucky left, but he knows where both of them are. First one, good enough on the AK, and it's 20 seconds. Noxy is going to try and sprint for the B bomb side. Does he have enough time? I think he's barely going to get it.
Yeah, he should have enough time to get it down in the open. Of course, Lucky's still waiting for him to go back in towards the A play, but be a safer plant as well. Back just behind the default position. You're right about the openness. Lucky will see the bomb. He's just going to catch vision as well. Noxy has dived out of the way.
Oh, no, he didn't see him. He's still looking towards long. Yeah, Lucky didn't catch a glimpse of Noxy. This is great right now for the IGL of Bestia. He's got the advantage. Lucky doesn't have a smoke, doesn't have a Molotov. He needs to find him.
And he dropped on the site. I don't think he's within reachable distance here. Noxy checking. Lucky tapping the bomb. AK turned away. Noxy's going to win the rounds. A clutch that comes through. Bestia finally find a chance to best 3D Max.
And this is all on the captain, by the way. This is on Noxy, by the way, having the guts to actually go back middle and look for that kill on Exorcist, right? If he was just sprinting in towards A main there, they would have heard his steps. They would have known exactly what's going on. This is a crazy one. Exorcist just thought that everyone had backed off in towards A main. There's the replay of that kill that we mentioned. 24 seconds as well. You spot out Lucky. You sprint back towards the B bomb side. You just plant in the open. And as we said, no utility for Lucky to make it a little bit easier for himself. 3D Max burned through their second tactical timeout as well. 11 rounds in. There's one tack left across both teams. You can feel the tension.
3D Max still could have the half, still could take the advantage, but equally could get equalized by Bestia here. It came down to a 2 versus 2, a 1 versus 1 in the last round. One different move, one checked position, one player that fluffs his spray or his kill and could have very easily gone the other direction. Bestia will know that, 3D Max will know it. 3D Max dipping into their investments as well to follow up in round number 11. The loss bonus will build back with enough cash in reserve to buy into the top and all. Mac is all alone towards the B bomb site mostly. You've got that cheater player from Gravity who's been pretty proficient in this position now. The flashes start going over in the AWP of Maka. Oh, he's going to get blinded. Unregistered. They start swinging. What a shot for Luchov. Gravity getting tagged up beyond that smoke as well. A 5-on-4 established, and they're just suppressing any sort of wraparound positions. Naz in towards this long position. It's Thomasin onto short, finding Lucky. We're down to 3 men on 3D Max here. And flashes to keep him at bay. Exorcist's backed up. I think the CTs might also be backing up in general.
Yeah, this round is over, especially with Joko going down. You were just relying on that T spawn flank to find something. They line up for Exorcist, but he's not going to be able to find a single one. And it's just Gravity towards the back of the box. Luchov executes him. It's a clean round from Bestia. And now they're starting to get fired up a little bit. You're giving 3D Max a run for their money here on the T side of engine. You get 5 rounds, potentially even 6 here towards the end. And this was probably the first time Bestia, with the call, were able to catch 3D Max off guard, right? You pointed it out. There was a solely alone over towards the back of that B bomb side. Maka had no support whatsoever. The moment that you deal with him, bomb side was open for business.
One more round in the half. For Bestia to equalize 3D Max, their last chance to take the CT side advantage. Mac is looking for the opening pick. Luchov seen his shoulder peeking out. Good flick to start things off. Utility will actually bounce away. Bestia were trying to send something out of main. It didn't work for them.
No, really. You've picked up 5. This is already much better than what we saw on Inferno, but you still would love to get that number 6. Thing is, Mac is not really going to move out of here. Boost for Noxy going to come into play, but Exorcist is playing that close angle. The timing on the smoke is perfect. Exorcist is just going to get ahead of it.
Utility in hand. HG's down. Exorcist gets the kills on both the individuals. And they are done in this round here, surely.
This is just such an awful sequence. Exorcist finds another multi-kill, and he might go for it once again. Thomasin getting himself into that angle. That might not be taken into consideration here.
He does check it, but Thomasin's better on the kill. Maka missing an AWP shot, and he takes damage. The bomb's been seen.
Donut.
The backstab's closing in from Donut here. Jocko has absolutely no idea. Naz could force out a winnable situation still for Bestia, but as Thomasin drops, those chances dip right out of dodge. Naz known to the CT side, swings in from Lucky, catching him in the open, and 3D Max will just about have the half at 7-5.
You're still not out of this one just yet, though. Bestia have been able to show a little bit of character. Getting all those 5 rounds, still staying in the competition. This one is not over, but look at that from Exorcist. They're just playing with so much confidence right now. That's the worst thing. You gotta make 3D Max respect you. They're not gonna give you that respect. They're not gonna come into the server and be like, well, you know what? You've been playing some good Counter-Strike recently. We're gonna be playing Diligent CS. Yeah, they will be playing Diligent CS when they need to. But if you let them smell blood, they are like hungry French sharks. They will go for the kills. They are ferocious finishers. And you need to really fight back for that respect. It's not given. You gotta earn it.
And right now, Bestia are fighting back from the deficit. 3D Max, plenty of reasons to respect them because they've done great work in this tournament, and now we'll look to try and progress to the LAN finals. They are only 6 rounds away from achieving that. But now comes the second half for Bestia, the CT side of their map pick. Does it have enough glory behind it to enable us on a third?
Well, this is a difficult one. I mean, at least you have somewhat of a leeway back into this. So let's talk best case scenario now for Bestia, right? You're moving on to the CT side. If the money gets broken early on, you probably... there is a world where you never get rolling, right? You never get into it. Going back to, let's say, that third map for Imperial where Tri barely had any chances of playing that AVP. So you need that pistol round. Best case scenario, you win the pistol, you win the conversions, you do what you did in the first half. That's what you're after. You need this pistol.
3D Max taking early damage, swinging from Lucky, finds the kill. Exorcist takes his own teammate down whilst all those players are trying to focus on Luchov. Smokes come bound towards long and short towards the B-bomb site. The bomb has been seen, yet to cross. HG's for Noxy going to try and reveal. Incendiaries towards the default plant position will block them for the time being. Maka is going to get caught. Geordie's in for Naz. Noxy run down by Exorcist. Zok makes his way in. So does Naz. 2 versus 1 as Gravity is left all alone here. And both CTs have the info on where he is. He tries to fight a headshot game. Naz has also been seen, but he jumps around that corner to get the kill, and the retake successful for Bestia.
Woo, okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're talking. You pick up a pistol round. Nas picks up a double as well. 1 versus 1 in the end. And there might be something left in this event for Bestia after all. And it's so nice to see that they're still feeling comfortable to call something aggressive on the CT side pistol. They are still calling like they would, even if the game was going well for them, right? And we had that conversation early on throughout the day. That's the difference between good teams and really, really, really good teams, right? Teams that just have the potential and teams that can deal with pressure. You got to be able to call the same type of game, make the same type of plays, even when you're feeling down. And this is what Bestia are doing right now. Horsebite coming in from the Frenchman. This is a great opportunity for the Argentine side.
Bombers in, straight in. Fight on Gravity's not going to go well for him. Kill for 3D Max. Of course, their rifles are out to play. Perfect flash on Naz, but they're just as blinded. Jocko and Lucky and Maka still escape with the kills. And Luchov is now known, finding a third pick in the round for Bestia, but now needs to go with a full-blown quadra if he wants to win this round. He's being heard, flashing his way forward. Lucky turned away from it and damn near offered up the kill, but not quite to be. 3D Max respond.
And they respond in the most painful way possible. That's such a kick while they're down, right? We're just starting to have that conversation about a potential comeback here on the CT side. They go for another aggressive play. Thomason wanted to bring the fight to them. Gravity fully blinded, able to get that first kill. Luchov with the refrag. Look at that, though. Double peek through the smoke. Left, right, and side. Almost impossible to deal with. And Lucky able to get the final kill, and you know they're going to be a little bit frustrated with this one. Those are the types of rounds that you can't afford to let go of, and now you're forced to go for another investment. If that one doesn't go your way, you're going to be staring down at 3D Max on 10 rounds.
Force back in from Bestia. must-win scenario with a not-so-must-win setup. The money just doesn't line up to go for the ecos here, as you mentioned. Engagements of Jocko fighting onto TheMongolZ, not going to do any damage towards the man. It's prods out towards this back lane position, trying to fight through the wall, trying to fight through the ramp control. There's 3 total players to deal with on the B bomb side. Potential for more to come in from mid, and cave presence from 2 players starting to push the gravity.
And this is going to be a difficult one. The more time passes, the more BESTIA are going to be running out of Utah. And as I say that, they already have. Not a single flash, not a single smoke, not a single Molotov. At least you have that double setup in towards the cave position. And if you're able to actually push back gravity and get that kill onto him, then you could turn around and support the B players. There still is a chance.
Tries to force him out, footsteps heard. Maka can't only get those the kills, actually. In fact, gravity is taken aback. Maka involved. Jocko going to get trading. Zox Deagle turns up 2, and Maka's got to respond towards him. The back lane's covered off by Noxy, but Lucky's going to get that pick in despite the heavy casualties sustained on the T side. They get away with dealing with the force buy. BESTIA cannot seem to catch an opportunity here. They have run out of money. Second stage of lost bonus means that the force buy is a lot less viable here. I don't think they'll take the risk.
No, absolutely not. It's not even going to be in the conversation, right? You got to go for the eco. You want to have at least one proper investment going into that half, and it will be the next one. Luchov might have the money to drop over an AVP as well. And that's going to be a necessity here for an Oxy, but you're probably going to be looking, as we pointed out, just the previous round of double digits here for 3D Max. And down they go, the ramp. Mac able to get the first one, but it's just going to be the Mac 10s mowing them down. Gravity with a triple, Jocko with another one coming in from the back lines. It's not a clean one. They do lose Maka, but I think they're going to be quite all right with this one. 3D Max already starting to show those smiles from map 1 on their faces. They realize how close that Berlin stage is. They can almost smell it.
Yeah, and they still recover that dropped AK as well, so it's not a problem in terms of the economy game for a 3D Max. They can build up their cash. The Mac 10 bonuses are going to flourish as well, so BESTIA are going to have to work to try to bring this deficit back. It won't be a case of single round resets. AM4s across the board. Nice damage to Jocko and Gravity to start off with the utility damage, and a swing in from Luchov that will catch Gravity off guard. Jocko swings with Maka's support, but Doc could come back in and trade it back.
That's great aggression. Once again, Luchov opening things up, being really creative in towards that lane position. Nas, though, under a whole lot of pressure any moment now, doesn't realize that he's going to get walked down. Maka just pushes through the smoke. There goes one, there goes the second. Nas, perfect defense.
Lucky now looking towards the A-bomb site. Still somehow escapes with that shot. I don't know how, but he's going to get it down to 2 players and a bomb plant. 3 HP for the clutch, though. 17 bullets in the mag.
There's no way,
Zoc
right?
walking dry. Lucky just timed away from position. Going up? No. Okay. I mean, balls are still to go for that swing. It doesn't work out for him. But consider this, bomb plant bonus, money is going to continue going up for 3D Max, and that was still a bonus round. There's still a lot of Mac 10 involved in that one. They still do the damage onto BESTIA, so 3D Max could just reset them and take the game.
Yeah, they could, but credit has to be given to BESTIA, right? Credit where credit's due. Luchov has not been shying away from fights, and I feel like he realizes this is the way that they win it. It's himself, Noxy, taking the initiative, massive double kill coming out of Nas as well. BESTIA are really trying their best right now, and is deserving of respect. There's the reaction. It's not frustration yet for the 3D Max camp. It's just, well, damn it. You should have picked that one up. We're still in the lead, though. We're still in a much better position. That's what it all is for. 4-man starting towards Vito. They're going to go for another aggressive play.
Nades down on Gravity, mostly avoiding the damage. Luchov flashing his way forward to the SMG. The AK facing resistance as well towards his ramp position. And both the kills go the way of the MP9s. Fast charges up, and Lucky cannot do much to trade him back. You see a walk that might come forward from TheMongolZ. He's not pushing, just a smoke down instead. They're caught out towards mid, and Bomb lost to the T side, but not completely found by BESTIA either.
They're just locking them out. Lane just looks like a complete mid-grinder, and they just need to be careful, but Noxy looking for another fight. He's just not shying away. He's not running. He's here to play some Counter-Strike. That's exactly what he's been doing in the last couple of rounds. Exorcist, a 1 versus 5 clutch for the man, and it's not going to mount up to a single kill. Luchov with another one. Bestia finally showing some teeth.
And biting back with said teeth. I saw 4 AKs getting saved in from the previous round, and you're right, that's how they are going to win this game. They have to take the fight back to 3D Max. They need to play to win. And they're back within 2 of the Frenchmen, all 5 alive, and they have pushed the money to a state where now things probably aren't going to be looking so pretty for the 3DM camper. Hero AK for Maka. They've got 1 more tactical pause to utilize as well for the Frenchman. Maka caught off towards mid, did so much damage to TheMongolZ, but NoxZ was there to support, so that weapon taken out. The A campaign may have to look for a bomb plant and no more.
It's just the Pistos. They need to walk out. Are you going to be ready? Another tank though. Joko finds 1, and there's no HP on the donut player. This is still terrifying.
Bomb on site. Joko taking an aggressive fight though from range. The P250 will do more damage. The swing in from Luchov will deal with Exorcist. Gravity all alone. Grabbing an AK. And looking for more damage most likely, but they're all over the A bomb site with the bomb down on said site. NoxZ still swinging forward towards mid. So that'll be a fight. Transfer not going to go well. But at least taking another one of the AKs out, making sure that that stays away from play for the CT side. Reduce that little bit of extra firepower, but not do much in terms of the round itself. Bestia 1-9 within 1 of 3 max here. And the rifle rebuy will also be seen by the Frenchman. Bestia getting well and truly into the mental game now. Sure. Getting hyped because they're building back into this match.
I was going to ask you how many rounds until you start giving Bestia a chance, but I feel like we've already reached that point. This is already a game that we have on our hands, but look at it playing towards the B-bomb site. Zok might not be ready, out of position.
Caught off so many times towards lanes. They didn't bother with that default. Caught off towards the A rush, and now they just go straight into the B play. Oh. Gravity's extension has caught Nazan Zok. NoxZ's off, starting to walk forward and misses the kill. Gravity with a triple. 3D Max showing that they still got it. Bestia might have momentum, but it can be snatched away at the drop of a hat. Exorcist on Luchov. TheMongolZ's got to survive because he ain't getting away in a 1v5.
He's not going to get away. Definitely not. Finds 1, but are they really going to let him hold on to that AK-47? Probably not. Look, he's already coming in from the back lines. 4 alive for 3D Max, and they say, you know what? You can fight in towards middle. You can fight out of cave in towards the lane. We're just going to react. We're just going to push up the ramp and catch that solo player. And what do you really do if you're Bestia here? You played such a good Counter-Strike for the last couple of rounds, and then Gravity just walks up, gets a double, even a triple opening onto that B-bomb site. And everything just crumbles. Just like that. 3D Max get 11 on the board. 2 away now from Berlin. In the 3rd and final tactical timeout, they know this is the round for the game. They know this is the round for the series. And for that last spot. Money. Still enough for Bestia to have a decent investment. It's not going to be full YouTube. It's not going to be rifles all across the board, but at least they're going to have the AVP, a couple M4s, MP9s, a little bit of utility to work with. But 3D Max know this is probably the best opportunity you're going to get. Break them now and kick them while they're down in the next round. Heroic, OG, and MongolZ are already waiting. And 3D Max, they just feel like this is their train to catch, to go over to Germany.
Two rounds to the win. 2 rounds for Bestia to bring it back. And surely with the money being where it is for the CT side, 3D Max to win this round will win the series. NoxZ has found Exorcist first. The extensions up towards main. Over on the A main position is going to catch that man. Joko seeing the shoulder of Zok, but cannot get the kill against him. Lucky pushing Naz. Can you catch him off guard? No, their time's so low. But the hurt though. The AK spray comes up to a 4 versus 4.
That's such a big kill as well. If Lucky goes down there, there's nowhere nearby to even attempt to refract, and that would have been a free weapon upgrade. Now 3D Max at least keep it evened up, 4v4, but still a little bit of damage done to both Lucky and Joko. Bestia, this is still winnable, but look at the aggression. Maka's not ready.
Luchov swinging to the headshot position. Gravity. I'm going to get back there to grab the bomb because it was dropped on the man's part. Lucky Waiting in the orb to make a mistake, get out of the way over at elbow. All three players now have some damage done to them on 3D Max. Everyone remaining on Bestia is unscathed. Zoc with Noxy on the B defense. The orb towards short is isolated. Jocko trying to turn back towards the M4, but Zoc gets away with a decent trade, keeping a man advantage in. Bomb needs to cross out a cave, though. Gravity needs Lucky support. They've got no further utility to block that entrance. They're coming in for the lineup. Tomazin traded, but Luchov keeps Bestia alive.
And you know what this one means to them. You can see the reaction on Noxy as well. What a round to pick up. What a mid-round call from Noxy as well. They're playing this one with so much confidence, and it's the captain once again getting the ult, getting that opening kill. Regardless of losing that player in towards A main, they re-aggress Luchov with another headshot and running out of util. They just needed the guns to connect, but they did connect. Refrags left, right, and center. It does get a little bit chaotic, but Luchov saves the day. And it's double digits for Bestia. This one is not over yet. They're not ready to go home.
They breathe a sigh of relief because they know how close they got to being so. Exorcist again for aggression coming in from Naz. Noxy supporting from the left-hand entrance towards main. This could be the duel to start things off. A lot of attention being drawn elsewhere from the other T-sided players, but they stand off around this corner, Naz and Exorcist. Oh, Naz moving into the other side as the T-side player. No, we'll come back to that in a moment because Tomazin and Luchov are moving on towards Cheetah. Exorcist here's him backing off, knows that main is clear.
It's so claustrophobic, though. If you're Bestia, you're just being so worried. You let go of middle for the first 45 seconds of the round. Gravity walking in, though. That's a bit of a trap. Oh, no. Doesn't get a single one.
Tomazin had utility brought out as well. That should have been a kill. Now Zoc's making his way in towards red SMG. Jocko around the corner, Lucky behind him as well. Luchov's caught another pick meanwhile. Jocko looking to engage against Zoc. 5-on-3 situation. Noxy's orb, missing a kill. Lucky turns it back. A-site only has Naz and MP9 at range to fight against the riflers here. And Exorcist with his support will turn it into a 3 versus 2. He's low HP though. It could be an easy pickup for Tomazin as Luchov gets challenged out towards CT spawn. Exorcist still hits a headshot. A beauty of a swing and a tap and a half. Luchov cannot win this clutch. Even if he tries, he'll go down quick. And 3D Max are on map and match and land point.
And he needs to save. He needs to stay alive. This is everything that they have left. Remember the last round, they won in a 1 versus 1. We didn't bring it into the conversation, but they had 3 MP9s going into this one. AVP not really going to be on offer. This is going to be the only rifle. And the maximum loss bonus is just not going to be there. Bestia. This one would require something quite heroic out of it. Luchov can drop over a Fabus. You would have loved to have a tactical timeout going into this one. Unfortunately, you're out of those. You have none. You need to make a call on the fly.
All 6 have been called. All used by both respective teams. 3D Max. They must know that this is closing time. This is the end stages of the online portion of the Thunderpick World Champions. Look at the buy for Bestia. Look at it. The AK of Tomazin is the only weapon that can do much worth on a player that we've hyped up so much over the course of the week, but has been quiet by comparison to Noxy and Luchov here. It needs to be a step-up moment, else they will walk no further in the playoffs.
Yeah, look at you two. You just have a couple flashes. You're just hoping you're going to be able to catch the timing. And Luchov once again getting up close. And Personal gets the kill onto Gravity.
All important, it continues swinging. Jocko's caught Noxy out towards long, and the red player of Lucky, his back's turned. He's going to see Tomazin walking forward. Luchov can get Jocko on the bomb site itself. Still a 3 versus 2 as Naz gets Lucky elsewhere. It's a 2v2 now. Workable, at range. Exorcist will take Naz down, and it's all Luchov now. 2 to his name, 3 to his name. Needs the Quadra in the clutch, and the bomb's not with Maka. He's got utility, the AWP, to fight from range. The burst fire has just come up for Luchov as he saved Bestia again!
There's no way! There's no way they're still alive! There's no way they're still in this! Luchov has been a hero time and time again! And Bestia are still on Ancient. They're still in the tournament. That should have been it. That should have been curtains. That should have been over. Maka with the opening. Jocko with another one. The B-bomb side goes down. Lucky shuts down Thomas and pushing through the smoke. Nas once again getting the kill in towards middle, but it's all Luchov, 23 kills to his name, and Bestia are still fighting.
Pistols brought back by 3D Max. Their own economy state is broken. AK for Maka. Noxy straight shots onto him, but bombs on sight. Exorcist facing against the SMGs and Naz. Noxy's got a second kill out towards spawn. Exorcist will trade back one, but Luchov is quick to swing. Lucky trades it back. Backstabs coming in towards main, though. Noxy's AWP can land, and the lurk of gravity is completely worthless to 3D Max here. Bestia have pushed us the distance. We're going to overtime on Ancient.
Can you really believe it? You wanted to see a fight. You wanted to see a battle. It felt like Bestia deserved a little bit more than just the domination that we saw on map 1. And they might not have the map yet, but at least they get to fight for it. At least they get to try an OT. And down goes Gravity. It's a 4K from the captain. A quad kill from Noxy on that AVP. And Bestia keep it going. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful coming out of Noxy. And they just had no money. No bomb plan in the previous one. No rifles. Barely any utility. Just a couple pistols. Dry peeking. It's like a kid's game for Noxy to just shut down all of them. Oh, posted. Does not miss a beat.
So many chances that 3D Max have had to close this series down, but they have not been able to do so. So we play on. Luchov and Noxy have led the charge on the frag counts. Lucky's been doing the same thing over for 3D Max. How appropriate if this is the way we end the online tournament. Flashes in, Vajoko to peek. Noxy! What? Through smoke, wallbang, headshot, taking Zox for the swing. And it's a shame that man advantage doesn't last long. Luchov might extend it. Gravity's been challenged for damage, but Thomas in towards red has caught 2 flankers at 3D Max. They're down to 2 men.
There's no way. He was taking a shot at the player that was jumping towards the back of the box, and he gets the kill on Tumaka, who is towards the back lines. This one, though, still going. Joko with a headshot, but there goes the ult. Noxy's just not missing right now. 24 kills for the man, and it's just Joko in a nearly unwinnable 1 versus 3.
Tapping it. Thomas in a swing to get his kill. A triple involved. A big impactful round from him. Not seen many of those in this series, but coming up good when Bestia need it the most. At long last, they have an advantage. Oh, Noxy, what a kill. Even he may have been shocked at getting that one.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're Maka right there, by the way, what's going through your mind? What are you thinking about? You're just behind the smoke, changing between you two. You're trying to figure out how you want to play it around. You just get completely knocked down. Slapped through the face. Yeah, it was slapped through the face with a bullet. The most painful one of them all. And Naz opens things up. Bestia. They are just absolutely unstoppable in that overtime. And 3D Max might be running out of steam, Jay.
Just like Bestia were at the start of the first map. Maka swung upon on Luchov. There's so much damage done to that exchange. You doubt he's going to do much more here. Exorcist might have to be the main man to win the rest of the round. If Maka can get away with another kill, then he may have just been able to do enough. A site has not been taken. B site seeing adjustments because they're wary of a potential wrap from Maka. I mean, right to assume so. He's going to try to get back in towards mid to join the bomb planter.
This is still an incredibly complicated round, though. Exorcist is going to start walking out any moment now.
Oh.
They are buying it.
Not fully. Orb in. Found him. Exorcist drops. That's the round over. Bestia going to take number 14 for this CT side.
I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. I don't think 3D Max can believe it right now. This one was so close. They had 2 map and series points. 2 chances. And now suddenly we're looking at Bestia not only forcing OT, but getting 2 rounds as well to begin with in OT. This could be a clean CT side here for Bestia. And that would be absolutely terrifying for 3D Max. This could go all 3.
This may be one of the first times that we have seen the true threats of Bestia.
I love the Maka time. But Maka time is safe time right now. He's
Like
out
Jane
of it.
time, but it's Maka, and he doesn't even save. He goes down to Noxy. After time, and always fortunate it's overtime money, so he's got cash. Buying back in for 3D max required because BESTIA are on the precipice of number 15 of a map point to their favor to take us to a third, which after the stunning showing that was Inferno, I genuinely didn't believe was going to happen. And they'll use their overtime tactical. Probably the right time to make it happen, Ted.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, if you had an opportunity to slow things down, you'd want to use it, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. And it's no time to be joking around, no time to be smiling. This is serious right now. This is BESTIA just playing lights out Counter-Strike. And would you really expect Noxy to go nuclear going into this one? He is probably the least favorable one to have a performance like this, but he's been playing outstandingly. And when you have your Oper and IGL just pulling through every single round with incredible multi-kills, how can you not be inspired to come back into a game like this one?
He leads by example. Maka in does not connect to Zot. The Orper on the other side of the board, less successful. Mollies and flashes coming in from range. Zot is going to go down. Player on site. Gravity's got the double, and he's still got Naz to deal with. All their backs are turned. Oh, this is perfect. Gravity's low HP. They push the bomb in, but the flashbang aids Gravity in the kill against Naz. 3-on-2. And Mackey's extending to get another pick. Noxy's orbital land! The collateral down there, call the last man! And Lucky is in a 1 versus 1 against Thomasin, AKV-AK. And the bomb has again been lost towards long. Lucky needs to extend and plant.
The thing is, Lucky has been lurking in so many of those rounds. Thomasin just doesn't know. And Lucky knows Thomasin is going to be low. That was a collateral. 26 HP. Thomasin is just playing this one as safe as possible. Question is, does Lucky think about pushing into our CT? Does he think about going A? Does he clear out Thomasin?
This could be where Thomasin can work this. Checking those corners. Over and out. Found him. And that saves off map point for now for 3D Max. A faster play, but riddled with mistakes. No one checking that corner. The bomb pushing forward, and all 3D Max damn near conceded that. It almost came up to a 3K for BESTIA.
Yeah, and you can even see, by the way, in the background, Noxy just taking a look at the prep, taking a look at the nodes. You know, going into that second half, you're back to the T side. And the CT side was probably where we saw the best of you. Another big round coming out of the Oper, but Lucky in the clutch. Able to keep his composure, exactly what you would be expecting out of a player with his experience. And at least 3D Max get one. At least you have an opportunity. So much more work to be done, though. Spectacular. That's the only word I can think of. No matter what happens from here on out, BESTIA have earned an enormous amount of respect with their performance today. And if they're able to push for a third, well, that would be even better. You know what they say, though? That's the hardest part. It's so good up until you get up to that map point. The closer. That's the most difficult. Especially against a team like 3D Max. You're not going to get too many opportunities, so you better capitalize on the few you will be offered.
3D Max couldn't capitalize on theirs. BESTIA now look to take one of their own. Lucky. Gravity looking to see the utility come down towards the bomb site. Smokes towards Cave and short. Lucho finding Gravity with his back turn, trying to play anti-flash. Mollies do not extend towards Lucky. They're in at Cave. They're making their way to the bomb site. Lucky's waiting for more. Smoke comes down. A HE goes deep against Maka. A little bit of damage will get done. Zok planting safe. The sprays of the M4 will dish out a tiny amount of damage, but not enough to get the kill. Not enough to deny the plant. They are desperate to get something from beyond these smokes, but nothing is presenting.
You're waiting for a Joker right now. This is not going to be an easy retake. They're running out of util as well. They need to start finding kills, and they need to start finding them now.
Shots ringing out from the AWP and the backlines of Noxy. You've seen where Joko's backstab is. A smoke down towards this ramp position, but Joko still falls. Maka connects on Thomasin. You've still got one player out there. Lucky check in position, but not all the way. Nazen's off with those frags. Maka cannot hold on. And Bestia are almost there. Map point on Ancient.
I can't believe it. Did you really see Anubis coming in? And look at that, by the way. Instantly, they get the round. What is Noxy doing? He's trying to cool everybody off. He's like, everyone, focus. Don't get ahead of yourselves. 3D Max were in the same position we're in right now. They had 2 chances. They couldn't capitalize on them. We're not going to repeat their mistake. Everyone stay composed. This map is not over yet. We haven't won yet. We need one more.
3D Max need 2 more. I'm starting to doubt if they can get it. They've already taken damage in this round. Joko, the 58 HP. Ecstasy's being faced upon by Thomasin. Naz can come in from shelf. No one's watching it, and he won't take the full swing. Maka on the bomb site, meanwhile. Ready for Luchov. Second shot to the back against Doc. Will not connect, but he will get a second chance and will lock it in. Known about Naz. Gravity will swing towards the AWP. Connect onto Noxy and burst fire. Doing dink damage. Naz on 9 points of health. Should not survive in this one. 3D Max have answered back to Bestia. 1 out of 2.
And it's such a big round for Maka as well, especially after all the impactful ones that we've seen from Noxy. As another OP IGL being able to bring in the good Exorcist with the opening kill early on towards middle. Maka locking down that A bomb site on his own with the big green. 3D Max showing a level of comfort that we've missed out from them for the last rounds. One more. This is going to be a 16-14 and an Anubis for double OT here on Ancient.
Noxy naded. Starts favoring the CT side as Joko will catch Luchov. Ecstasy's is going to get that kill. Naz trying to trade, but not going to happen. Almost 2 players. I thought Maka hit that shot, but no, he overcooked the flick. Thomasin going to try and open up an angle into the A bomb site here. That bomb's still making his way out towards B lane, though. This is all a ruse here. No rotations to get called in, and Noxy's running right into Lucky with his knife pulled out. And that should be the round. 3D Max to take us to a second overtime. Zoc and Thomasin nowhere near recovering this. Thomasin now in a 1 versus 4. I don't know what they were playing at for Bestia, but it didn't work.
They just assumed that 3D Max would buy it instantly, right? But 3D Max, I mean, they realized they hadn't spotted the bomb. It wasn't going down. They had lost the bomb site for, what, 5 to 10 seconds? There was no bomb plant coming in. They had no reason to leave B there. And they hear the steps. Noxy might have overcooked a little bit. And this is definitely going into another overtime. Thomasin is just not clutching up. 1 kill is all he gets out of this. And now we're even Stevens. 3D Max had 2 chances to close it out in regulation. Couldn't capitalize. The same amount now for Bestia. And again, no good for the Argentine. We're going again.
Double overtime. Oh, well done, Exorcist. Be a little bit more out of that from you. Keep the frags going. Keep the impact running, because the Frenchman had a bit of a dip here in the overtime. Thunderpick odds still have them as series favourites, as long as they keep standing it or holding up here. I imagine that's going to be the case. They are still only 4 rounds away from taking a 2-0. Bestia are fighting for survival. 3D Max are fighting to end the evening. And Thomasin's fighting well against Joko. Caught for damage, but the kill goes the way of Bestia.
That's one that you needed as well. After those 2 in a row that 3D Max were able to monster up, you finally get an opening in towards A. They go, and Exorcist is going to be all alone for the next couple seconds in there. He needs to push through the Yuto.
Counter flash in. Making his way up towards the donut entrance. Going to ensure that's not going to be a split play. It's all out of main. Is back to turn. The AWP player of Maka trying to shot. Exorcist drops and the flicks do not connect. 3D Max completely overwhelmed. As soon as they found their survival, Bestia have just destroyed them.
It's just the classic, isn't it? You need 1 round to close it out. You have 2 chances. You can't get it done. And then the moment that you missed out on those opportunities, the moment that we go into the other overtime, into the next overtime, you just win it with no losses. Thomasin with a triple. 3D Max don't get a single kill, and they're already on the hunt for Lucky's life. Of course, it's not going to make a difference for the next round, but if you get 2 in a row, and they invest into the Opes, that might really harm 3D Max into the final round of this first half of OT number 2. It's a nice pickup for Bestia. Time for a response from the Frenchies.
Leading advantage for the Argentine squad. .3D Max. And return to equalize here. Jocko straight in towards mid, straight in towards elbow. Damage done towards Noxy. Look at this position. Thomasin is going to take down his backup, and Jocko is just about going to trade. Noxy, meanwhile, his AWP frag turns back on Maka towards the B bomb site. The AWP, the CT side,
Lucho's
has not been more proficient. Jocko is walking forward. Lucho's going to catch his teammates and turn quick 180 back on Jocko. We need a lucky clutch, a 1v4. He's been known. Sok catching him, kill fouled by Naz on the turn, and Bestia push ahead again.
The mental fortitude on that Bestia team has been so spectacular, by the way. You missed out on 2 opportunities. You go into this one, and you're just running over 3D Max right now. Look at that from Lucho. Reload that once again. What a reaction. What a double. And yeah, that face tells you everything. 3D Max know it. They know they're in deep trouble right now. Deep, deep trouble.
The reactions have gone from oh damn to oh no, we're really going to lose this.
I'd say this is a pretty polite way of saying what they think.
Either way, 3D Max have got to really put the hammer down and try and get back in control of this, because Bestia couldn't take their map point at the turn of the half last time. Very good chance of doing so right here with the level that they're playing and with the way that 3D Max have slowed things down. Incendiary's unlucky. Held out, Exorcist tucked in. Another flashbang won't connect. He'll get the kill on Thomasin. The smokes will fade towards Ramp. They're going to engage directly. Exorcist, a secondary kill. Gravity with a follow-up. And Luchov can trade, but Lucky can hold his nerve, as can Jocko. And more rounds like that are required out of 3D Max to stave off these advantages that Bestia are getting. They'll keep themselves away from map point again, but now they need to get on the front foot here. They cannot play to survive.
It's just the same story as the first OT, isn't it? Bestia gets 2 rounds, 3D Max just barely being able to snatch one away towards the end to keep themselves in it. And there's the reaction. Now they're starting to get hyped up. This is such a high pressure moment. Definitely a much closer matchup than one 3D Max expected, especially after map number 1. No one could see this one coming from Bestia. It's been a Cinderella story, a true Cinderella story. A team from Argentina coming into one of their first ever international events. Besting M80 twice. Dropping a 0-2 to Big. Being absolutely dominated on map 1 against 3D Max. That Inferno, it feels like it was a lifetime ago now. It was a 13-4 in favor of 3D Max. Not even close. Is this one close enough for you, though? I bet it is.
Getting late here in Europe.
Oh, it's 1 a.m. here, yeah.
Approaching midnight for Central Europe at this moment. How much is fatigue going to become a factor if this match continues to drag out like this? 3D Max. Held back on the T side. Maka to strike Naz first and foremost. Luchov is M4 on the corner. Jocko dry peeks in, trying to double up, but Sok takes 2 back. All that effort, all that work wasted again.
There's no way. Not another hero play, not again. The bomb starting to make its way back towards the B bomb side. Lucky should know he's got an empty bomb side to work with. He saw the trajectory of that smoke. He knows that was just Zok and he was all alone. They are going to give a little bit of time to Makado. All alone, Molotov flash HE. He can try and bait them in, and by the looks of things, they've bought it.
Yeah. Lucky can hear those footsteps from this cave position. He'll put the smokes down towards short to ensure that there is no further backup, and the plant will look to get secured. Molotov won't land. That don't matter. Lurking towards elbow now for Maka, watched by TheMongolZ, and Maka only gets damage tickling away at Noxy. A 3 versus 2 for BESTIA.
And you have like an Exorcist in the clutch. 50 kills between the two of them, but they have 3 players to worry about. And that reposition from TheMongolZ, that could be key into our CT. They might not be ready for a second player.
Noxy's escaped the ire of Exorcist. Lucky, not seen, pixels away from the Orb's position. They're moving in real quick. Engagement of the AK. Noxy's caught. Exorcist gets a kill as well. And Lucky can double up. 3D Max have evened up the board and not allowed a map point this time.
You need a clutch, you just go Lucky. What a double, what a round to steal away, and you can see the smiles on their faces. An incredible reaction from Mike to open things up. Check this out though. Zog just lining them up. TheMongolZ lovely bait repositions into our CT. They just played it perfectly, but there was no way for Noxy. Cross past that rifle of Lucky. 17-17, we're tied up once again.
Nade damage heavy against 3D Max. The Molotov ain't going to help Maka either. Put some nades down towards the position here at Shelf, but Gravity with the kill on Luchov, his 21st kill of the game. Noxy caught by Exorcist out from the A bomb site. They've attacked 2-prong. They've drawn them back in towards the A play with the bomb once again going towards that B bomb site. HG's towards the back of the boxes. Exorcist looking for another kill. He can't get it, but Jocko can on the B site. 4 versus 2. Yes. There are low HP players for the T side. Gravity is going to take point of contact. BESTIA are backing up to hold on to their weapons here because 3D Max have edged ahead. They are now on map and match points.
And what a big kill that was from Gravity, by the way. This is just the individuals from 3D Max coming in absolutely huge, right? Luchov has been such a difficult customer to deal with in towards Cave and in towards that lane position. Gravity shuts them down straight away, or shuts him down straight away. And Exorcist just walking out that A-bomb side, able to put Noxy down. BESTIA, they rotate away, and as you said, they had to call it off. Noxy's got no money. They need someone to drop an AVP over. Nas is going to pick that one up. 3D Max going down to the bomb. They don't really give a damn about it. This is another map match. And land point here for the Frenchman. 1 round away from Berlin. They had 2 chances in regulation, had to fight so hard to get back into a position where they can win it here on Action once again. Can they capitalize on that opportunity?
Berlin calls 3D Max. OT3 calls BESTIA. Who is going to answer the call? TheMongolZ in towards mid, finds an angle on Lucky, sees him, but the smoke booms to provide cover. He gets out of the way to the harder positions as well. The T's continue to work their way forward here at lane. AK's to clear up the smokes. Gravity didn't see the player, but Jocko provides support through that smoke. And they're going to do damage as well through the wall bangs onto Luchov here. The swings forward from Gravity. Is Zog ready for this? They're focused so heavily on Ram that Gravity can get the swing. Look for the man on the backside. Jocko, he's going to drop the bomb as they can't get the trades. Exorcist can though. Look to the offer. A shot's missed out from Noxy. Nas comes up and Lucky is luck. It's now up to clutch. A 1 versus 2. BESTIA on the precipice of survival once again. The Frenchman walks forward towards ramp. Each of these fights can be isolated. Noxy's been seen as well. And they adjust. They can now. The AK has seen the man. Noxy with a swing! And Lucky's caught switching his weapon. BESTIA have pushed us to a 3rd overtime.
You're just stuck in an infinite illusion of Ancient. It never ends. It's never gonna be done. Both of those teams, they just refuse to give it up. And 3D Max again, they get a 5v4. Gravity gets the refrag. Luchov again and again and again has been the hero. Has been the man of the day. It's him and Noxy keeping them alive on so many occasions. You can see what it means to them. Those guys, they've never played that type of a game. Never played that type of a series. Never been that important for them. But they are giving it all. Heart and soul.
Lucky blind in mid. Dead to TheMongolZ first. Luchov and TheMongolZ can continue to frag away as BESTIA, 20 seconds deep in the round, just dismantle 3D Max. It seems like we have these good stretches of decent form from the Frenchman, and then rounds like that where you just get absolutely decimated. Even in the last round, the trade onto Jocko that allowed that man advantage to tip the way of the Argentines. Just so much pressure against the Frenchman. 3D Max can't seem to gain dominance. They can't seem to edge ahead of BESTIA. Even when they do, it's responded to. Something's got to give.
It's fantastic confidence as well from BESTIA on those calls. Look at how aggressively they're approaching this first round of OT. They snatch it away, and now again, 3D Max. They dropped 2 rounds in the first halves of both the first and the second OT. Now they're hoping for a little bit more.
Maka tagged low so early, the utility becoming damaging and heavily so towards 3D Max. Noxie's Orb is going to find the pick on Jocko. Gravity good to trade Zoc's aggression back towards ramp, but he loses so much health for it, so this 4v4 is easily tradable by BESTIA.
In towards middle though, Maka's going to go down. Nas catches him off guard, and Thomas and that offango should be good enough for the kill. Lucky's never going to be ready for it. Another one bites the dust. That is just Exorcist and Gravity left.
BESTIA. In the commanding position. Smoke from TheMongolZ to bait them in towards Cave. Gravity hits the shot anyway. He's been good at bailing them out of these positions, but that's 1 kill out of 2 to bring back to a 2v2, and then 2 more to go to win the clutch outright. 45 seconds. They're working their way back to mid.
And in towards A they go. It's all about the position from Luchov, though. He's going to be all alone, isolated from his teammates. Nas will just now start making his way back in towards middle, but he's missed out on the timing. It's all on Luchov. He wants to make sure he doesn't go down for nothing. Have they heard the steps, though?
Dart here making some noise out here for the T side. Flashes in towards Donut. 1 out towards the bomb site itself. Molotov towards the back, but main unconnected for Naz closing in the pins as backs are turned for Gravity. And they have no idea about the oncoming storm. Naz will wait and bait and find his kill. Exorcist, the 1v3. The first pick is found. The bomb's tapped once, and Luchov knows exactly where he's planting for as well. BESTIA up to 20. Once again, pulling ahead of 3D Max.
3D Max have just not been able to be competitive in the first 2 rounds of OTs, right? I mean, they are competitive, but they just can't get rounds. This is the 3rd time, and you gotta start wondering, when are they gonna get punished for those slow starts at OT? When is BESTIA finally gonna be able to run away with 3 rounds? Because this is the 3rd consecutive time 3D Max need to get the final one of the first half just to stay in this.
You can ask those questions. You also have to wonder if 3D Max are going to be able to break that habit. Lucky. Leading them up towards mid. The M4 to engage. Gravity caught by Zoc. Look at this aggression. It's worked well for him this time. He's going to burn a little bit to the Molotovs posted up, but Nays down against Jocko will tag back in return. Advantage sits for BESTIA.
And this is such a difficult one as well. Lucky thinks he's got a bit of a timing in towards the red, but they're surely going to clear him out.
2 lined up, 2 no down. That's important to them. Luchov known towards Mac, who's going to try and hunt for the headshot on the boost. The HE is coming in his direction. Will be evaded by the CT player, and they're going to B site. You're right. Zoc has caught Lucky on the way out of the round. A 3 versus 2. The HE's towards backside. Zoc is barely alive, and the bomb is on site. Luchov looking to swing to get a kill. To trade it back. Zoc's going to catch one player, turn his head away, and Luchov holds the 2K. BESTIA have finally punished 3D Max. 3 on the trot. It's 3 map points for them.
There's no way we're not going to Anubis now. They were able to get 2 rounds the first OT, 2 rounds the second, and now they get all 3 in the first half. 3D Max surely finally will get punished. Surely. You finally run out of steam here. What a double from Lucky. They had no right of losing this round, 3D Max, and they know it. They just couldn't afford it. They gave it right back to BESTIA. And they will take those.
The game that doesn't end may finally look to close out here. 3D Max.
1 more map. How does that sound?
That seems to be where we're going. They will need to get the straight 3 of their own right. And just considering how the starts have been for 3D Max, considering how BESTIA have always been able to at least win 1 round in the second halves of the overtimes, you can imagine that that will be more than enough. Even if they get a small comeback, even if they're able to return a few rounds here, the 3D Max side so close to losing control of this series. What could have been a simple
Not again.
2-0.
Do we have an anime ready? Okay.
No, we don't. Not this
We're
time.
keeping it serious.
I think it needs to stay that way here because this is a dire situation for the Frenchman, for BESTIA. They are thinking heavily about the circumstances that have to be considered. One more round to make it happen. One more map to play tonight. Jocko seeing them, and he swings. He's been punished so many times in a cave on the B side. Now this time towards A on the CT side. Naz traded back by Maka, who's trying not to be so much of a problem as Luchov will take one back towards that B play. The alt shot misses, Gravity turns back around. Luchov centralized to the bomb site, swings for the headshot. We're down to 2 men on 3D Max. Exorcist and Maka need to make the retake happen. The flash in for Luchov has taken Maka though, and Exorcist will not last. 4 on the trot for BESTIA. They have held themselves in to a 3rd and final map today.
And can you believe it? Luchov with the 40 kills towards the end as well. What a game out of BESTIA. It doesn't matter if they're going to be able to win the series from here on out. No one really cares about any of that. No matter what happens on Anubis, BESTIA deserve all the respect in the world. What a comeback, what a story, what a Cinderella run that has been. In 3D Max, you might have thought you're going to get a clean and easy 2-0 into Berlin. Well, think about that one again.
Well, by all accounts, they should have at least scored that 2-0. They had the 2 map points at the end of the regulation. The overtime was a complete choke and a half in my eyes. Like, just the nature of how many times they lost the opening stance, allowed BESTIA to get back in the lead, started playing from the back foot. Like, that was not a good overtime from 3D Max in my eyes. And I think you can look back on that demo, look back on that match, and pick apart all the key mistakes that were being made by multiple players. I thought that Jocko was a liability. I thought Maka dipped off on the AWP, and guys like Noxy were fragging. Guys like Tomazin got involved. Guys like Luchov dropped like 36 kills. This was an absolutely ridiculous performance at the end of the map up there from the BESTIA side. And you're right, they deserve all the credit in the world for pushing us to a 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we're going into this game thinking that 3D Max is the more experienced side. 3D Max should be the team to deal better with pressure, but it didn't feel like it. As you pointed out, a lot of the key elements on that 3D Max team just running out of steam there. Mac cannot be able to bring in the goods, and yeah, you know, I don't know if that's the GM. I don't know who that is. He's probably part of the BESTIA team, definitely is. He was happy about this one, and you know what? We can yap all we want about this one, Jay, but there was 2 gentlemen looking, observing, watching that game from start to finish, and I'm really looking forward to hearing how they're gonna make it make sense. Gents, take it away.
I don't know about you, Josh, but I was watching the printer print out the tickets for 3D Max for Berlin, but it kind of feels like it's run out of ink, at least up until someone comes through for a refill on map number 3. BESTIA, I cannot believe they've done it. I honestly started to lose faith towards the end of that, but it's such a strong showing. I mean, I'm looking at my notes right now, and I had the narrative all like strung together for 3D Max personally, because at the start, like, they were looking very strong. It kind of looked like Lucky was running circles around them. It didn't even feel like Maka had to do anything to just shut down BESTIA, but what did we see beyond that, Josh?
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know where to start, right? So just from round 1 is where to kind of place it. I'm just so glad that BESTIA have not gone down without a fight. They've really, really come through here on this second map and given us their absolute best. It was incredible, especially when you remember that they were facing elimination point, right? They had no money. Their economy was broken towards the end. I was almost certain that 3D Max were going to close it. And BESTIA just showed some real grit and determination and a lot of great rounds here. I've got notes going through all nearly 40 rounds. And, you know, you start to get a little bit lost in it, to be perfectly honest. But 3D Max really had the reins here, I feel, in regulation, and they just choke it in big time.
Yeah, you get to see that as well. 12-10. It kind of felt like we were going to be putting on our headsets and getting ready to talk about the end, right? But that was just the beginning of the end. We still have map number 3 to go. Bestia, I think they allowed a bit of a back and forth from 3D Max, but just look at these individual kills, right? Like, they are all over the place. I think up until overtime 3, it was honestly looking impossible to tell who was going to come out on top there. We saw some really good moments from Lucky. We saw a bunch of cool stuff come out from 3D Max, yes, but I think the highlight of the show there was going to be Luchov, because remember, he did it all with an MP9 to keep them in the game. He had multiple entries. He had multiple 1vx situations. He constantly kept them alive when they simply shouldn't have been able to. He went absolutely nuclear in overtime. And you know what? Noxy, he was right behind him, pulling up big with the AWP. I think at some point in the game they were tied for 29 and 29 frags. I'm not even sure what the grand scoreboard looked like towards the end, but you see overtime 3 roll around. Bestia, they just run circles around 3D Max. Nothing being manufactured by the camp of 3D Max there. And you get a chance to see the best fragger on the server, Luchov. 40 kills, ADR 104 in a very sustained fashion. You can't really fault a man if he's gotten 104 ADR across as many rounds as they played. It's just a very difficult thing to sustain. And you know what? One more thing. A big shout out to Naz for putting up a pretty impactful performance. I know he's generally not the player that we highlight, but if you look at the grand scoreboard, even though Zoc was trailing much further behind, I really do appreciate that later in the game, Naz was coming up, and where Thomason wasn't stepping up as much as he's expected to, even though he's on the middle of the scoreboard, Luchov was happy to not only wear his own shoes, but also Thomason's.
Yeah, no doubt Luchov had an unbelievable game. Now, Zoc was sort of towards the tail end of things, wasn't he? I think even going into like the second OT, he had about 10 kills, and it was just a bit of a stinker from him. But he had a really, really impactful 2K in round number 34 that actually really turned the tide to the round, and it was a very important round at that. I think a very interesting narrative here, though, is the fact that pre-game, we were talking about the fact that on both sides here, we've got AWPing IGLs. And on 3D Max, Maka is that star player. He's the man that puts up the numbers the majority of the time. He's got the highest ratings. And we were drawing this comparison of, you know, they've got an AWPing IGL that puts up big numbers versus an AWPing IGL that generally is kind of middle of the road, doesn't put up the big numbers. This map was the complete opposite of that. Maka struggled to have impact, whilst Noxy, he was making his impact felt all across the server. He was playing unbelievably well. Luchov kind of cast a shadow over him a little bit, because especially in some of those closing rounds, he was ridiculous. The 4K that he got to actually take it into overtime in the first place was unbelievable. The 4K that he got to close out overtime was unbelievable. So a lot of those big multi-kill moments that sort of overshadowed the rest of his pack. But I have to sing some praises to Noxy, because I think he was fantastic there.
Yeah, and you say that Luchov cast a shadow over him, right? But you have to remember that Luchov was in fact the light in a tunnel that would have otherwise enveloped them and made them feel very claustrophobic. This would have been a done deal. I think 3D Max would just be hanging up their mice right now and getting ready for Berlin. But Luchov is able to protect them. There were time and time again, he's the one keeping them alive. I think we caught a couple of moments there as well where like he's running around willy-nilly, 180-degree shots, whatever the hell you throw at him, he is happy to take up the challenge. That being said, though, I think this sets us up really, really nicely here for Anubis, Josh. 60% win rate for both of the teams against in the sample size they played. 20 maps played for Bestia, 30 maps played for 3D Max, and even though 3D Max's competition is a little bit tougher, I do think Anubis is going to be a really big bout. And before we head over to a short break, right, I want to remind everyone, we had this narrative that BESTIA kind of got to go to perhaps an easier bracket because their run in this tournament was actually just putting the beat down on M80 twice, right? Compare that to 3D Max. They came through a bracket of like OG Virtus Pro and Falcons, right? So they definitely had a bit of a harder run. Like nobody's gonna deny that. But with BESTIA taking a map over 3D Max, I think they have a chance to put the conversation to bed. If they beat 3D Max, the team that beat all of those Goliaths, I think they will well and truly feel like they've earned their spot in the Berlin finals by the time they get to it. But we still need to still need to wait to see that story unfold. When we're back after the short break, we'll be watching Anubis. Stay tuned.